The Weird Tales of Robert Bloch. The Suicide in the Study by Robert Bloch. 1. To see him sitting there in the dim-lit darkness of the study, one would never have suspected him for what he was. Wizards nowadays are not garbed in cabalistic robes of silver and black. Instead, they wear purple dressing gowns. It is not required of them that their eyebrows meet, their nails grow long as talons, and their eyes flame like emerald-imprisoned dreams, nor are they necessarily bent and furtive and old. This one was not. He was young and slim, almost imperially straightforward. He sat beneath the lamplight in the great oak-panelled room, a dark, handsome man of perhaps 35 years of age. There was little of cruelty or malice visible in his keen, clean-featured face, and little of madness in his eyes. Yet he was a wizard, just as surely as if he lurked over human sacrifices in the skull-strewn darkness of forbidden tombs. It was only necessary for one to survey the walls of his study for corroboration. Only a wizard would possess those mouldering, maggoty volumes of monstrous and fantastic lore. Only a thaumaturgical adept would dare the darker mysteries of the Necronomicon, Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm, the black rites of Mad Louver Caraffe, priest of Bast, or Comte de Let's ghastly Cult de Ghoul. No one save a sorcerer would have access to the ancient manuscripts bound in Ethiopian skin, or burn such rich and aphrodisiac incense in an enshrined skull. Who else would fill the mercifully cloaking darkness of the room with curious relics, mortuary souvenirs from ravished graves, or worm-demolished scrolls of primal dread? Superficially, it was a normal room that night, and its occupant a normal man. But for proof of its inherent strangeness, it was not necessary to glance at the skull, the bookcases, or the grim, shadow-shrouded remains to know its occupant for what he was. For James Allington wrote in his secret diary tonight, and his musings were far from sanity. Tonight I'm ready to make the test. I'm convinced at last that splitting of the identity can be accomplished by means of therapeutic hypnotism, provided that the mental attitude conducive to such a partition can be induced. Fascinating subject, that. Dual identity, the dream of men from the beginning of time. Two souls in one body. All philosophy is based on comparative logic, good and evil. Why, then, cannot such a division exist in the human soul? Stevenson was only partly right when he wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. He imagined a chemical metamorphosis varying from one extreme to the other. I believe that both identities are coexistent, that once they are separated by auto-hypnotic thought, a man can enjoy two existences simultaneously, his good self and his bad. They laughed at my theory in the club. Foster, that pompous old fool, called me a dreamer. Dreamer? What does he, a petty scientific chemist, know of the basic mysteries of life and death? A glimpse into my laboratory would shock his smug soul into insanity. The others, too, mob-catering writers, pedantic fossils who call themselves professors, prim biologists who are shocked at the mention of my experiments in synthetic creation of life. What do such as these understand? They would shudder at the Necronomicon. Burn it, too, if they could. Burn it as their pious ancestors did 300 years ago. Witch-baiters, skeptics, materialists all. I'm sick of the whole silly pack of them. It is the fate of the genius to dwell alone. Very well, then, I'll dwell alone. But soon they will come cringing to my door and beg for mercy. If my work tonight only succeeds, if I can succeed in hypnotizing myself into dual personality, physically manifested. Even modern psychology claims it can be done. Spiritualism credits its possibilities. The ancients have furnished me the key to the problem, as they have done before. Alhazred knew many things. It was only the weight of the knowledge that drove him mad. 2 bodies. Once I can achieve that state at will, I shall hold the key to powers forever denied to men. Immortality, perhaps. It is only a step further. After that, there will be no need of skulking here in secret, no necessity of passing my researches off as a harmless hobby. Dreamer, eh? I'll show them. I wonder what the other shape will look like. Will it be human? It must, otherwise, but I had better not think of that. It is quite probable that it will not be an ugly-looking customer. I do not flatter myself. I know that the evil side of my nature, while concealed, is undoubtedly dominant. There is danger, though. Evil is an uncontrollable force in its purest form. It will draw strength from my body, too, energy to manifest itself physically. But that must not deter me. I must make the test. If it succeeds, I shall have power, power undreamt of, power to kill, to rend, to destroy. I shall add to my little collection here, and settle a few old scores with my skeptical friends. After that, there will be other pleasant things to do. But enough of such musings. I must begin. I shall lock the study doors. The servants have gone for the evening, and there will be no one to intrude upon my privacy. I dare not risk using an electrically manipulated machine for fear of some untoward consequences in removing the hypnosis. I shall try to induce a hypnotic trance by concentrating intently on this heavy, polished paper knife here on my desk. Meanwhile, I shall focus my will on the matter at hand, using the soul chant of Sebek as a focal point. I shall set the alarm for 12 o'clock, exactly 1 hour from now. Its ringing will break the spell. That, I believe, is all I need bother to do. As an added precaution, I shall burn this record. Should anything go wrong, I would hate to have all my little plans disclosed to the world. Nothing shall go wrong, however. I have used auto-hypnosis many times before, and I will be very careful. It will be a marvelous feeling to control 2 bodies at once. I can hardly control myself. I find my body trembling in eagerness and anticipation of its forthcoming metamorphosis. Power. Very well. After this report is reduced to ashes, I shall be ready to undertake the greatest experiment man has ever known. 2. James Allington sat before the shaded lamp. Before him on the table lay the paper knife, its polished blade shimmering. Only the slow ticking of a clock broke the sable silence of the locked room. The wizard's eyes were glassy. They shone in the light, immobile as a basilisk's. The reflection from the surface of the knife stabbed through his retina like the fiery ray of a burning sun, but his betranced gaze never wavered. Who knows what strange inversion was occurring in the dreamer's bewitched brain, what subtle transmutation generated from his purpose? He had fallen into his sleep with the fixed resolve of severing his soul, dividing his personality, bisecting his ego. Who knows? Hypnotism does many strange things. What secret powers did he invoke to aid him in his fight? What black genesis of unholy life lurked within the shadows of his inner consciousness? What demons of leering evil granted him as dark desires? For granted they were. Suddenly he awoke, and he could feel that he was no longer alone in that nighted room. He felt the presence of another, there in the darkness on the other side of the table. Or was it another? Was it not he, himself? He glanced down at his body and was unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. He seemed to have shrunk to less than a quarter of his ordinary size. His body was light, fragile, dwarfed. For a moment he was incapable of thought or movement. His eyes strayed to the corner of the room, trying vainly to see the gloom-obscured movements of a presence that shambled there. Then things happened. Out of the darkness nightmare came, stark, staring nightmare, a monstrous, hairy figure, huge, grotesque, simian, a hideous travesty of all things human. It was black madness, slavering, mocking madness with little red eyes of wisdom, old and evil, leering snout and yellow fangs of grimacing death. It was like a rotting, living skull upon the body of a black ape. It was grisly and wicked, troglodytic and wise. A monstrous thought assailed Allington. Was this his other self, this ghoul-spawned charnel horror of corpse-accursed dread? Too late the wizard realized what had befallen him. His experiment had succeeded, but terribly so. He had not realized how far the evil in his nature had outbalanced the good. This monster, this grisly abomination of darkness, was stronger than he was, and, being solely evil, it was not mentally controlled by his other self. Allington viewed it now with new fear in his eyes. It was like a creature from the pit. All that was foul and obscene and anti-human in his make-up lay behind that grinning parody of a countenance. The beast-like body hinted of shadows that creep beneath the grave or lurk entombed within the deepest recesses of normal minds. Yet in it, Allington recognized a mad, atavistic caricature of himself. All the lust, the greed, the insane ambition, the cruelty, the ignorance, the fiend-spawned secrets of his soul within the body of a gigantic ape. As if in answer to his recognition, the creature laughed, and tentacles of terror gripped the wizard's heart. The thing was coming toward him. It meant to destroy him, as evil always does. Allington, his tiny body ludicrously struggling to move quickly while impeded by clothes now ridiculously large for his diminutive frame, raced from his chair and flattened himself against the wall of the study. His voice, curiously treble, shrieked frantic supplication and futile commands to the approaching nemesis. His prayers and curses turned to the hoarse gibberings of madness as the huge beast lunged across the table. His experiment was succeeding with a vengeance. Vengeance! His glaring eyes watched, fascinated, as one great paw grasped the paper knife, and fearsome laughter riddled the night. It was laughing, laughing. Somewhere an alarm clock rang, but the wizard could not hear. They found James Allington lying dead upon his study floor. There was a paper knife embedded in his breast, and they called it suicide, for no one could possibly have entered that locked and windowless room. But that did not explain the fingerprints on the handle of the knife, the terrible fingerprints, like those left by the hand of a gigantic ape. The Mandarin's Canaries by Robert Bloch. 1. There was revelry in the garden of the Mandarin Kwong. Revelry is attested by the loud cries and supplications for mercy, interspersed with high titterings of pleasure. The Mandarin was amusing himself today in a new fashion. Through the bamboos, it could be seen that the stakes were bare, their rusty iron shackles hanging empty in the sunlight. The lotus blossoms and orchids swayed with the wind, to reveal that the racks stretched along the garden paths were likewise empty, and the iron beds beneath the vines untenanted. No whips lay amidst the grass and flowers, no pincers or knives or barbed flails. Therefore, as the cries and laughter proclaimed, the Mandarin Kwong had found some new sport here in the Garden of Pain. In a remote bower, guarded by great trees whose limbs had been trained to twist in torment, and veiled by serpentine creepers that extended fangs of scarlet blossom, the Mandarin stood. There had been those who were kind enough to compare Kwong to the Lord Buddha, and there were times when his fat little figure held a dignified serenity quite similar. But in moments such as this, Kwong was transfigured. His fleshy face creased into a mask of demoniac mirth. His red, full lips writhed back above his black beard, and his eyebrows were swords over slitted points of flame. Pleasure was an intense emotion in the Mandarin, and his pleasure was pain. He stood staring across the bower at the two figures before him, the bound man against the great tree, and the robed figure confronting him some 10 paces distant. The bound man was uttering the cries and the pleadings. The robed one was silent. He moved, but no sound emanated from those movements save an occasional twanging thrum. For the robed man held in his hands a great crossbow, and upon his back was a quiver bristling with barbed arrows. These he was swiftly and efficiently removing one by one, fitting them to his bow and taking expert aim as he released them at the bound, writhing figure of the captive. His aim was remarkable. Despite the agonized movements and convulsive startings of the victim, he never erred. The arrows sped to a living mark, the wrist, the ankle, the knee, the groin. With curious precision, he avoided placing the cruel shafts in a vital spot, and his arm carefully judged the depth with which each arrow would penetrate the shrinking yellow flesh of his tormented target. But Kwong did not notice this dexterity, or if he noticed it, he gave the matter no heed. His laughing eyes were on the victim, watching the impact of each arrow, the jerk of the flesh as it sank in, and the thin trickle of blood that followed the piercing. To an observer it might almost be said that Kwong appeared to be studying his victim's pain, studying with the amused and detached pleasure of a bibliophile who reads for the 100th time some treasured volume, foretasting each delight, yet seeking unfelt nuances of enjoyment. His delighted laughter fell as an arrow struck the bound man's left eye and penetrated the brain. The writhing ceased, the body sagged limply, and hung from the ropes which restrained its fall. The Mandarin Kwong heaved a sigh, the sigh of the bibliophile when his book is closed, and with a wave of his saffron hands dismissed the archer. The bowman bowed and backed from the bower with gestures of obeisance, leaving his master alone. Kwong stood stock still for an instant after the fellow's departure, and his features underwent a curious change. Gone was the sadist's smile, gone the passionate intensity which had made of his face a gargoyle's grimace. Serenity returned to shine from his eyes, and his lips relaxed into a softer smile of pleasure. He moved forward to the tree where the bound body hung, passing the gory thing without so much as a glance. Behind the tree, suspended by the self-same ropes which upheld the victim, a series of thin metal pipes were hanging. From the sleeve of his robe, the Mandarin drew forth a slender stick. With a gentle, caressing motion, he drew the ivory head of the stick across the metal. A chiming rang forth, a soft, liquid, almost chirping series of notes holding a peculiar, bird-like quality. The tones flooded forth, clear and mellow, as the Mandarin chose his notes with careful attention to harmonics. Music came from the tree where horror hung. Again the Mandarin stepped back and stood still as though waiting, and suddenly, while the last strains of metallic melody still floated through the garden, the air was filled with a curious rustling sound. Hundreds of tiny sounds, rather, blurred into a single whirring note, and there came a cheeping and shrill whistling from all around, which caused the yellow face of Kwong to glow with kindly pleasure. Without warning, the air turned to gold. 1,000 yellow forms swirled to outshine the sun, moving yellow dots with bejeweled eyes that flamed. They whirled and dipped against the serene sky, then swooped about the tree in a golden cloud that spun round and round about the trunk and its grisly adornment. And still they came, whirring and scudding down until the tree was covered with a yellow blossoming in all its boughs, and vines of living gold crawled across the bark and what sagged against it. The garden was filled with tiny birds, filled with the exquisite darting flight of graceful elfin swarms that chirped liquid cries of pleasure. The Mandarin watched the golden pageant flow over the tree trunk, watched the shining cluster as it moved across the tree in frantic life. The symphony of this motion enthralled him so that the minutes passed unheeded. It was perhaps half an hour later that the swarm dispersed. It rose suddenly in a golden spiral, swerving up from the tree trunk to settle in the limbs. And now, in the space made vacant by the Canaries' departure, a silver figure gleamed in the sunlight. Where the dead man had hung, there remained only a dry-picked, shining skeleton. The Mandarin stared quietly, then lifted his eyes to the boughs where the yellow horde rested in its repletion. He waited, and in a moment the melody came forth. The song of pleasure was indescribable in its sweetness, soft, limpid, yet glowing with tonal color and pulsing with painfully ecstatic threnody. It rose and fell, faintly at first, then culminated in a burst of beauty as the chirping resolved into eerie notes that were shrill yet vibrant. For perhaps 10 minutes the song continued, and then the last trills died away, the golden chain shattered link by link, and the birds departed. Kwong turned away toward the oncoming twilight, and as he walked toward the palace, the dusk hid the tears that streamed down his yellow cheeks. 2. The Mandarin Kwong loved his birds. This was a matter of common knowledge throughout the South, and the statement of it was generally coupled with the other known fact that Kwong loved nothing else. In these brave days, China was used to cruel and dreadful masters, but in a land noted for the perversity of its overlords, the name of Kwong was feared above all others. Shortly after the Mandarin usurped his father's throne in the great palace, he had given evidences of those qualities which caused many of his people to flee to Canton's coast, where now the foreign devils had landed with many ships. Those that remained after Kwong's accession did so because they were unable to leave the lands, but in them was the same fear which had driven their more fortunate companions to seek the safety of seaward lands. They feared Kwong even as a boy, for he had given many instances of his cruel precocity when a mere lad in his father's house. With the impatience of youth, he did not bother to amuse himself, as his brothers did, with the flogging and torturing of slaves. He was eager for death throes, for the spasms of agony, and the servants he toyed with died swiftly in the dark dungeons. It was only in adolescence that he learned to control the intensity of his lusts. Then he turned to the more subtle tortures, and not for long did he feel satisfied with the copper bowl, the water death, or the 7 bamboo chastisements. The time-honored devices of his father's hired torture masters he improved on, and his days were spent in the study of pain. Now this was well, for the future master must govern his people strictly and be quick to wrath, but even the conservative greybeards whispered that young Kwong possessed a devil within him, which knew delight only in debauches of cruelty. It is true that his first favorites were seldom fated to survive his yearning for experiment over the period of a month. Only families utterly destitute sold their daughters into the house of Kwong. Each passing month saw the young man's quest of pleasure in pain increase its horror. He grew pale from long hours spent in dark cells and murky oubliettes. This could be readily understood in an old man whose other pleasures were few. But for a youth it was not seemly to be so confined. Still, Kwong was precocious. This precocity further evinced itself in Kwong's judicious disposal of his 3 brothers, who found their last cups of rice wine to be very bitter indeed. They died quietly, without ostentation, and it was only to be expected when one morning the old Mandarin, Kwong's father, went to his ancestors with the cord of a silken bowstring for a necklace about his throat. Then Kwong was lord of the house, and high Mandarin over the jungles, the plains, and the village lands of all his people. His regal reign started with a most sumptuous funeral in honor of his father. and then he gave the people of his city a noble tiger hunting in the streets of a little village close by. But these evidences of propriety did not wholly satisfy his subjects, who unkindly grumbled about the vast number of coolies who were immolated outside his father's tomb during the funeral ceremonies. Other ungrateful coolies said that the tiger hunt was spoiled by the deaths of almost the entire populace in the village where it occurred. But when Mandarin Kwong made the pronouncement about his law, the flights to the coast began. Kwong as Mandarin was the judge over all criminal trials in his domain, but he now specified that he would usurp the office of executioner as well. In the first 3 years of his official rule, every case brought before him ended in conviction, and there were many cases, due to his increasing his force of guardsmen, and the peculiar system whereby he paid them a bounty for each criminal obtained. This he could well afford, for an increasing number of crimes seemed to be discovered among the wealthier merchant and landholding class, and conviction carried with it a confiscation of money and property to Kwong's house. As an executioner, Kwong scorned beheading or any of the accepted modes of torture. No longer was the sentence carried out in public. Kwong preferred the darkness of his palace dungeons or his ivory hall of state. Here, it was averred, the walls were lined with human heads, mounted as one might mount the head of a deer or a buffalo. In an effort to discourage such unfortunate predilections toward torture, one of Kwong's advisers subtly hinted that his constant stay indoors was injurious to the health of the Mandarin. It was then that Kwong built his garden, his beautiful Chinese garden behind the palace, where trees and flowers and mirroring pools opened to the sky. And he built racks and wheels and scaffolds that blossomed with evil fruit, so that things went much the same as they had in the old dungeons below the palace. But nature stirred a new love of beauty in the Mandarin's breast. He caused vines to grow upon the iron racks to conceal the rusty stains, trained creepers to hide the stark lines of his scaffolds. Sometimes he walked in the gardens alone, and was serenaded by musicians from concealed glades and dells. For the birds did not rest here. Blood nourished the fantastic flowers, and the perfume of rare orchids was rich in the air, but over all was the carrion taint that brought crows and vultures, but kept the songsters away. Nightingales and finches shunned the green confines, and those brought by the animal vendors flew away with peepings of terror rather than chirps of song. Even the scarlet macaws and green parrots refused to color the landscape with their presence, and the garden remained incomplete without its musical background. But at this time the 2 missionaries came to Kwong at the palace, and asked if they might stay. They were foreign devils, Portuguese in robes of black, who spoke a curious tongue and blasphemed against Lord Buddha, the 4 books, and Kwong Fu Tse with equally impartial fervor. Some of their paraphernalia interested the Mandarin, who spent several days with the queer thundersticks which worked on principles so divergent from Chinese guns, the sextants, silver watches, and other marvels brought from the court of King John. They had birds in cages, tiny yellow birds that sang with infinite sweetness. Canaries, the priests called them, and their golden beauty much impressed the Mandarin, so much so that after listening to an especially severe tirade against his torturing and cruelties by the 2 missionaries, he conducted them to the garden and accorded them the fate of the one they called their master. And he loosed the canaries in the garden, and beheld with pleasure that they did not fly away, but remained close to him. To his great amusement, one of them perched upon the sagging shoulder of the first priest, and sang up into the dead face with affectionate fervor. He rewarded the birds with the most delicate of meats, the tongue of the priest. Perhaps, he mused, it would instill the creatures with the eloquence of their former masters. This did not occur, but the birds stayed, and within a few years they had multiplied 100-fold, then grew to many thousands. They filled the garden by day, and then fared afield at will, returning only toward twilight to await the feast spread for them. They had developed a terrible appetite for the ghastly fruit which ripened daily in the garden sunlight. It had arisen at the first, and as generation after generation lived and bred and died in the torture maze, the blood-strain carried with it the nameless hunger. Formerly, Kwong had set aside a burial ground on his lands, but now only bones need be piled in his great cellars. The birds, 1,000 strong, did the rest, and after a time they learned to await his signal. Over all the garden Kwong had set up little metal bars which played a curious scale. Upon completing his daily dispensing of justice, he would summon the flock with his chimes, and they came to partake of his largesse. Afterward, they raised their voices in the sweet reward of song, and it was a song infinitely more beautiful than any the Mandarin had ever known. It soothed him like mellow wine, set his blood tingling like the hands of one well-beloved, thrilled his imaginative senses like moonlight over dragon-guarded pools. He loved his birds, loved their daily tribute. But others feared them. Men learned of his Canaries, saw the flock speed over their fields and descend at will to ravish the grain and seeds. They were not molested, lest this incur the Mandarin's displeasure. The growing hordes swarmed about the cities and villages, and none might wave them from the streets. A dead bird meant a dead man, if the Mandarin's guards found the creature. The legend of their feastings in the garden became known, and after that strange tales were told of the foreign devils who had brought the birds as spies. It was whispered that the tiny chattering creatures possessed human souls, that they sucked evil nourishment from the dead, and absorbed the wisdom of men which they used when prying about the streets. Other lore hinted that they reported to the Mandarin the misdeeds which they observed in daily flight, and they came to be hated and feared as living symbols of the terrible power which ruled the land. 3. Now lately Kwong had devised a new torture which pleased him greatly. He was writing on many parchments a history of pain to bequeath to the great school in Peking, and it heartened him to be able to include interesting variations invented by himself. This death of 1,000 arrows was such an invention. Barbed darts of various sizes, shot with various degrees of force into certain carefully selected portions of a victim's body, produced a lingering torment delightful to members of the aristocracy of pain. Kwong had devised the idea himself, but he needed an expert bowman to assist him. It was then that he sought Hindin, the emperor's archer, and offered him employment. Hindin came to the palace with his wife Yu Li, and the Mandarin noted with pleasure that his bowman was efficient, and the bowman's wife lovely to look upon. So it was not many days after Hindin first employed himself with victims in the garden that the Mandarin caused the woman to be removed to his quarters and gave himself over to dalliance. The archer learned of this, and his heart was sore. He did not like his dreadful task, but he had come at the emperor's command and dared not disobey. He hated the cruelty, hated the Mandarin, and was repelled by the nauseous birds whose unnatural feastings gave him such qualms as he had never known on the battlefield. Indeed, one day he had accidentally pierced a yellow body with an arrow, and only the fact that the canary had winged itself within the line of flight saved him from the Mandarin's wrath. He was a soldier, and to him the music of the Canaries was not sweet after the spectacle of their dining. Now that his wife had been taken, Hindin was very bitter in his heart against Lord Kwong, though he dared not speak. He feared instead, for he had heard tales of the Mandarin's love. And one evening, not many weeks after the taking of his woman, Kwong grew enraged, and with his dagger slit the golden throat of his new favorite, so that pretty Yu Li died, sobbing her husband's name. Hindin saw and said nothing, even when the pitiful limp form was carried into the garden by servants. He returned to his quarters and sat alone in the moonlight, awaiting what he knew he would hear. And then came that sweet, detestable song from the treetops, the satisfied song of the Canaries. At that moment, Hinsei swore his oath against the Mandarin, against the desecration of his wife's body, which was not even accorded godly burial, but sacrificed instead to a few moments of melody from the hateful tiny throats of Kwong's friends. Of this he said no word to the Mandarin, for that was not seemly, and with lordly courtesy Kwong forbore mentioning the occurrence when they met the next day. Hinsei carried a bound coolie into the garden sunlight, a poor, choking wretch who had stolen a few taels in some market outside the town. He pleaded with Hinsei as he walked, and it was curious to the archer to hear that the doomed man did not fear death nearly so much as he feared the loss of his immortal soul. He and all the people were afraid of the Canaries of Kwong, whose feasting deprived them of proper burial. But Hinsei said nothing as he slipped a knife through the man's bonds and awaited the Mandarin. Kwong strode down the path, smiling in the sunshine, a fat prisoner, a greater song. He advanced, beaming serenely on his bowman, whose gentle tact in ignoring the unfortunate accident of the previous evening he greatly admired. Kwong clapped his hands to signal that the ritual binding begin, and indicated the great tree as the one to which the victim was to be tied. But the lord of pleasure and pain was chagrined when the prisoner suddenly wheeled and bolted off through the garden, his severed bonds trailing behind him. He opened his mouth, forming it for a shout of anger, but it gaped still wider in astonishment as Hinsei advanced and seized him by the throat. There was a great arrow in the bowman's hand, and its point was barbed. It moved slowly toward the Mandarin's neck as he struggled back against the tree trunk. His face paled at what he read in his captor's gleaming eyes. It was then that he babbled for mercy and screamed and struck out wildly. But Hinsei drew the barbed point over the breast of Kwong and pinned him to the tree. Then the bowman stepped back and fixed an arrow to his great bow. He shot the dart, eyes blind with rage and ears deaf to the cries of his living target. He drew, fixed, fired automatically. 100 times perhaps he aimed with eyes dazzled by a sort of madness. Only then was vengeance appeased. Only then did he cease and approach the living horror that still stood before the tree trunk. One of the hands was moving, a bloody claw. It curled around the bark, fumbling. It rested, then moved again. And suddenly shrill chimes rang upon the air, chimes that summoned and commanded. The hand fell, but into the glazing eyes crept a look of triumph and of craftiness. The lips worked piteously. "Lift me down," whispered the Mandarin. Hinsei, confused, drew the pinioning arrow forth, and the body of the dying Kwong slumped forward as though fainting in his arms. Too late did Hinsei see the arrow torn from the flesh, the arrow in the hand that now struck with every ounce of strength that remained in the broken arms. With a last effort, the Mandarin had nailed him to the tree. The figure in the gorgeous robes fell earthward, but Kwong's triumphant eyes still stared up into Hinsei's pain-contorted face. "I have summoned the birds," said the Mandarin faintly. "They are my friends, and they come when the chimes call. You have heard the legends, which say my canaries possess living souls, the souls of the dead that once hung upon the tree where you hang now." The Mandarin shuddered a moment, then fell silent. At last he whispered again, "This is not true. The birds are simply birds. They know me and they love me, for I have prepared for them many feasts. Therefore vengeance for my death shall rest with them, and I shall hear one last song as I die." Hinsei understood then. He struggled to free himself, but the arrow held him so that he hung by the barbs that nailed him to the tree of horror. He clawed and screamed when he heard the rustling sounds, moaned aloud as the golden cloud hummed down toward him, and then they were all about with their beating wings, their tiny beaks that stabbed sharply, cruelly, with dreadful hunger. Blood blinded him. 2 winged knives flew to his eyes, and the golden glow faded to black pain. For a few moments longer he writhed beneath the beaks of his tiny tormentors. Then the cloud settled down in silence. Upon the ground lay the Mandarin Kwong. His wounds were forgotten, for he had the nature of a poet. This final revenge, this last triumph in defeat, was atonement. He watched every movement of the raptorial birds, drank in their graceful beauty to the full, and soon he would hear the song, the final song before death. For he had spoken truly to Hinsay. The birds loved him, and they were only birds. The notion of psychopomps, the absurd superstition that these creatures of his possessed the souls of the dead from his garden, was incredible. Kwong watched the yellow swarm move across the body of the bowman. They rose, chittering. In a moment the song would commence. The Mandarin awaited the perfection of the poet's death. They rose, and suddenly one of the tiny birds detached itself from the sunbright cluster. It was a tiny female, and it flew straight down toward the skeleton on the tree. It perched absurdly upon the fleshless ribs, as though peering into the bony bars of a cage. Kwong gazed with new interest. He drew himself up on one elbow, painfully. The bird was sitting there. And then there were 2 birds. Was it hallucination, dying delirium? Or had another bird suddenly appeared from inside the skeleton, a yellow form, whirring within the ribs where the heart had been? And now the 2 winged out, together. Their beady little eyes rested upon the recumbent form of the Mandarin. He sank back, strange horror tugging at his heart. A female bird, Yu Li, and a male from the skeleton of the dead bowman. Psychopomps? The 2 flew upward to where the yellow cloud hovered in mid-air. They flew to the forefront, shrilling as though in command, and then they wheeled, swooped down. Kwong screamed in utter fear. Dead souls were exacting their vengeance. Yellow knives stabbed and struck home. 10,000 fluttering forms tore and clawed at the writhing thing upon the ground. And so there was no one to hear the final moment when it came. It was in a deserted garden that the last sweet serenade was sung by the Canaries of the Mandarin Kwong. Death is an Elephant by Bloch. Death is an elephant, torch-eyed and horrible, foam-flanked and terrible. Vachel Lindsay, The Congo. 1. It's not the easiest job in the world, this being press agent for a circus. The ordinary routine is bad enough, what with temperamental stars and equally temperamental newspapermen to deal with. There are 1,000 angles to every story, and 1,000 tricks to play in order to get that story printed. But the very devil of it is, the best stories are those which can never be printed. Fascinating, mysterious, incredible stories set against the background of circus glamour, stories which I can never write. That's the worst side of this business. Of course, there's a way out, and I'm taking it. The queer business about the animal trainer, Captain Zaroff, has already seen publication, with radical changes in the names of the principals involved. I have an itch to see the yarns in print. There's ink in my blood, as the boys say. Particularly when the tales are true. Then there comes a time when I can no longer suppress the urge to reveal them to the world. Such a story, and such a time is here again. Hence this document, with names, dates, and slight details altered, but with a strange story to the truth of which my eyes can testify, for I was there to see it all. I saw the horror when first it crept from its lair in the jungle hills. I saw it stalk and stride. Sometimes I wish I could forget that striking, but still I dream. I dream of an elephant with blazing eyes and feet that are blood red. Blood red. But this is the tale. In the fall of '36, Stella Brothers Circus went into winter quarters, and plans were begun for the following year and a new show. The old man and I knew what we wanted and what the public always wants: novelty. But where to find that novelty? It's the perennial question which drives the entertainment world mad. Clowns, animals, acrobats, these are the eternal backbone of the circus's attraction. But novelty is the drawing card. 2 weeks of planning, pondering, and bickering got us no place. The question of a novel star feature remained unsettled. To add to the confusion, the old man was in bad shape physically. As a result, he left the whole situation in the balance, threw up the work, and sailed for a 6 weeks' trip abroad. Naturally, I accompanied him. I managed to see that the papers played it up in the right way. The boss was traveling to secure a mysterious foreign attraction for next year's show, an attraction so important that he personally would handle the affair. This sounded pretty good, but it left us in a spot. We had to come back with something that lived up to expectations, and I swear neither of us had the faintest idea as to what it could be. It was up to fate to deal the aces. A Pacific crossing took us to Honolulu, thence to the Philippines. Gradually, the old man's temper improved, and my own spirits were raised. After all, we were heading for the Orient, and there's plenty of circus material there. The best jugglers, acrobats, tumblers, and freaks are found in the East, and as for animals and natural oddities, the woods are full of them. Acting on a hunch, I cabled George Jervis in Singapore. Jervis is an animal man, a trapper and collector of circus beasts who knows the tropics like a book. I felt confident that he'd have something new for us, and arranged to meet him. And that's how we got the sacred white elephant of Jador. Jervis explained the situation carefully that first afternoon as we sat in his hotel room. I've known George for a number of years, and never have I seen him so excited. He tried hard to speak casually of the matter, and emphasized the fact that we had only an outside chance, but enthusiasm fairly oozed from him. Briefly, the situation as he outlined it was this. Jador is one of the smaller principalities of the Malay states, under British protectorate. The natives are ruled by their own hereditary Raja, for unlike the majority of the Strait settlements, the inhabitants are more Hindu than Muslim. They have their own priesthood, their own government, under British jurisdiction. For years it had been the custom of the English government to pay the Raja an annuity. This, in turn, maintained the dignity and splendor of his court. At this time, however, the annuity had for some reason been discontinued, and the present Raja was in sore straits for money. If his splendor as a potentate diminished, he would lose face before the eyes of his own people and neighboring kingdoms, and this Raja, in accordance with the tenets of his faith, had a sacred white elephant. Now, if we could tactfully broach the matter in such a way as not to offend the religious scruples of the Raja or his priests, well, there was our attraction. It sounded like a natural to me. Evidently the old man felt the same way, for he immediately gave Jervis carte blanche in the matter, and sent him off to Jador to negotiate the transaction. It was nearly a week later that he returned, a very anxious and fretful week for the old man and myself, for we were fighting against time. Jervis had not brought the sacred elephant with him, but he had come to terms. These he now outlined for us. The Raja definitely refused to sell the animal. His religious principles absolutely forbade the sacrilege. After consultation with the priests, however, he offered to rent the beast to the show for 1 season, provided that certain stipulations be made. The animal must not be trained nor molested in any way. It must not be decorated, nor allowed to mingle with common pachyderms. It could, however, be placed on exhibition and take part in any parades or processionals that were a feature of the performance. Special food and quarters would have to be provided as a matter of course. In addition, the Raja himself must be allowed to travel with the show, as guarantor of the sacred elephant's safety to the priests. Native attendants would be provided by the priests as well, and certain religious ceremonials must not be interfered with. Such were the terms Jervis had agreed to. He had inspected the animal and pronounced it to be a splendid specimen of its kind, abnormally large for the Indian elephant, and quite handsome. At the conclusion of this report, the old man blew up. "Animal be damned!" he shouted. "I can't buy it, I can't train it, can't use it in the regular show, can't even handle it myself. Got to let a two-bit Raja and a gang of priests feed it and burn incense in front of its trunk. What's the use? Special quarters, too. A gold freight car, I suppose. How much did you say? 1,700 a week rental and expenses? Of all the—" Here the boss demonstrated his restored health by going off into one of the profane tirades for which he is justly famous. I waited for him to cool a bit before I stuck my oar in. Then I quietly pointed out certain obvious facts. These terms, they sounded difficult, but really were just what we wanted. Novelty. We'd play up the restrictions ourselves. The sacred white elephant of Jador, accompanied by the priests of worshipping millions. See the sacred rites of the jungle temples, personally accompanied by the illustrious Charzang, Raja of Jador, and so on. I recalled, for his benefit, the success of the old white elephant importation of other days, which resulted in the famous Barnum Forepaw feud. Barnum's white elephant was a great success, and Adam Forepaw, a rival circus owner, thereupon took an ordinary beast and whitewashed its hide. The subsequent exposure of this hoax and the resultant publicity attendant had made fortunes for both men. I showed the old man how the religious angle would pack them in. We'd play up the sanctity, the restrictions, the priests and attendants, and imagine a circus with a real Raja. Why, this was an attraction that would sell itself. No other build-up was needed. When I had finished, I knew from the look on the old man's face that my case was won. "How soon can you arrange to get the animal down here?" "Within 2 days," the animal man promptly replied. "Get going," said the old man, lighting a fresh cigar. Then to me, "Come on, we're heading for the steamship office." 2. True to his promise, Jervis returned on the third morning. We were already on the dock, waiting, for the boat sailed at noon. Passage had been arranged, quarters for the beast made ready, cables had been sent ahead to winter quarters, and I had just released a story that met with instant success. It was therefore with an air of pleased anticipation that we greeted the arrival of our prize and regal guests. Nor was our first glimpse disappointing. Today, in view of the sinister aftermath of the whole affair, it seems almost incredible that we so blithely accepted our acquisitions, that we did not realize even then the curious and disturbing features of the itinerary. But that morning, as the procession came down the dock, I felt quite proudly satisfied with our work. 2 swarthy Hindus led the way, little, turbaned, bearded men, clad in robes of purple and gold. Their hands held silvered chains, for they were leading the sacred elephant. The mighty beast lumbered into view. I gasped a bit, I confess. Never had I seen an elephant like this. Fully 10 feet tall was the white elephant of Jador, a giant among the East Indian pachyderms. It had long, gleaming white tusks that swept outward from its massive jaws like twin sabers. Its trunk and hooves were enameled in gold, and on its back rested a howdah of hammered brass. But the color! I had expected from what I'd read that a white elephant was a sort of sickly, grey-skinned creature. This beast was almost silver, a leprous silver. From its oiled body glinted little shafts of scintillating light. It looked unreal, unearthly, yet magnificent. At a word of command, the beast halted and surveyed us with smouldering little eyes that rested like red rubies in a silver skull. The occupants of the howdah dismounted and came forward, and again I was astonished. The Rajah of Jador wore an ordinary business suit, and his face was clean-shaven in contrast to the bushy beards of the attendants. He wore a green turban that seemed utterly incongruous in comparison to his modern attire. It seemed even more incongruous when he greeted us in perfect English. "Are we ready, gentlemen?" he inquired. "Have arrangements been made to take this, sacred tub aboard ship? My men want to handle it, of course. There are certain religious restrictions against crossing water, you know." I stared at him, and I saw the old man's eyebrows rise in surprise as the Rajah lit a cigarette and calmly tossed the match beneath the sacred elephant's gilded feet. He took charge of the situation. "It was stipulated in the agreement, gentlemen, that the beast was to have a permanent religious attendant. Allow me to present her, the high priestess of the Temple of Ganesha." He beckoned the figure in the background to come forward. Out of the shadow cast by the elephant's body stepped a girl, and for the third time that morning I uttered a low murmur of surprise. Now I understood the meaning of that beauty of which Oriental poets sing, for this woman was lovely past all understanding or describing. She was dressed in a robe of white, but the lissom curves of her perfectly moulded body shone through her garments and caused all memory of them to be forgotten. Her hair was ebon as the jungle night, but it was coiled like a crown above a face of such bewitching perfection as to render powerless even a press agent's powers of portrayal. Was it the ripe scarlet blossom of her mouth, the gem-like facets of her high-bronzed cheeks, the creamy marble of her sweeping brow that so blended into a blaze of indescribable beauty? Or was it her eyes, those great green jewels with tawny flecks glittering in a serpent stare? There was icy wisdom here as well as loveliness. The woman had the look of Lilith about her. Woman, girl, priestess. She was all three as she gazed at us, acknowledging all introductions in calm silence. "Leela speaks no English," the Rajah explained. "Leela, Lilith, green eyes, priestess of mystery." For the first time I was aware of an inner disturbance. I sensed now the reality of what we were doing. We were dabbling in sacred spheres, and I knew that this woman did not like us, that she scorned and hated this prostitution of her religion. We had made a dangerous opponent, I mused. The truth of my surmise was soon to be horribly revealed. In due time, the elephant was hoisted aboard the ship and deposited in special quarters within the hold. The attendants and Leela accompanied the animal. The Rajah joined us. At noon, we sailed from Singapore. The old man and I found the Rajah a likable fellow. He was, as I suspected, educated in England. His present life frankly bored him. We found it easy to converse with him about our plans for the circus, and told him how we intended to use the elephant in the procession and build quarters in the menagerie tent. I even proposed that the high priestess be a member of the grand entry number, riding in the howdah on the beast's back. Here the Rajah looked grave. No, he declared, the idea was out of the question. Leela was sacred. She would never consent. Besides, she had opposed the entire venture, and the priests had upheld her. It was best not to cross her, for she had mystic powers. "Well," I interjected, "surely you don't believe all that Oriental bosh?" For the first time, the Rajah of Jador lost his carefully acquired British aplomb. "I do," he said slowly. "If you were not ignorant of my people and their ways, you would also know that there are many things in my religion which you of the West cannot explain. Let me tell you, my friend, what the high priestess means to our faith. For thousands of years there has been a temple of Ganesha, the elephant god, in our land. The sacred white elephant holds his divine spirit, bred through generations of the animals. The white elephant is not like others, my friends. You notice that? The god of my peoples is more ancient than your Christian one, and master of darker forces which only the jungle peoples know and can invoke. Nature demons and beast men are recognized today by your scientists, but priests of my simple people have controlled such strange forces before ever Christ or Buddha trod the earth. Ganesha is not a benevolent god, my friend. He has always been worshipped under many names, as Chognar Fawn in the old places of Tibet, and as Lord Sathagua aforetime. And he is evil. That is why we treat his incarnation in the white elephant as sacred. That is why there have always been high priestesses in his temple. They are the holy brides and consorts of the Elephant One, and they are wise, bred from childhood in the black arts of worship. They commune with the beasts of the forest and serve to avert the wrath of the evil ones from their people. "You believe that?" laughed the old man. "Yes," said the Rajah, and he was no longer smiling. "I believe. And I must warn you, this trip, as you must have heard, is against the wishes of my priesthood. Never has a sacred elephant crossed the great waters to another land to be gaped at by unbelievers for a show. The priests feel that it is an insult to the Lord Ganesha. Leela was sent with the elephant by the priests for a purpose. She alone can guard it. And she hates you for what you're doing. Hates me, too. I don't like to speak of what she can do. There are still human sacrifices in our temples at certain times, of which the government knows nothing. And human sacrifices are made with a purpose. The old dark powers I spoke of can be invoked by blood. Leela has officiated at such rites, and she has learned much. I don't want to frighten you. It's really my fault for consenting to this, but you should be warned. Something may happen." The old man hastened to reassure the Rajah. He was smugly certain that the man was nothing but a savage beneath his veneer of superficial culture, and he spoke accordingly. As for me, I wondered. I thought again of Leela's eerie eyes, and imagined easily enough that they could gaze on bloody sacrifice without flinching. Leela could know evil, and she could hate. I remembered the Rajah's final words. Something may happen. I went out on deck, entered the hold. The elephant stood in his stall, placidly munching hay. Leela stood stolidly beside him as I inspected the animal's chains. But I felt her eyes bore into my back when I turned away, and noticed that the Hindu attendants carefully avoided me. Other passengers had got wind of our prize, and they filed into the hold in a steady stream. As I left, a fellow named Canaries strolled up. We chatted for several minutes, and when I went up on deck, he was still standing there before the beast. I promised to meet him in the bar that evening for a chat. At dinner, a steward whispered to me the story. Canaries had come up from the hold late in the afternoon, walked to the rail in plain view of several passengers, and jumped overboard. His body was not recovered. I took part in the investigation which followed. During the course of it, we ventured down into the hold. The elephant still stood there, and Leela was still keeping watch beside him. But now she was smiling. 3. I never did learn about the death of a man named Phelps on the third day out. But it was a hoodoo voyage for certain, and I was glad when we disembarked at last and headed for winter quarters. I am a practical man, but I get occasional hunches. That is why I avoided the Rajah during the rest of our homeward journey. I fled when he approached, because I felt that he would have an explanation for the deaths of the two men, an explanation I did not care to hear. I didn't go near Leela nor the elephant either, and spent most of my time doping out the show with the old man. It was good to see winter quarters again. A handsome stall had been built for the sacred elephant, and Ganesha, for so we had christened the beast, was quartered therein. No greater compliment could have been paid to my advanced publicity than the attention shown the beast by our hardened circus folk. Stars and supers alike, they crowded around the stall, eyed the mighty animal, gazed at the silent, bearded attendants and stared in speechless admiration at Leela. The Rajah struck up an immediate acquaintance with Captain Dents, our regular elephant keeper. I immediately plunged into work with the old man, for the show opened shortly. Therefore, it wasn't until several weeks later that I began to hear the disquieting rumors that floated around the lot concerning our star attraction. The restlessness of the other elephants, for example, how, in rehearsal for the grand entry, they shied away from the sacred Ganesha and trumpeted nightly in their picket line. The queer story of how the foreign woman lived in the stall with the animal, ate and slept there in stolid silence. The way in which one of the clowns had been frightened while passing through the animal barn one evening. How he had seen the two Hindus and the girl bowing in worship before the silver beast, who stood amidst a circle of incense fires. Even the old man mentioned a visit from the Rajah and Captain Dents, during which both men pleaded to break the contract and allow the animal and its attendants to return to Jador before the show opened. They spoke wildly of trouble to come. The proposal was of course rejected as being out of the question. Our publicity was released, and both men were evidently under the influence of liquor at the time. 2 days later, Captain Dents was found hanging from a beam behind the elephant line. It was a case of suicide beyond question, and there was no investigation. We had a show funeral, and for a while a gloomy shadow overcast our lot. Everyone remarked about the shocking look of horror on poor Dents's death-distorted face. About this time, I began to wake up. I determined to find out a few things for myself. The Rajah was almost always intoxicated now, and he seemed to avoid me purposely, staying in town and seldom visiting the lot. I know for a fact that he never again entered the menagerie barn. But I learned that others did. Perhaps it was morbid curiosity, but the showfolk, even after their first trips of inspection, seemed to spend much of their time around the elephant lines. Shaw, our new keeper, told me that they were continually before the stall of the sacred elephant. In his own opinion, many of the men performers were stuck on that pretty foreign dame. They stared at her and at the elephant for hours on end. Even the big stars came. Corbett, the trapeze artist, was a frequent visitor. So was Jim Dolan, the acrobatic clown, and Rizzio, our equestrian director. Another was Captain Blade, our knife-thrower in the sideshow. What they found in the woman he couldn't say, for she never spoke, and they were silent. I could make nothing of this report, but I determined to watch the beautiful high priestess for myself. I got into the habit of sauntering through the menagerie at odd hours and glancing at the sacred elephant. Whatever the time of day, there was Leela, her emerald eyes burning into my back. Once or twice I saw some of the performers gazing raptly at the stall. I noticed that they came singly at all times. Also, I saw something which proved the keeper's theory to be wrong. They were not infatuated with the woman, for they looked only at the elephant. The gigantic beast stood like some silver statue, impassive, inscrutable. Only its glistening oiled trunk moved to and fro. That, and its fiery eyes. It seemed to stare mockingly in return, as though contemptuous of attentions from the puny creatures before it. Once, when the place was deserted, I saw Leela caressing its great body. She was whispering to it in some low and outlandish tongue, but her voice was ineffably sweet, and her hands infinitely tender. I was struck by a curious and somewhat weird thought. This woman was acting toward the beast as a woman in love acts toward her lover. I remembered how the Rajah spoke of her as the bride of Ganesha, and winced. When the animal's serpentine trunk embraced the lovely girl, she purred in almost blissful satisfaction, and for the first time I heard the beast rumble in its massive throat. I left, quickly, so as to be unobserved. Opening day loomed, and once again I was forced to turn my mind to other things. The cars were loaded for Savannah. The dress rehearsal was performed. I sent the advance men on the night before we left, and the regular routine got underway. The old man was pleased with the show, and I must admit that it was the best we'd ever turned out. Corbett, the trapeze artist, was a good drawing card. We got him from the big show through sheer good fortune. Jim Dolan, the chief clown, was always a draw. We had some fine animal acts and many novelty features as well. And the sacred elephant of Jador was bidding fair to becoming a household name before the public had ever seen it. We had a private car for the animal and its 3 attendants. The 2 Hindus smiled happily when they saw it, and even Leela was slightly taken aback with its splendor. On our arrival under canvas, the beast was installed in a superb new station atop a platform in the center, and with its hide newly oiled and decorated, it looked superb. The menagerie crowd on the opening day was highly impressed. They stared at the impassive Hindus and positively gaped at Leela in her white ceremonial gown. The Raja they did not see. He was shaking drunk in his own quarters behind locked doors. I didn't even have time to think of the superstitious coward. I'm like a kid when a new show opens each year, and the old man is no different. We sat in our box and positively beamed with joyous excitement as the trumpet blasts announced the grand entry. Our procession was oriental. Arabian riders, Egyptian seers on camels, harem beauties on elephants, caliphs and sultans in jeweled litters. At the very last came the sacred white elephant of Jador, the mightiest of them all. The great silver beast moved with a sort of monstrous beauty. In regal dignity, Ganesha padded on to the beat of thundering drums. The 2 Hindus led the way, but Leela was not present. The great spotlight followed every step. So did the eyes of the crowd. I can't explain it, but there was something about that animal which clicked. It had beauty, and that unearthly majesty I'd noticed. It was the sacred elephant, indeed. The procession vanished. The show was on. Sleek black ponies galloped into the rings, and whips cracked in merry rhythm with their hooves. The music altered its tempo. The clowns strutted in to do the first of their walk-arounds. Applause, laughter, and the ever-beating rhythm of the band. Excitement as the jugglers vied with a troop of seals in dexterous competition. The star acts were coming up, and I nudged the old man to attract his special attention. With a flurry of drums, the big spot in the center ring blazed forth as the other lights dimmed. Alonzo Corbett, the trapeze star, raced in. His white body bounded across the ring to the ropes beneath the main pole where his partner waited. The snare drum snarled as the 2 performers mounted up, 60 feet in the air to the platform and the trapeze rings. Out they swung now, silver bodies on silver rings, out into the cold, clear light that bathed the utter emptiness of the tent top. Swing, swoop, soar, rhythmically rise, unfalteringly fall. Tempo in every movement of the clutching hands, timing even in the feet that danced on empty air. Corbett was a marvel. I'd seen him work in rehearsal many times, and was never tired of watching the perfection of motion he displayed. He trained rigorously, I knew, and he never slipped. He caught his partner by the hand, the wrist, the elbow, the shoulder, the neck, the ankle. Feet suspended from the rings, he shot to and fro like a human pendulum, while his partner somersaulted through space into his waiting hands. At precisely the exact fraction of a second, they met in mid-air. An error in timing meant certain death. There were no nets. That was Corbett's boast. I watched, the old man watched, the audience watched, as 2 men fluttered like tiny birds so far above. Birds? They were demons with invisible wings now in the red light that flashed on for the climax of the act. Now came the time when Corbett and his partner would both leave the rings, leap out into that dizzying space, and turn a complete somersault in mid-air, then grasp the rings on the opposite side of their present position. The drums went mad. The red light glared on that little hell of high space where 2 men waited, their nerves and muscles tense. I could almost feel it myself, that moment of dread expectancy. My eyes strained through the crimson haze, seeking Corbett's face so far above. He would be smiling now. He was preparing to leap. Drums, cymbals crashed. The waiting figure sprang. Corbett's arms were ready to grasp his partner in whirling space. Or were they? Good God, no. They were stiff at his side. There was a streaking blur crossing that empty scarlet expanse of light. And then it was gone. Something struck the center ring with a heavy thud. Somebody screamed. The band blared a desperate march, and the lights went up. I saw that Corbett's partner, Victoire, had saved himself by catching a ring just in time, but my eyes did not linger above. They centered themselves on the ground, on the center ring where something lay in a pool of crimson that came from no light. Then the old man and I were out of our box and running across the tent with attendants at our side, and we stared for a sickening second at that boneless, pulpy red thing that had once been Alonzo Corbett, the trapeze star. They took him away. Fresh sawdust covered the spot where he had fallen, and the band, the lights, the music covered the audience's panic until their fears were forgotten. The clowns were out again as the old man and I left, and the crowd was laughing. A bit weakly, perhaps, but laughing nevertheless. Corbett's hail and farewell was typical. The show went on. Victoire, the partner, staggered in as we gathered by the body in the dressing room. Pale, limp, badly shaken, he wept convulsively when he saw it lying there. "I knew it," he gasped. "When he stood on the other platform, just before he leaped, I saw his eyes. They were dead and far away. Dead. No, I don't know how it happened. Of course, he was all right before the show. I hadn't seen him much lately. Between rehearsals, he spent a lot of time someplace. His eyes were dead." We never learned anything more from Victoire. The boss and I hurried through the menagerie to the main office. As we passed the big platform where the sacred elephant was quartered, I noticed with a shock that it was empty of attendants. Something brushed against me in the dark as I hurried on. It was Leela, the high priestess, and she was smiling. That night I dreamed of Leela's smile and Corbett's redly ruined face. 4. There's only a little more to tell. For that I'm thankful, because the rest is even now a nightmare I would rather forget. We learn nothing of Corbett's death from anyone. It created a flurry, of course, and the performer's nerves were shattered. After all, an opening day tragedy like that is disquieting. The old man raved, but there was nothing to do. The show went on. The morbid public swarmed in that second day, for despite my efforts, publicity was released. Nor was the morbid public disappointed, for on the second night, our fourth show, Jim Dolan died. Jim was our acrobatic clown, and a star in his own right. He'd been with us 12 seasons, always doing his regular routine of juggling and pantomime. We all knew Jim and liked him as a friend. He was a great kidder, nothing of the Pagliaccio about Dolan. But on that second evening he stopped for a moment in his routine before the center ring, put down his juggling clubs, pulled out a razor, and calmly slit his throat. How we got through that night is still a mystery to me. Jinx and hoodoo were the only 2 words I heard. The show went on. The boss raved, and the police quietly investigated. The following afternoon, Rizzio, our equestrian director, walked into the line of the bareback routine, and a horse's hoof broke his spine. I'll never forget that twilight session after the show in the old man's tent. Neither of us had slept for 2 days. We'd talked ourselves out, and our souls were sick with fear and nameless apprehension. I've never believed in curses, but I did then. And so I looked at the official reports and the headlines in the papers, glanced at the old man's grey face, and buried my own in my arms. There was a curse on the show. Death. I'd walked with it for weeks now. Those two chaps on the boat, then Captain Dent, the Elephant Man, then Corbett, Dolan, Rizzio. Death. Ever since we had taken the sacred white... The Rajah's words. His story about curses and queer rites, the vengeance of the god and his priests. The priestess Leela, who smiled now. Hadn't I heard stories about the performers visiting the elephant stall? Why, all three of the men who died here in the show had done that. The Rajah knew, and I had thought him a drunken coward. I sent a man off to find him. The old man, utterly collapsed, slept. I spent an anxious hour waiting. The Rajah entered. A glance at my face told him the story. "You know now?" he said. "I thought you would never come to your senses. I could do nothing without your belief, for she knows I understand, and she hates me. I have tried very hard to forget. But now men die, and this thing must be stopped. Ganesha may send me to 1,000 hells for this, but it is better so. It is magic, my friend." "How do you know?" I whispered. "I know." He smiled wearily, but there was black despair in his eyes. "I watched from the beginning. She is cunning, that Leela, so very cunning, and she knows arts." "What arts?" "You of the West call it hypnotism. It is more than that. It is transference of will. Leela is an adept. She can do it easily with the elephant as medium." I tried vainly to understand. Was the Rajah crazed? No. His eyes burned not with derangement, but with bitter hatred. "Post-hypnotic suggestion," he breathed. "When fools came to watch the sacred elephant, she was always there. Her eyes did it, and when they watched the gleaming trunk of the beast, it acted as a focal point. They came back again and again, not knowing why, and all the while she was willing them to act, not then, but later. That is how the two men died on the boat. She experimented there, told them to drown themselves. One went immediately, the other waited several days. All that was needed was for them to see her once at the time she willed for them to die. Thus it was, and here in the menagerie it has been the same way. They stare at the silver elephant. She willed them to die during the performance. At the proper time she stood in the entranceway. I have seen her there, and the men died. You saw that. She hates the show, and will ruin it. To her the worship of Ganesha is sacred, and she is wreaking vengeance. The old priest that sent her must have instructed this, and there must be an end. That is why I dare not face her." "What's to be done?" I found myself asking. "If your story is true, we can't touch her, and we can't give up the show." "I will stop her," said the Rajah slowly. "I must." Suddenly, he was gone, and I realized with a start that the show was almost ready to begin. Quickly, I roused the old man from his slumber. Then I dashed out. Collaring a roustabout, I ordered him to find the Rajah at once. There would be a showdown tonight. There must be. I had 2 guards with guns secretly posted at the side entrance to the tent, where the performers came in. They had orders to stop anyone who loitered there during the show. There must be no Leela watching and commanding that night. I dared not incarcerate her at once for fear of a row while the show was on. The woman was evidently capable of anything, and she must not suspect. Still, I wanted to see her for myself. A half-hour before the menagerie opened, I hurried in. The elephant stall was again untended. I ran around to the side entrance. There was no one there. Out on the midway I raced, mingling with the crowd. Then it was that I noticed the excited throng before the sideshow. Elbowing through, I came upon 2 men and the barker as they emerged from the tent carrying a limp form in their arms. It was the girl assistant of Captain Blade, the knife-thrower. He had missed. Leela passed me in the crowd, smiling. Her face was beautiful as death. When I rushed back to the boss tent, I found the roustabout and the Rajah. The latter was trembling in every limb. Hastily, I collared the potentate and dragged him through the crowd toward the main tent. "I believe you now," I whispered, "but you're not going to do anything rash. Give me your knife." I'd guessed correctly. He slipped a dirk out of his sleeve and passed it to me unobserved. "No more bloodshed," I muttered. "I have 2 men at the side entrance. She'll not watch this show and cast any spells. When the performance is over, I'll have her behind the bars on your testimony. But no disturbance before the crowd." I shouldered my way into my regular box, and he followed after me. The big tent was crowded. There was an air of grim waiting, as if the spectators were expecting something. I knew what they expected. Hadn't the papers been full of the hoodoo circus for the past 3 days? There was a low murmur, as of massed whispering voices. I thought of a Roman amphitheater and shuddered. The big drums rolled. The parade swept into view, and I cast an anxious glance at the side entrance when it cleared. There were my 2 guards, armed with efficient-looking guns. No trouble tonight, and the Raja was safe with me. The sacred elephant swept into view, serene, majestic, lumbering gigantically on ivory hoofs. There was only one Hindu leading him tonight, and the howdah was on his back. In it sat Leela, the high priestess of Ganesha. "She knows," breathed the Raja, his brown face suddenly animal-like with convulsed terror. Leela was smiling. Then horror came. The lights flickered, failed, blinked out. The vast tent plunged into nighted darkness, and the band ceased. There was a rising wail of sound, and I rose in my seat with a scream on my lips. There in the darkness glowed the silver elephant, the sacred white elephant of Jador. Like a leprous monster, its body gleamed with phosphorescent fire, and in the darkness I saw Leela's eyes. The elephant had turned now and left the parade. As shrieks rose in 1,000 throats, it thundered forward, straight for our box. The Raja broke from my grasp and vaulted over the railing to the ground. My hand flew to my pocket, and I cursed in dismay. The knife he had given me was gone. Then my eyes returned to the hideous tableau before me. The elephant charged with lifted trunk, tusks glistening before it. There was a shrill trumpeting from its silver throat as it bore down on the slight figure of the man who raced toward it. He ran to death, but his head was high. He was seeking that black figure in the howdah on the beast's back. In a moment, everything was over. A gleaming arc in the air as something long and thin and silver whizzed up to the elephant's back. A woman's shrill scream and gurgling sob. A mighty bellowing of brutish, berserk rage. A thud of massive feet as the silver giant trampled on. The crunching, the screams, the shots, and the great shock as the great body turned and fell. And then the audience rose and fled. When the lights went on once more, there was nobody in the tent but the performers and the roustabouts. In the center of the areaway lay the gigantic Ganesha, silver-side, streaked with scarlet in death. The crumpled howdah held all that remained of Leela, the high priestess. The Raja's knife had struck home, and her torn throat was not a pretty sight. As for the Raja himself, there was only a slashed red horror dangling on the end of those ivory tusks, a mashed and pulpy thing. Thus ended the affair of the sacred white elephant. The police accepted our story of the animals running amok during the show when the lights failed. They never learned of the Hindu who had so horribly short-circuited the connection with his own body, and we buried his seared remains in secret. The show closed for 2 weeks, and we rerouted it for the rest of the year. Gradually, the papers let the story die, and we went on. I never told the truth to the old man. They're all dead anyway, and I'd like to forget it myself. But I have never liked novelty acts since, nor visited the Orient, because I know the Raja's story was true, and Leela had killed those performers as he had explained it. Those priests and priestesses have secret powers. I am convinced. I figured it all out. Leela found out that the Raja had told me the facts, knew she'd be exposed, and acted accordingly. She sent the Hindu to fix the lights, then arranged to have Ganesha the elephant charge our box and kill the Raja as she'd planned. I have it all figured out, but I'd never tell the old man. There's one other fact I know which I must not reveal. The Raja's knife did not kill Leela as she rode on the elephant's back. It could not, for she was already dead before she entered the tent. One of the 2 guards I stationed had shot her 2 minutes before at the side entrance as she rode past in the howdah of Ganesha, the sacred white elephant. It seems that she must have hypnotized the beast too. Or did she? The soul of Ganesha inhabits the body of the sacred elephant, the Raja said, and Ganesha wreaks a vengeance of his own. The Ghostwriter by Robert Bloch. It's an old Chinese proverb that when 2 screwballs get together they usually click. This would explain the strange friendship of Luther Hawkins and Stephen Ayres. You may not know of Luther Hawkins, and you wouldn't want to meet him now because he's dead. Stephen Ayres at the moment is equally undesirable as an acquaintance, but I am sure that all readers of fantasy know both Hawkins and Ayres under their pseudonyms, for both have written weird fiction of considerable merit. Hawkins produced the superior work, and many of his stories have been reprinted, under his pen name naturally, in anthologies of horror stories. Stephen Ayres, the younger man, has done fair work in that line, and recently wrote a surprising series of tales very much in the style of his late friend. As writers, both deserve recognition in their field. But they were screwballs. Hawkins, and what a poor, drab name for a fantasy writer, was an Edgar Wallace type, an E. Phillips Oppenheim character, a Sax Roma special. He took himself pretty seriously, Luther Hawkins did. Hawkins, the South Dakota country bumpkin with his snaggle teeth and foolish mop of straw-colored hair. What strange force within him produced the bizarre tales and Wildian verse that made him famous? This man, with the background and physical aspect of a farmer, had something that made him strive for education, erudition, something that drove him to New York, drove him to a typewriter, drove him to the creation of a unique world of literary fantasy. He was an alien to his environment, and an alien to his very body, genius and bumpkin, Svengali in the body of a peasant clod, the devil looking out of the eyes of Uncle Ezra. Of course, I exaggerate. But Luther Hawkins exaggerated too. He was, as I say, an Edgar Wallace character. Consciously, I mean. When he attained success, when his stories brought him a certain assured income and recognition, Hawkins began to live up to his reputation. He must have read Le Bar and Against the Grain, then looked in the mirror. He was Luther Hawkins, horror story writer, and he looked like Luther Hawkins, hog raiser. His freckled hands, holding a copy of Ramph's De Masticatione Mortuorum in Tumulus, looked more fitted to grasp a copy of the Sears Roebuck catalogue. So Hawkins decided to do something about it. He bought a dress suit. Hawkins, country gawk, in tails. He moved into a bachelor apartment and fitted it up in pre-Beardsley style. Black velvet drapes, concealed lights, bronze figurines of Horus and Set and Typhon, Japanese incense burners, the whole works. Looked like a 1925 movie set for one of Lou Cody's seduction scenes. But to Hawkins, this was glamour, mystery. I never met the man, understand, but I've heard he took to wearing a long black coat, scowling like Boris Karloff with a sour stomach, and stalking about as though filled with the lead of melancholy. One mutual friend assures me that toward the last, Hawkins adopted a lisp a la Peter Lorre, but I think he's joking. Be as it may, Luther Hawkins became a poseur, a melodrama character labeled horror writer. He wasn't a fool by any means. When he got money, he bought books, rare old treatises on demonolatry I'd give my eye teeth to own. He studied, too, under real masters, occultists and divinators of international repute in cult circles. There are some left, direct descendants of Apollonius, not commercial charlatans, but serious students of the black arts. There is talk that toward the end Hawkins had traffic with Satanism and actual black mass ritualism. They say that in certain secret places, in the heart of modern cities, there still persists a survival of the infamous worship to Lucifer. Whether or not this is true, and whether Hawkins actually participated in the blasphemous ceremonies reputed to occur, I cannot say. But I know this. He was a sincere student of and believer in sorcery, and he might have stumbled across some queer things. Underneath the farmer, and underneath the poseur, too, there was a stranger, a dark stranger, who said nothing, but who wrote ghastly, compelling stories of monstrous worlds and monstrous beings. A stranger who spoke in a tongue of flame, whose words crawled across a page into your soul with hideous, frightening sincerity. So much for the enigma that was Luther Hawkins. Read his stories, and perhaps you will understand what I seem unable to explain. Explaining Stephen Ayres is another matter. I can give you Stephen Ayres in one word: leech. Stephen Ayres was a parasite in the intestines of literature. He was a wanter, a hoper, a farmer. He wrote me long, incoherent letters describing longer, more incoherent stories he desired me to criticize. His definition of criticize seemed to be a combination of praising his abominable hack jobs and then completely rewriting them for him. I have met nothing but interesting people through correspondence as a writer, but Stephen Ayres popped up as the one sour note. For quite a while I was tolerant of him and his absurd demands, but patience fled. One day I woke up with a headache and 4 rejection slips and answered his last letter, enclosing his most miserable effort and advising him to file the manuscript in a fantastic manner. And that was apparently that. But Luther Hawkins didn't think so. Ayres must have got tired of pestering us small fry and decided to try one of the kingpins of the game. He wrote to Luther Hawkins, much as he had written to me, I suppose. He admired Hawkins's work. He was a fan of Hawkins. Incidentally, he was a writer himself, but had never actually sold anything yet, and so forth ad nauseum. Hawkins fell. Stephen Ayres was clever. He quickly learned the hobbies, the interests of his victims, cultivated their mannerisms in writing, and professed a great enthusiasm for the subjects venerated by them. Ayres must have poured out a great stream of canal juice anent his own deep interest in the occult, and ran off to the public library to study up on demonology and witchcraft, so as to quote bits in his letters. At any rate, he clicked with Hawkins. They became regular correspondents. Hawkins read the rancid manuscripts. He was a kindly, generous man, and criticized them. Hawkins rewrote for Ayres. He gave advice, help, and what was more important, put in a good word with the editors. Ayres must have chafed under the frank dissection of his eminent friend, but after a time he knuckled down. Within a year, Stephen Ayres blossomed forth on the printed page under a gaudy pen name. He sold regularly. He was an author. Well, you know how it is with a bluffer. Call his bluff, and 9 times out of 10 he'll work his head off to make it good, rather than admit defeat. It was that way with Ayres. He started to sell horror stories, so he actually began to take an interest in supernatural lore. He studied thaumaturgy, learned references. He went so far as to make an attempt at learning to write also. It was hard sledding at first, I imagine, but he progressed. Another year, and Stephen Ayres was really turning out some fairly competent yarns. They read well, their structure was sound, and their factual basis in actual occultism was authentic. But you know how it is with bluffers after they make good their bluff. As the great poet George S. Kaufman has it, confidentially, they stink. Well, that was Stephen Ayres, I'm afraid. Where Hawkins had turned into an actual mystic as the result of success, Ayres became a big shot. His head became inflated with the hydrocephalism of success. Now he gave advice to young writers. He was an authority on witchcraft, and he was, in his own eyes, writing just as well as his teacher, Luther Hawkins. I watched the whole thing, remember. News flies fast in the little clique of fantasy writers. I was still corresponding with Hawkins myself. I got the dope. After some time, Ayres began to get up additional steam. Now he was not only the equal of Hawkins, he was superior. He took to criticizing Hawkins's work in recent months, pointing out with illustrations from his own stuff just where the pupil excelled the master. He said Hawkins was old hat, and went so far as to ridicule the older man's eccentric habits of living. "You're a pretentious fake. Your so-called studio is nothing but circus ring for Greenwich Village clowns. Throw away your black cloak. It tangles your arms when you try to write. The black mass is nothing but another name for a dark cloud over your brain. Selling your soul to the devil went out of style with the late Doc Faustus." Stephen Ayres was clever enough with his indictments. I couldn't help but marvel when I read them. Marvel and wish to heaven I could smash his teeth in. Hawkins couldn't take it either. I guess he didn't mind having his own work criticized, even by such a fool, but he could not stand to have his serious interest in magic questioned. Underneath the cloak and the scowl he was sincere. I know that only too well. Luther Hawkins, through study and research, had come to believe in certain things. What things I'd rather not say, but he believed enough to make him rage against those pitiful ignoramuses that scoffed at powers they could not even dream of, let alone understand. So Hawkins told Ayres off, quietly and efficiently, and finally. No, he didn't put a curse on him. He didn't threaten Ayres with supernatural visitors of vengeance. He didn't slit his throat and then come crawling around Ayres's door with blood dripping over the carpet. He sent no little green men down young Stephen's chimney. He just quit writing, quit criticizing, quit helping. Didn't even exactly tell Ayres to go to the devil, because Hawkins entertained a certain affectionate respect for the devil. What he did do, however, was very subtle. Hawkins sat down and wrote an article for a writer's magazine. It was a short article, not very profound, in which he narrated an author's experience in dealing with a fan. The fan was Stephen Ayres, and the whole story was quite simply told with a killing, ironic humor. It was sarcastic, biting, and unmistakable. Everyone in the game recognized the fan immediately, and the editors caught the inference at once. Stephen Ayres sold no more stories. He got no more fan letters, no more praise. He was out, simply out on his asinine ear. So much for that. A simple incident, perhaps a meaningless one. A squabble between writers of no interest to anyone save other writers. A little trade story without much point or punch. But the story doesn't end here. It begins. For Luther Hawkins died, just like that. I heard from him on a Tuesday. Thursday morning he was dead. Heart attack. Found in his exotic room lying on the floor. No devilish hoof marks on his face, no blue handprints of some monstrous ape on his neck, not even a dacoit dagger in his back. Heart attack. Simple, elderly businessman's heart attack. Luther Hawkins, fantasy writer and student of the mysteries, dead. And Stephen Ayres came to town. Yes, to my town, to live. Not 2 weeks later he came and called me at once. I still wanted so much to smack him hard. But I was quite upset over Hawkins's death, quite soothed, therefore, by Ayres's abject moans of apology, his agonized and apparently sincere wails and self-accusations. I relented, invited him up, talked to him. Stephen Ayres was a wreck. Something had burrowed under that rat fur of his, burrowed under and touched whatever excuse for a heart he possessed. His tardy conscience now stung him with fury. He was broken up by the death of his former benefactor, truly repentant for his scurviness. No question of sincerity. He sat bawling on my sofa for an hour. "I thought Luther hated me," he finally got out. "I wasn't sorry to see him die, but he sent me his effects. His typewriter. What? Yes, his own typewriter. And a note. You mean he knew that he was going to... I began. But Stephen Ayres fumbled in his coat pocket and handed me a crumpled sheet. I read. Dear Stephen, I see it now. That which you have always scoffed at has told me. Before I submit to that which must be, then let me act. My typewriter I send you as most fittingly symbolic of our past friendship. If my work did not always please you, perhaps your work on the same instrument may prove more suitable. Be as it may, the gesture pleases me, and may it forever serve as a reminder of what has passed between us. We have gone through a great deal together, this simple old box and I. It is almost as though I were relinquishing a part of myself. Indeed, it is with that feeling that I proffer this to you. Use it well, as you have used me. Farewell, Luther Hawkins. I am ashamed to admit it, but I smiled. It was Luther's touch all over, the grave melodrama. That which you have always scoffed at has told me, before I submit to that which must be, and so forth. The melodrama, so carefully cut from his stories, bubbled over into his personal correspondence. This letter was typical, a final gift, a forgiveness with still a hint of sardonic malice. Use it well, as you have used me. Luther's touch indeed. It had upset Ayres, though, terribly. His ingratitude had been so intense, and yet Hawkins had turned the other cheek, asked him to carry on, selected him as recipient of his most cherished possession. Ayres could say nothing. He just bawled. Shut up, I said kindly. It is kindness when addressing an incipient hysteric. I pulled Stephen Ayres to his feet and put my hands on his shoulders in that man-to-man gesture one unconsciously borrows from the movies. Now listen to me. I know how you feel, but my advice is to pull yourself together. Luther's dead. You're alive. Instead of yammering about how sorry you are, the best thing for you to do is to make some practical amends. How? You've got his typewriter. How about using it properly, to write good stories with? Stories that will be a credit to Hawkins's teaching, to his memory. Use it to write with, man, not to scribble out cheap criticisms of your betters or mawkish juvenile thrillers. Get to work. Ayres's dark face twisted into an odd smile as he shook off the grimace of sorrow. He faced me, his lean body still listless, but with life in his grey eyes. Yes, he said softly, that would be the way. Thanks for saying that. I appreciate it. And I'll do it, too. Let me know how you get along, I said, pushing Ayres toward the door. He nodded. I watched him exit, then heaved a profound sigh of relief. Scenes always embarrass me, and this go and sin no more role I just played is not my forte. I sat down and lit a cigarette, but it didn't give me a lift. Why the devil had Hawkins given Ayres his typewriter? And how did he know he was going to die? Had that yokel with the soul of a sorcerer really foreseen the end? Did he really possess the key to certain secret powers he constantly referred to in his tales? Perhaps. Luther Hawkins was an amazing man, a complex personality indeed. I fancied there was just a hint of mockery in his gift to Ayres. Instead of breaking his weapon, he chose to hurl it contemptuously at an armless man. That typewriter in his hands had been an instrument of strange magic, for after all it is magic, this creation of words, particularly such dream words as Hawkins conjured up. Was it Cabell who compared writing to wizardry? Hawkins, whether he had occult powers or not, was a wizard with his typewriter. He chose to offer it sardonically to a hack, an ironic gesture, just as a voodoo hag might give one of her little wax dolls of death to a child who would innocently play with it and never understand its horrid powers. So I mused, smoking. I was pretty smart that day, pretty much the amateur philosopher, the armchair Spinoza. 3 months later I had to eat my words, and they were bitter indeed. Stephen Ayres had done the impossible. He began writing again, selling again. He couldn't help but sell what he wrote. What writing! The first yarn appeared, and I read it. I didn't admit anything, even to myself, but the next month brought another tale, and yet another. I couldn't deny it any longer. Stephen Ayres had turned into a master. He came up to the house shortly after the appearance of the third story. I greeted him with sincere pleasure, though I own to being a bit shocked by his haggardness. He was no longer lean. He was ascetic. His long arms hung not listlessly, but leadenly. His bright eyes were now too bright. 3 things can do that: drugs, fear, or intensive creative effort. I chose to suspect the latter. "Great job, Stephen," I commented. "That last one especially." Ayres smiled. 6 more in the office right now, and they're better still. Same old Ayres, always the shrinking violet in fantasy's garden. I chose to insert my rapier, my cutlass rather. I'm not very subtle. "You look as though you've been working hard," I said. "But then it must be difficult, copying Hawkins's style." "What's that? Don't snarl at me. I'm no rejection slip." "What do you mean I'm copying Hawkins's style?" "Well, aren't you? Using his mythology, his theories. Yes, and his word choice, his sentence structure, and rhythm patterns. I've read the technical books, my friend, and I've read Hawkins too. You're writing Hawkins stories now. Though I must admit you're doing an excellent job. These stories sound, I'll admit it, even better than his usual product." Now that's a fair speech. No undue bitterness, a little plain fact, but no threats about it, no intimidation. And I wasn't scowling when I said it. I didn't bare my fangs like a menacing bull-ape. But there must have been something frightening. Stephen Ayres began to tremble all over. I've never seen that before. His thin hands, his wrists shook, his face twitched, and he swallowed rapidly. "You dare to say that?" "Why not? True, isn't it?" Stephen Ayres suddenly began to bawl again. It was getting monotonous for me, this blubberfest. I told him so. "You don't understand. I've been getting letters from the editors, from the fans, and you who knew Hawkins so well, you say the same thing. That they're his stories. His." "I say you copy his style, that's all." "All? I sit at his typewriter and write my tales, and it comes out wrong. Don't you understand? It comes out wrong. I think of what I'm going to say, and it writes itself differently. Writes itself as he wrote." This time I didn't ask him to shut up. I shut up myself instead. His 2 bright eyes stared at me. "I swear to you, I'm not responsible. It's not me that's writing. It's the machine. Hawkins's machine. It writes the stories, I tell you. I tried to hide it from myself, even when the letters began to come in. But now, what you say... Oh, what a fool I was. Why did I ever accept the damn thing? Luther must have known when he sent it. He never forgave me at all. His note didn't exactly say so, remember? He gave me that machine out of pure revenge. He wanted me to have it, to be haunted by his ghost, his personality. And it's driving me mad." "It's driving me mad," I mimicked. "Like a stooge in a horror mystery, I suppose. Now listen to reason, Ayres. First, Hawkins isn't a ghost. His typewriter isn't a ghost typewriter either. It seems to me you're suffering from the symptoms of an ordinary guilt complex. You wronged Hawkins. Your guilty conscience was profoundly stirred by his unexpected gift. His foolish babblings about expecting death upset you. Now, subconsciously, whenever you sit down at that typewriter, it all springs back to your mind. Your subconscious directs you to atone, to recompense. Therefore, you unconsciously strive to duplicate his writing, his style. Now, perhaps Hawkins did dislike you. I wouldn't blame him for that. Perhaps he was an astute enough psychologist to figure out your reactions in just this way. He might have wanted this to happen. But still, it needn't upset you. You're doing good work, great work. As long as you keep it up, your stories will sell. You'll make money. Be grateful to Luther Hawkins, Ayres. Grateful for his gift or his revenge. It will be the making of you. But I'm afraid. I sit down every day with a ghost that guides my fingers. I tell you, I can almost feel his hands moving over the keys. When I write, it's like a dream. Afterward, I read and can remember putting the words down. I know the stuff is good, so I submit it and it sells, but it's not me. It's Hawkins who does the work. I began to snort, but Ayres rushed on. It's driving me crazy, particularly when I begin to think about it. Hawkins was a strange man. You know that. He was a small-town boy by birth, but Salem was a small town also, and witches were born there. He was an ordinary-looking farmer, but the devil walks clothed in strange flesh. He was a vulgar enough poseur, but underneath was the man, or the entity, or the thing that wrote those damnably chilling stories of his. Yes, the thing, I call it. The thing that urged him into studying demonology. He pried into strange cults at the last, and he might have learned queer secrets. Your psychoanalysis might work in here, considering Hawkins. He was a dual personality. One, a country boy trying to live in character, with his success as a weird writer. As such, he was grotesque, a clown. But the other, the thing inside him, the other that wrote his stories, expressed itself by delving into dark mysteries. That was a part of Luther Hawkins we'll never know. It was that part which governed him when he sent me his typewriter. His typewriter. When he wrote, he was that other self. The hands of that other self clawed at the keys. The thoughts of that other self poured out from beyond wild gulfs of imagination. The typewriter has an aura. It is permeated with alien personality. It has a soul. You have a bellyache, I retorted inelegantly. You certainly can't believe that. I do. Ayres was on his feet now. And I know more. Oh, much more. Hawkins was a wizard. At least he knew secrets he would call sorceress. He knew he was going to die, and so he sent me the typewriter out of hate. He must have done something to it, too. Did you know how he was found dead? Not on the floor, but over the machine. His last breath going into the keys and in the plate in the note he sent me. The last thing he ever wrote. Don't you see what I'm trying to tell you, man? Don't you understand? Luther Hawkins is dead, but his soul is in the typewriter. That sounded so funny to me, I wanted to laugh out loud. The grotesqueness of the phrase was killing. I thought, John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. It was very, very funny. Only Stephen Ayres wasn't funny. When he yelled the last words, he toppled over in a faint, and it took me 5 minutes to bring him to. 5 minutes, and the rest of my precious brandy. During those 5 minutes I had a little time to think, and my thoughts weren't pretty. I had just played the amateur Freud with the problem this time, and I hadn't been right. Suppose Ayres was right. After all, there are strange things in this world. Unexplained mysteries. Catalepsy, telepathy, and the peculiar trances, obsessions, lycanthropies, and unnamed dreads of recognized psychopathology. Witchcraft in 1600, but scientific fact today. Hypnotism and all the rest, leading to a realm of hidden, unguessed-of mental powers. Suppose Hawkins had infused his personality into the typewriter that represented so great a part of it, just before he died, a strong final wish entering that which was as much a part of himself when he wrote as his very hands. Surely Ayres believed, and he was afraid. But of what? Why should he be so sure that Hawkins hated him strongly enough to do this? Why did he worry so? There was more here than met the eye, or my ears. I thought a lot, and worried too, until I brought Ayres around. When he sat up, both of us were quieter. Listen, Stephen, you're a little shaky. Better let me take you home. Yes. No, don't come. I'm all right. Please. But I had him out the door, into the car. He mumbled at my side, weakly protesting, but I persisted. We pulled up, I helped him out, went into the hall with him. And then it started. I heard it. Stephen lived on the second floor, but I heard it coming through the wall from upstairs, the click, click, clicking of a typewriter. Click, 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 keys moving down. Ting, the bell, the slide of a carriage lever. Click, click, click. Stephen heard it too. He began to moan. Yes, yes, yes. I warned you, tried to keep you away. Now you know why I'm afraid, why I think as I do. That's my typewriter. You hear it, don't you? That's Luther Hawkins's typewriter. And you know now that I'm not afraid I'm mad. I'm afraid I'm sane. Sane, and yet hearing that, knowing that. I was halfway up the steps by now, and Stephen found the energy of horror to race at my heels, still babbling. See? Understand? I said Luther writes my stories, but I didn't want to tell all. I don't write at all. Don't even sit down at the thing. I put in the paper. You know, I use rolls of bond instead of single sheets, and the machine starts. It starts. I've sat there and watched it. See the keys going down, the carriage returned, the space bar pressed, without human hands touching it. And when it stops, there's a finished story. Luther's story on Luther's typewriter, typed by his own dead hands. He nearly passed out again. I got his keys, opened the door. I was dazed, but not too dazed to make for the sitting room, not too dazed to mistake the direction of those sounds that should not be. I dashed in, Ayres at my side, and there it was, on the table. Luther Hawkins's typewriter, clicking madly, clicking insanely, clicking in my head. Little clicks of horror clicking in my head, little bells ringing as lines were ended. Months now, Ayres whispered. Months. I'm afraid to throw it away or smash it for fear he'll send something worse. I know this isn't all he planned. He must have known from the first and devised some devilish scheme of which this is a part. But I dare not interfere. I've tried everything, everything. His voice rose above the typing in that lonely room. It wasn't so ghastly somehow, after watching it a while. A mechanical device working the keys automatically, that was all. My eyes searched for a wire, a connection. There was none, and I was a fool to even suspect it. Ayres was frightened, and for a moment I'd felt the same way. But now was the time for sanity. You've tried what? Oh, many things. I put in the first roll of paper. You know they come in 30-foot lengths. The machine started before I sat down that first time. I didn't believe until I saw the story pour out. His story. Backspaced over errors, lines crossed out as in his manuscripts. Stopped about a foot from the end of the roll because the story was ended. I took it out, cut it, and read it. I put in another roll to keep from going berserk, I guess. Then sat down to type myself. The keys don't work. Hear me? When I type, the keys don't work. I've never typed a line on that machine, I swear it. Click, click, click went the ghost typewriter there in that room, clicking above Ayres's words in horrid mockery. So I experimented. I put in another roll, another story, a shorter one. The machine didn't type when no paper was in it. I wanted to leave it out permanently, but I didn't dare, any more than I dared destroy the machine. Because if he could do that to me, he could do worse if I interfered. You understand? Click, click, click. Yes, I understood, and shuddered. Once I tried to stuff up the carriage. It didn't work. I tried to tangle the keys. They can't be budged. Several times I inserted ordinary sheets of typing paper. The clicking started, but stopped at the bottom of the page. The machine is intelligent. At other times I put in fresh rolls and nothing happened. Nothing at first, that is. The machine wasn't ready to write. It was thinking. Then, perhaps in the middle of the night, I'd wake up and hear it. Hear the machine clicking in the darkness, ghost hands riding in the darkness that was deeper than the night, riding from what strange gulfs. In what black pits coils the mind that pens these tales? Stories written from the grave, thoughts from a brain already rotting under the worms. Click, click, click. I couldn't stand it. I went over to the table. Halfway through the row, the machine typed on, and I read 3 sentences just as they poured out. Luther Hawkins's sentences. His style, his word choice. I passed my hand across the keys. They did not move. I felt nothing guiding them. The typing went on, and I stared stupidly at the label of a standard model L.C. Smith machine. No ghost-built instrument of human bones, but Luther Hawkins's old typewriter. On the side I read the date, seal, and serial number of the machine. It clicked on. You see what I mean? A sunny room, an ordinary typewriter on an ordinary table, writing words of horror without human hands to guide it. Each click hurt my brain. Ayres just stared glassy-eyed at me. I began to whisper without knowing it. But why? Why? Why should Hawkins hate you so, torment you? What purpose would he have if, in some strange manner, he guessed he was about to die and cursing you this way? What can he hope to gain by animating his typewriter with his spirit and doing this? Why, Ayres? There's a reason. It was almost a scream. I daren't tell, but there's a reason. He knew he was going to die, and how? I haven't told you just how bitterly we'd quarreled before the end, either. He had reason to hate me, and then he learned about his death. He had a reason, believe me, and I don't know what he means to do, but you must stop him, for the love of God, stop him!" The typewriter stopped. My eyes were on it. In higher case letters at the end of the last line, it wrote, "Finis," just as Hawkins always wrote. There was perhaps 6 feet of paper left in the machine. Automatically I jerked out the story. I don't know why. I was a little crazy, I guess. What with Ayres screaming at me and my own brain screaming back. I only know that I put a fresh sheet of ordinary white paper in the typewriter for no reason at all. Just to see what would happen, I suppose. Then I turned back to Ayres, my mind on his last words. What's the reason, Ayres? Why did he hate you this much? What did you do to Luther Hawkins that makes you so afraid? Ayres was white as the sheet of paper I'd just inserted in the typewriter. His eyes were black as carbon. His teeth shone like the keys. "I'll tell you. I stole 2 of his stories. First copies he sent me to read when we were friends. I stole them, and he threatened to expose me. And he threatened me with more crazy threats of his powers. He told me part of what he had learned of demonology, and I was afraid. So I... Oh, no." Oh, yes. The typewriter was clicking again. The bar was going up and down. The keys were clicking. It cut short Ayres's words. It tore my eyes down. And I read this. "Dear Bloch." Yes, my name. My name printed by a typewriter that moved without the guidance of human fingers. Moved on. "Dear Bloch. What Ayres is trying to tell you is quite simple. He killed me. That should explain everything. The young fool was afraid of me, and resorted to a very simple trick, one I should have suspected, knowing his talent for cheap melodrama. He sent me a poisoned letter. Very simple, as I say. I opened it, pricked my finger, and died. A childish stratagem that went out with the Borgias. Only a fool like Ayres would be mad enough to conceive of such a scheme. His morbid hatred of me must have warped his judgment. It was droll, though, that the absurd plan succeeded, but not utterly. I have powers, had powers rather, since I no longer exist. By divination I was able to foretell my approaching death, and the agent causing it, though under the wizard's law I could not see the exact method of death, and thus defeat it. All I knew was that I must die, and Ayres would kill me in some way. So I planned this, sent my typewriter, after doing that which was needful, to Ayres. He would not dare destroy it after what I chose to tell him. I meant him to keep it until it drove him mad. But you're here now, and I know a better way. This note which I now write will expose him as the murderer he is. Ask him about the letter of November 19th, which is still locked in my desk. Wire the New York police to produce it. The tiny sliver of poisoned wood lodged in the envelope is still visible. Hold ears for the police. Don't divulge the source of your information. And so, my friend, the task is ended. Do not question my powers, but remember that there are dark mysteries beyond life, and one bold enough to pay the price may direct the finger of destiny, even direct it to press down typewriter keys. Yours, Luther Hawkins. I write from memory in which those words are burned. The searing horror of that final clicking which wrote the signature of the dead man almost paralyzed my senses. I hadn't realized that Ayres was standing before me, gazing with insane eyes at the accusing words as they clicked out in that ghostly rhythm of revenge. But now Ayres screamed. His hands went down, raking the paper from the machine, tearing it out as he shrieked aloud at the top of his voice. Yes, it's true. I did it. But you can't cheat me, Hawkins. You can't. He tore the paper, his maniac hands gripping the typewriter as he raised it in his arms to dash the accursed thing to the floor. Then Stephen Ayres fell. No, I'll be truthful. He didn't fall. The typewriter pushed him. He held it in his arms, and it crushed down. He crumpled to the floor beneath its pressure, the typewriter crashing into his chest, and Stephen Ayres stopped screaming, and the base of the machine was stained red. There was a tiny bit of paper left dangling in the machine. Now, resting on the body forever still, the clicking began again, faintly but surely, one last line, and then a final crash. The machine bounced up and splintered, exploded. Keys, tabs, inner mechanism flew all over the room in tangled bits of what had once been the typewriter of Luther Hawkins. I picked up the little scrap of paper before I ran out, picked it up and read the final epitaph. Here lies the body of Stephen Ayres and the soul of Luther Hawkins. From now on, I'm writing all my stories with a fountain pen. The Fiddler's Fee by Robert Bloch. 1. The door of the inn swung open, and the devil entered. He was as thin as a corpse, and whiter than the shroud a corpse lies in. His eyes were deep and dark as graves. His mouth was redder than the gate of hell. His hair was blacker than the pits below. He dressed like a dandy, and he came from a fine coach, but it was assuredly he, Satan, father of lies. The innkeeper cringed. He had no fancy to play host to this emissary from darkness. The innkeeper trembled under Satan's smile, while his eyes searched Satan's person for signs of a tail, of cloven hoofs. Then he noticed that Satan carried a violin case. It was not Satan, then. The innkeeper breathed a silent prayer of relief. It was only momentary. A minute later, he was trembling with augmented fear. If this was not Satan, this man who looked like the devil and carried a violin case, then it must be Signor Paganini, whispered mine host. The stranger inclined his dark head with a slow smile. Welcome, quavered the innkeeper, but there was no smile on his face. It was almost as though he preferred confirmation of his first fear rather than this. Satan one could deal with, perhaps, but the child of Satan. Everyone knew that Paganini was the son of the devil himself. He looked like the devil, and many were the diabolical legends concerning his unholy life. He was said to drink, gamble, and love like the Prince of Darkness, and to entertain an equal hatred of all men. Certainly he played like Lucifer. In that case under his arm he carried an instrument of hellish power, a violin whose sublime singing drove all Europe mad. Yes, even here in this tiny village, men knew and feared the strange and terrible legend that had grown up about the destiny of the world's most famed violinist. New and fantastic stories were continually pouring in from Milan, from Florence, from Rome, and half the capitals of the continent as well. Paganini murdered his wife and sold her body to Satan. Paganini has formed a society against all God-loving men. Paganini's mistresses are offered in the Black Mass. Paganini's music is written by the very fiends of hell. Paganini is the son of the devil. Legends these might be, but the atrocious conduct attributed to the maestro, that was fact. His scandalous amours, his disgraceful attitude toward the great and the nobility had been confirmed time and time again. Gossip, slander, malice, these things were in part. But one shining truth remained. No one had ever played the violin like Niccolo Paganini. Therefore, the innkeeper bowed despite his fear. He sent a lad to change horses and serve the driver of the coach, ushered Signor to the best room, and awaited his presence in the parlour of the inn with a carefully prepared table. Another awaited his presence as well, the innkeeper's son, also called Niccolo. Young Niccolo knew even more about the great man than his father. The lad knew more about the violin than anyone in the village, with the exception of Carlo, the wine merchant's son. Both boys had studied at the local conservatory since early childhood, and there was keen rivalry between them, between their families, each of whom fostered the budding genius of their heirs. Now Niccolo awaited his glimpse of the great man. What a triumph over Carlo! What a thing to talk about in weeks to come! Perhaps he, Niccolo, might even speak to the illustrious musician, might, if the saints were kind, receive a word in return. But that was almost too much to hope for. Paganini was not interested in boys. Still, Niccolo was determined to see him. He did not fear the legends. So the lad waited, working on the preparations for the meal in the kitchen with his sensitive ears attuned to the sound of footsteps on the stairs above. They came. Paganini sat in solitary splendor at the great table of the inn. No other customers were present to stare at the great man, and he seemed oddly content to be alone, he who loved applause, adulation, obeisance. His thin, hawk-like face, singularly satanic in the lamplight it was, cast a black, blurred shadow on the wall behind. His carefully curled hair rose in two horn-like projections against that shadow, so that the innkeeper noticed it as he entered, and nearly spilled the wine. Paganini ate and drank sparingly, as fiends do. He said never a word, nor did he exhibit the humanity of smile or scowl. When he had finished, he sat back and seemed to stare into the candle flame. It was as though his eyes turned homeward, to hell. The innkeeper left the room, crossing himself. This silent guest was indeed a son of Satan. In the passage he came upon Niccolo, staring at the pale violinist. "No, no, come away," the father whispered. "You must not." But Niccolo, moving as one entranced, entered the parlour. A voice that was unlike any his father had heard came almost mechanically from his throat. "Good evening, Signor Paganini." The eyes left the flame after partaking of their glare. A long, deliberate glance pierced Niccolo's face like a dark lance. "The whelp knows my name. Well, I have heard much of you, Signor. Who in Italy does not know the name of Paganini? And fear it," said the violinist gravely. "I do not fear you," answered the boy slowly. His eyes did not fall when the maestro smiled his wolfish smile. "Yes," the voice purred. "Yes, that is right. You do not fear me. I feel that. And why?" "Because I love music." "Because he loves music," parroted Paganini, cruelly mimicking the intonations until the statement stood naked in its triteness. Then, slowly, as the stare came again, "But you do love music, boy. I feel it. Strange." A hand reached out, a pale ghost of a hand with great sinews that hinted at delicate strength, however paradoxical that might seem. The hand gestured Niccolo to a seat. The hand poured wine into a glass. The hand drummed on the table slowly. "Do you play?" "Yes, maestro." "Play for me, then." Niccolo raced to his room. The beloved violin rested against his heart as he ran back. "It is such a poor thing, maestro. It does not sing." "Play." Niccolo played. He never remembered what he played that night. He only knew that it came to him, and he played as he never had played before. And the face of Satan smiled through the music. Niccolo stopped. Paganini asked his name. He answered. Paganini asked of his teacher, his practice, his plans. Niccolo answered all questions, and then Paganini laughed. The innkeeper, listening in his turn in the passageway, shuddered when he heard that laugh. It was a laugh that cracked through the earth and came up from hell. It was the laugh of a sobbing violin played by a fallen angel in the pit. "Fools!" shouted the maestro. Then he stared at Niccolo. Something inside the lad begged him to turn away, but as he had before, the boy returned the stare until the master musician spoke. "What can I say? Should I advise you to go to a good teacher, buy a better violin? Should I even give you money for that purpose? Yes, but to what end? You have the gift, but you will never use it." Paganini sneered. "You may be competent. You may even win small fame, a certain amount of success, but true greatness you cannot achieve through teacher or instrument or training. You must be inspired, as I was." Niccolo stood trembling. He knew not why. There was a horrible conviction in the words he heard. It frightened him, that hint of certain authority, of final knowledge. A man must compose his own work, play his own work, the voice went on, and no human teacher can give you that gift. Suddenly, Paganini stood up. "My pardon. I forgot. I came to this place because I have an appointment nearby. I cannot keep the one I must see, waiting. I shall go now, but thank you for your playing." Niccolo's face fell. He was convinced that in a moment or so more, the maestro would have revealed something to him which he very much wanted to know. For Niccolo felt as Paganini did about his work. He knew that within him lay great talent, knew that any ordinary training would subdue that talent in channels of mere mechanical perfection. There was a bond between his humble self and the greatness of the master before him. And if only Paganini had spoken! Now it was too late. The black cloak swirled as the violinist went to the door. Then, in a rush of ebony, Paganini swept back the garment as he turned. "Wait." He stared, and Niccolo felt his soul lifted and examined and torn and probed by the red-hot pincers of Paganini's eyes. "Come with me. We shall keep our appointment together." An almost audible gasp issued from the passageway at the end of the room. Niccolo knew it came from his father, listening. But he did not care. As the door swung against darkness, he moved to the musician's side. They left together. "I will apprentice you this night to a true master," Paganini whispered. 2. It was a long walk up the mountainside to the Cave of Fools. The road was lonely in the midnight, but then it was always lonely, for men hereabouts feared the cave. The devil was said to dwell in its mists, and the cave itself was unexplored by those who deemed its depths led down to Tartarus itself. It was a long and lonely walk, and the way was strange amidst winding paths and twisting passages of rock. Yet Paganini never faltered. He had walked this way before. Now the bony hand gripped Niccolo's brown fingers in an icy clasp so filled with cold, inhuman strength that the lad shuddered. But he followed through the steam and mist and fog that hid the clean light of the stars, followed to the mouth of the cave, as though impelled by the magic of Paganini's voice. For the maestro spoke all that way, and spoke without reticence. Sensing a kindred soul, he revealed, "They say I am a spawn of the devil, and that is a lie. All my life they told me so. Even my father, cursed fool. In the academies, my fellow students made the sign of the horns at me, and the girls fled screaming. They screamed at me, who lived for music and beauty. But at first, I did not care. I lived for my work, and I worked hard. Always I felt within me that spark glowing to a flame. And then, when I made my first appearances, I came again into the world of men. My music was acclaimed, but I was hated. Child of the devil, they called me, because I was ugly and my temper bad. I tried again to drown myself in work, but this time it no longer sufficed, because I knew my playing was not good enough. I had genius, but I could not express it. After a while, one begins to reason. My work was not enough. The world hated me. Child of the devil, why not? I knew the way. I studied. I read the old forbidden books I found in the great libraries of Florence. And I came here. There is a legend of Faust, you know. There are ways of meeting powers that grant things to men in return for an exchange. They entered the cave now, and when Nicolo's hands trembled at the words, the musician's grip tightened. Do not fear, lad. It is worth the cost. 13 years ago tonight, I was just such a lad as you, perhaps a bit older. I came this way alone, and with the same fears, and it was well. When I came forth, I had within me the gift I craved. Since that time, you know, all the world knows, my story. Fame, wealth, beautiful women, all earthly success is mine to command. But more than that, greater than that, is my music. I learned to compose and to play. They say his songs move the angels and the stars. I have that gift, and you who know, love, and have born within you music, you shall this night partake of the same gift. Nicolo wanted to run, to get out of this deep cavern where the steam swirled in fantastic shapes. He wanted to make the sign of the cross as he heard the bubbling and the booming from the depths ahead. And then a curious picture came to his mind, the vision of Carlo Zutio, the wine merchant's son. Carlo went to the conservatory, and he was a fool, but he had a better violin and private lessons, so that he played more masterfully than Nicolo. And his parents were wealthy, and they boasted to Nicolo's father of their son and his music. The whole town knew that Carlo would go on to the big school in Milan. He, Nicolo, would not go on. He would remain and take over the inn, and sometime when he was old and fat, he might play at country weddings for drinks. Carlo would be rich and famous, and wear silk when he returned to visit. Nicolo would no longer be a rival then, merely a country innkeeper. It was this vision, and no love of music, that came to Nicolo in the bowels of the earth. It was this vision that made him smile and follow Paganini as they advanced into the heart of the hot smoke and knelt upon the stones in the darkness. Then Paganini called a secret name, and the earth thundered. He made a sign not of the cross, and he prayed in a voice that was black and crawling. Then the mists grew red, and the thundering swelled, and Nicolo was formally introduced to his teacher. 3. Paganini had been crafty. It was a bargain. 3 years for him, and no more, where Paganini had gained 13. But the other 10 years went to the maestro as payment for leading the way. It was a fair arrangement, a business arrangement. That was what shocked Nicolo more than anything else when he returned home. It had all been so businesslike. There was behind it a terrible hint of purpose. The power knew what it was doing. There was no aimlessness, no blind evil. It was all so arranged. 3 years. But there was singing in Nicolo's heart, singing which overrode the sound of his father's quavering prayers, singing which rose to triumphant heights when he played at the conservatory the next afternoon. Paganini taught me, is all that Nicolo would say when the faculty exclaimed. Paganini taught me, Niccolo told Carlo with a smile. The singing rose higher as the weeks passed. Niccolo, who read notes poorly, composed. Niccolo improvised. The faculty bought him a new violin, and on the festival day it was Niccolo who appeared as soloist with the orchestra from Venice, though Carlo was second in competition for the post. Niccolo won the scholarship and went to Milan. His father prayed, but said nothing. Paganini did not write, but word came of his triumphs in France. In Milan, Niccolo was a sensation at the school. Carlo came too, his parents paying his tuition, and Carlo was successful. He studied hard, worked diligently, played expertly. But Niccolo's soaring tones were born of inspiration within. He was mastering a technique against which mere practice could not compete. Through the year it was a constant competition between the two country boys, Niccolo and Carlo. The whole school knew it. Niccolo had the talent. Carlo had the ambition. The battle for perfection was deadly. Niccolo was aging. His face was already maturing in set lines, and the color had left it set and harsh. It was whispered that his nights were spent in study that left him wasted. The truth was that Niccolo's nights were spent in fear. He was remembering the tryst in the Cave of Fools, and he was anticipating the days to come. Only 2 years now, and so much to do. He had been a fool, but Paganini's personality had overshadowed his own, dominated it. He had been led. He knew that now. Paganini had wanted a dupe so that he might make such a bargain and extend his own life at the expense of another's. That is why he had taken Niccolo. Niccolo often wondered just what might have happened had Paganini gone alone to his accounting. He wondered because in 2 years he must go, and there would be no dupe for him. 2 years. Niccolo would toss on his pillow and shudder at the thought. He could not hope to do what Paganini had done in 13. He could not win much but initial acclaim. None of the fame and the riches would be his in so short a time. But one thing he could do, beat his rival, Carlo. Niccolo hated Carlo now. He hadn't used to hate him. They had been rivals, but friendly enough. Ever since that night in the Cave of Fools, Niccolo had hated. Carlo was keeping up. Niccolo found that his work came to him almost effortlessly. His hands moved without thought along the bow, and his fingering seemed undirected. There was no triumphant thrill for him in his music, no sense of mastery in his easy playing. Carlo had this because Carlo had to work and sweat to compete, and when he did so he felt satisfied. Moreover, aided by no supernatural gift, Carlo was competing too closely for comfort. And the school liked Carlo. The teachers knew his work and praised him for it. They did not praise Niccolo, because they could not understand his methods. He puzzled them. The other pupils liked Carlo. He had money, and he was generous. He bought sweets for his friends, laughed with them at their parties. Niccolo had no money for sweets, no fine clothes for parties. The pupils were in awe of him, and they distrusted his face. Carlo was handsome, too. The girls liked Carlo. Even Alyssa liked him, and that added to the agony of Niccolo's nights. 4. Alyssa's hair was yellow flame on a pillow. Alyssa's eyes were the jewels on the breast of passion. Alyssa's mouth was a red gateway to delight. Alyssa's arms were... It was no use. Niccolo couldn't think of anything more poetic. All he knew was that Alyssa burned within him at all times. Her beauty was like a lash across his naked heart. Actually, Alyssa Robia was a very pretty blonde student, but Niccolo was in love, and youth knows only a goddess. Alyssa walked with Carlo, and she went to parties with him, and they danced at the festival together. Throughout the second year, they were together always. Always Niccolo watched from the corner. Once or twice he spoke to the object of his worship, but she did not seem to notice him, despite his efforts to be ingratiating. She preferred the handsome Carlo. So Niccolo worked. He outplayed Carlo, though it was not easy now. Despite Niccolo's secret power, Carlo seemed inspired by love. Carlo followed his most difficult trills, mastered every detail of the well-nigh flawless technique which Niccolo mastered. Still, Niccolo triumphed always in the end. The better teachers were now confounded by the spectacle of their two notable students. Often outsiders witnessed performances. The opera sent conductors down to listen, and notables from all over the South attended the salons in local aristocratic homes when the star pupils played. Nothing was said officially, but it was understood that one or the other of the boys would be groomed for concert debut within the year. Both of them knew it, though they no longer spoke to each other. Both of them worked frantically. The final concert of the season would decide. They suspected that. Both had been asked for a performance of some solo composition. Niccolo went to work a month in advance. What took place in his dark room will never be known, but he emerged with what he felt was a true masterpiece. He had worked as never before. He would win. He would shame Carlo before them all, shame him before Alyssa. He could hardly wait for the night. The stage of the school was lighted, and the house was filled with those of a station to allow their jewels to reflect that light. Rumor had passed, and in the audience were musical notables from all Italy, and the master was there too. Yes, the great Paganini himself, come to watch Niccolo, his former pupil, they said. What a triumph! Niccolo shivered with ecstasy, fondling his violin as he waited in the wings for the solos to end. Tonight he would appear before Paganini himself when he took victory over his rival. Nothing could make his happiness more complete. Where was Carlo, by the way? He had not appeared in the wings as yet. But there he was, in the audience, with Alyssa. What did this mean? A number ended. The director was announcing his name. Unfortunately, the soloist who was to compete with Signor Niccolo this evening, Carlo Zutio, what was that? Resigned from the school. Yes? Married to Alyssa. He had done that. Knowing he would lose tonight, he'd given up music, retired to his father's business, and married Alyssa. And now he had arranged for it to be announced, to rob Niccolo of his victory. Bitter despair rose in Niccolo's heart, and black anger. But when his name was called, he stepped forth and played. He played his number, but it was not the original he had planned, for now he improvised, or rather, hate improvised for him. Hate tore at the strings, plucked frenetically at a flayed violin. And waves of horror crept through the house. Through red mists, the black eyes of Paganini blazed. The smile dropped from Carlo's face. The lips of Alyssa grew pale. Niccolo saw her eyes grow blank, and poured his music into them. She had never noticed him before, eh? Well, she would not forget him now. Not this, and this. Swooping to hell, spiraling to heaven, shrieking and whispering of damnation and glory, the violin sang accompaniment to dark voices that yammered in Niccolo's brain. Niccolo had no arms, no fingers. He was all violin. His body was part of the instrument, his brain a part of the song. Both were being played by another. He finished. Silence. Then the thunder. And while he bowed and smiled and the sound tore at his eardrums, his eyes blazed into Alyssa's empty face through the standing crowd. Niccolo had won and lost tonight, but he would win again. 5. They came to him after the concert. They offered him money for private study. In a year, they said, he would come back and perform in a solo concert at the school. Niccolo accepted the money gravely. It was supposed that he would use that money to spend his year in Rome, working under the great maestri as a private pupil. But Niccolo had other plans. He knew that Carlo and Alyssa would return to the village, and he meant to follow them there. He thanked the directors of the school and prepared to depart. In the hallway stood a cloaked figure. It was Paganini. Without a word, the pale genius took Niccolo's hand, just as he had that night 2 years before. Together, they walked the dark streets. "You played well tonight, my son. They said your music was like Paganini's." He smiled. "And well it might be, since we study under the same master." Niccolo shuddered. "Do not fear. In a year's time you shall have had all the fame and glory you desire. The world will bow before your power. That is as you desired, no?" "No." Niccolo shook his head. "I shall not study, and I shall not go to Rome. My desire lies elsewhere." He told Paganini of Carlo and Elissa. The maestro listened. "So you return to the village, eh? Well, if it is that what you seek, I am sure you will be aided in your quest. Do not despair." Niccolo sighed. "I am afraid of that aid. This music, this playing, it is not a part of me. It comes from other sources, and I feel no satisfaction in stirring my listeners. Carlo and Elissa were stirred tonight, but it was the music that did it, not myself. Don't you understand?" A cold whisper bit through the darkness as Paganini spoke. "Yes, I understand perfectly. But you do not. Tonight you played through hate, and there was hate in the hall. But when you go to Elissa, you will play through love. She will be stirred, for our master is eminently successful in amours. Let your violin speak, and she shall become yours." "But what of him? What of Carlo?" "Again, let your violin speak. It has a voice that drives men mad. Let him hear that voice." A slow laugh crawled out of Paganini's lips. "I know how it will be. Ah, I know. Years ago I discovered that secret, and well have I used it. Madden the cuckold and woo the mistress, and rejoice in the gift of the teacher. I envy you your year, my friend. It will be a great triumph for you." Niccolo's heart was pounding. "You really believe I can do it?" he asked. "Certainly. You were given the power. Let it guide you to your purpose." Paganini's voice grew grave. "But it was not of that which I proposed to speak when I awaited you this evening. There is another thing. I want to remind you that a year from tonight you have an appointment in the Cave of Fools." "I am afraid." "It was a bargain, and you must go." "What if I do not go?" "That I cannot speak of. He will come for you then, I know it. He will revenge himself horribly." "I wish—" Niccolo's voice was low with hatred. "I wish that I had never met you. You led me to this, tricked me into this infernal bargain. I was a fool, and I should kill you for it." Paganini stopped and faced the youth. His eyes were ice. "Perhaps. But think of the coming year. You shall win Elissa and drive Carlo mad. Win Elissa and drive Carlo mad. Win Elissa and drive Carlo mad." His voice was like his violin, playing and replaying the same damnable wheedling trill until it surged through Niccolo's brain. "Think not of revenge. Go to the Cave of Fools a year from tonight. But first, win Elissa and drive Carlo mad." Still whispering the words, Paganini turned in the darkness and disappeared. And Niccolo walked the streets, muttering to himself, "I shall win Elissa and drive Carlo mad." 6. Niccolo did not stay at his father's inn when he returned. He had money now, and he procured rooms in town, rooms below the apartment of the newly-wed couple he had followed. He did not see them for a month. He was in his dark room with the violin. He played in darkness now, for he needed no notes in this composition. He developed only 2 themes. One was soft and sweet and tender, thrilling with passionate beauty. As Niccolo played, his face would glow in ecstasy, and warmth flooded his being. The second theme slithered out of the darkness. Then it padded. Then it began to run and leap and dance. At first it squeaked like a rat, then it howled like a dog. Finally it bayed like a black wolf. It was a fiendish howling of terrific power, and when Niccolo played it, his hands trembled, and he closed his eyes. For a month, Niccolo played the two themes over and over in his tiny room, alone. Not quite alone, for there was a whispering in his brain that prompted each tone, and an unseen hand that guided the bow over the strings. Niccolo played and played, and he grew thin and gaunt. After a month, the music was a part of him, and he was ready. It took him a week to become friendly with his neighbors again. In another week, he had learned their habits, knew when Carlo worked at the wine press, and left Alyssa alone. Then, one afternoon, Niccolo visited Alyssa. She sat regal in her blonde beauty while they talked, and after a while Niccolo suggested that he play something for her. He took out his violin and drew the bow across the strings, eyes on her face. His eyes never left her face while he played. His eyes feasted on her face, as the music feasted on her soul. The tune came forth, reiterated. In endless variations it rose in soaring rhapsody, and Alyssa rose in soaring rhapsody and came toward him, her eyes empty save for the soul-filling majesty of the music. Then Niccolo put down the violin and took her in his arms. He came the next day, and the next. Always he brought his violin. Always he played, and always she surrendered to the music. For months Niccolo was happy. For many months he played each day, and his nights were peaceful at last. Carlo suspected nothing. Niccolo began to plan. In a little while he would return to Milan for the solo concert. After that he would be famous, go on tour. He had, under the inspiration of his love, written enough to ensure his success at the debut. He would take Alyssa with him, and together they would scale the heights. Then he remembered. He could not go to Milan or the concert. That night he had an appointment in the Cave of Fools. Niccolo didn't want to die. He didn't want to give his soul. That cursed bargain. But there was no way out. Every day he saw Alyssa, he longed for life with greater fervor. Knowing the end was near, he came oftener, took greater and greater chances. He was counting the hours now, the minutes. 3 days before the time appointed, he went there in the evening. Carlo would be late at the wine press, so Niccolo played. Alyssa sat there, her face blank as it always was when he played. Sometimes Niccolo would find himself wishing that he had no music to do his wooing, that he himself would inspire such adoration in the woman he loved. But that was too much to hope for. Alyssa loved Carlo, and only the music gave her to Niccolo. It sufficed. The spell was strong. Niccolo played tonight as he had never played before, and as the music arose, it drowned out the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Carlo was in the room. Niccolo stopped playing. Alyssa's eyes opened, as though she were wakening from profound depths of sleep, and Carlo faced them both. He was a big man, Carlo, with strong hands that now opened and closed convulsively at his sides. Carlo's heavy body was lunging across the room, and the hands moved for Niccolo's throat. They never reached it. Niccolo's delicate hands were on the violin. He began to play. It was not the love strain that he played this time. It was the other, the song of madness. At the sound of the rat-like squeaking, Carlo stopped. Niccolo watched him as the shrieking mounted. Carlo's eyes grew wide. The shrieking became a moan. Carlo's wide eyes were growing red. The moaning was a rising bark, a yelp of agony. Carlo's hands went to his head. He stepped back, sank to his knees. Then Niccolo played. The violin screamed. The bow moved up and down upon it like a red-hot poker descending on human flesh. Niccolo played until Carlo lay rolling on the floor, baying in rhythm as the foam poured from his lips. Niccolo played until the room pulsed with horrid sound, until the glass shivered with the vibration, and the candlelight wavered, and the flame danced in agony. Niccolo played, and then he stopped. Carlo lay there moaning, and he rose to his knees and looked at Niccolo. Then he looked at Alyssa. Niccolo followed his glance. Alyssa. He had forgotten Alyssa. He had played the music of madness and forgotten she was in the room. Alyssa lay where she had fallen, and her face was white with the unmistakable whiteness of death. Carlo looked at her and began to laugh. Niccolo sobbed. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Husband and lover laughed and sobbed together. It was all over. She was dead, and he was mad. And 2 nights from now, Niccolo must go to that rendezvous in the Cave of Fools. So this was Satan's gift. This awful mockery was what it had brought him. The dead woman lay on the floor as the madman crawled toward her, cackling. Niccolo rose to go. His bow accidentally scraped the strings. The mad Carlo rose, laughing, and seized the violin. He broke it across the bridge and hurled it from the window. Still laughing, he turned, but there was no sane hatred in his eyes. And then the thought came to Niccolo. "Carlo," he whispered. "Carlo." The idiot husband laughed. "Carlo, your wife is dead, but I did not kill her, I swear it. It was the devil, Carlo, the devil who dwells in the Cave of Fools. You want to avenge your wife's death, don't you, Carlo? Then seek out the devil 2 nights from tonight in the Cave of Fools. Remember, Carlo, 2 nights from tonight in the Cave of Fools. I will stay with you until then and tell you where to go." The madman laughed. Softly, Niccolo repeated his suggestion. He whispered it all that night as the deranged Carlo slept. He whispered it the next day as they sat beside the body of the dead woman. At last, when Niccolo rose to leave on the coach for Milan, he felt that Carlo understood and would go. Smiling, the violinist withdrew, leaving the chuckling lunatic and his dead wife in the dark room. 7. In the night of travel, Niccolo smiled bitterly, but often. It had worked out after all. He would trick Satan then, sending Carlo in his stead. Thus he could play the concert and go on to fame. Poor Alyssa was dead, of course, but there were other women to hear the song of love. It was good. It was good to hear the praise in Milan. His old teacher spoke. His friends gathered around him and whispered of the celebrities who would attend the concert tonight. Niccolo was so busy that day that he forgot a very important item. Indeed, he had just finished a meal in his dressing room when he remembered. Carlo had broken his violin. Confused by tragedy, by lack of sleep, and overmuch planning, it had slipped Niccolo's thoughts. His violin, not a precious instrument to him, for Niccolo knew that he could produce his music on any violin. Still, it was necessary. He rose to summon the director when the door opened. Carlo entered. Carlo was mad. His eyes glittered and his teeth were bared, but he walked erect. He was able to control himself sufficiently to pass unnoticed, it seemed. Niccolo, beholding him, nearly froze on the spot. A wave of fear rose chokingly in his throat. "Carlo, why are you here? Don't you remember? The Cave of Fools and your appointment?" Carlo grinned. "I went last night, Niccolo," he whispered. "I went last night. Tonight I am here to see you play. You will be playing soon, Niccolo." Niccolo stammered wildly. But what did you find in the cave? I mean, there was one who waited, and he wanted something from you?" Carlo grinned wider. "Do not trouble yourself. I gave him what he wanted. It was all arranged last night." "You mean that?" Niccolo whispered. "You gave your soul?" "I gave my soul. We made a bargain." Carlo chuckled. "Then why are you here?" "To bring you this. I broke your violin, and tonight you must play." Carlo thrust a bundle into Niccolo's hands. At that moment the prompter entered. "Maestro, the concert is starting. You are wanted on stage. Oh, what a crowd is here for your debut. There has never been such a tribute. You played but once a year ago, but they remember and have returned. It is wonderful. But hurry, hurry." Niccolo left, and the grinning Carlo followed, standing in the wings as the violinist stepped on the stage. In his confusion, Niccolo unwrapped the parcel and tossed the paper to the wings as he took the violin and bow in his hands and faced the applauding audience. Niccolo's eyes sparkled. This was triumph. His heart was light within him. Fame was here, and poor Carlo had settled matters with the master. He had made a bargain, and that did not concern Niccolo. What concerned him was that he was free, and this was the greatest evening of his life, and he would play as he had never played before. Automatically, he gripped the violin and raised it to his chin. It felt heavy, an ordinary instrument, but it would suffice. Poor Carlo was mad, bringing a violin to the man who had killed his wife. But play. Yes, play with the devil's gift. Play the devil's love song that won Alyssa. Let it win the audience tonight. What matter the violin or Carlo chuckling in the wings? Play. Niccolo played. His bow stroked the opening strains of the melody, but a droning arose. What was wrong? Niccolo tried to correct his stroke, but his fingers moved automatically. He tried to stop, but his fingers, his wrist, his arm moved on. He could not stop. The power within him would not swerve, and the droning increased. This was the song of madness. Niccolo's fingers flew, his arm flailed. He fought, trying to hold back, but the sounds increased. Rats scurried and chittered, and then the hounds of hell began to bark. Fiends brayed in his brain. Yes, in his brain. The audience, he dimly realized, was hooting and jeering. They were not being driven mad by the music. He was. Niccolo closed his eyes, clenched his jaw to make the violin slip, and still it played. He wanted to think of something else, anything but the music that now shrieked in his skull. A vision of Paganini's satanic face, of Alyssa's dead features, of Carlo's mad red eyes, of the black cave of fools where he should be tonight. These things swept on wings of horror through his brain. And then the music broke through, and Niccolo fiddled madly. Eyes jerked open and stared down at the violin, at the coarse wood, the peculiar strings, the ghastly bridge glistening with pearly brilliance. And then the voice of the music screamed the truth to him. Mad Carlo had gone to the Cave of Fools last night to make a bargain. He had said that, and Niccolo had believed that it meant he was free. But what had that bargain been? Carlo had sold his soul for vengeance. What could that vengeance be? That one had told him to make this violin. And now Niccolo stared at the violin he was helplessly playing, but which made a music that drove him mad. Niccolo stared at the coarse wood. He had seen such wood before. Where? Why did it remind him of Alyssa? The wood was stained red, ghastly red. Why did the red stain remind him of Alyssa? Music thundered in Niccolo's ears, and still he played and stared. The glistening bridge of the violin was pearly. Why did that bridge remind him of Alyssa? The bridge grinned up at Niccolo, grinned insanely as Alyssa had grinned when she was driven mad by music. The violin tones rose to a shattering crescendo, and Niccolo staggered. His blurring eyes glanced at the golden strings of the violin that were singing his doom. In a burst of ghastly fear, he seemed to recognize them. Why did those strings remind him of Alyssa? And then he understood. The music he was playing was the music that had driven her to madness, to death. In some way, this violin now held her soul. He was not playing a violin. He was playing her soul, and its madness was pouring out to drive him mad. He looked down again as the shrieking music rose in his ears, and he saw. He did not hold a violin in his arms, but the dead body of a woman, the body of Alyssa. He was playing on her body, playing on the grey ghost of her body, drawing the bow across long golden strands that he recognized in a final burst of fear that tore his brain to shreds. Niccolo played her body like a violin, and drew the madness out into his own being, and then he recognized the wood, the stain, the bridge, and the horribly familiar strings. That was why Alyssa's soul was in the violin. Niccolo suddenly began to laugh insanely, and the music rose to drown out his laughter as he held the horrible thing playing in his arms. Then, with a lurch, Niccolo fell, face black with agony. The curtains dropped. The hysterical manager ran to the dead body of the violinist. Then the madman that was Carlo crept slyly from the wings and crouched over the body, tittering in a shrill voice. He took the violin from the dead Niccolo's breast and laughed. His fingers lovingly caressed the wood he had carved from Alyssa's coffin, the stain of blood he had drawn from Alyssa's body, the pearly teeth on the bridge he had taken from Alyssa's throat. And finally, his fingers fell to stroking the long, smooth golden strings on which the music of madness had been played, the long, golden strands of dead Alyssa's hair. Hell on Earth by Robert Bloch. 1. Devil's Brew. "Let me ask you a question," said my visitor. "Would you go to hell for $10,000? "Brother, just show me the money and tell me when the next train leaves," I told him. "I'm serious." I sat back and did my goldfish imitation, staring with my mouth open. I'm pretty good at it. But Professor Keith was pretty good at looking serious. Too good. After a minute, I closed my mouth and just stared. "Wait a minute," I said. "You haven't got a cloven hoof. You didn't appear out of a cloud of smoke. You're not crazy and you don't take drugs. You're Professor Phillips Keith, Associate Director of Rocklin Institute, and you're offering me $10,000 to go to hell." The pudgy little man with the graying hair adjusted his spectacles and smiled. He looked for all the world like a kindly bishop as he answered, "I'd rather see you go to hell for me than anyone else." "That's very flattering of you, I'm sure. But, Professor, perhaps you could explain yourself a little more fully before I decide. A man doesn't get an offer like this every day." Plump fingers held out a newspaper clipping. "Read this. Scientific Institute to become witchcraft den. The world-famous Rocklin Institute will be transformed into a rendezvous for goblins and demons, according to the plans of Thomas M. Considine, wealthy philanthropist. Considine has authorized a donation of $50,000 to be used in what he describes as a scientific study of sorcery and black magic. Professor Phillips Keith today announced that Rocklin Institute is seriously contemplating the possibilities of the project. Scientific basis for ancient magic is by no means improbable, Keith declared, and such a study may yield valuable results. Vendors of black cats, dried toads, and love philters might find it worth their while to apply at the Rocklin Institute in the near future. "Lousy piece of writing," I commented, handing the clipping back to Keith. "Now, what's the real story?" Keith rose. "Why not come along with me and find out for yourself?" he asked. "Don't mind if I do." I grabbed my hat and followed Keith down to the waiting car. We weaved into traffic before I broke the silence again. "So it's no gag then," I mused. "Not just a publicity stunt. You're really going through with something like this." The eyes behind the spectacles were penetrating in their grey intensity. "I've never been more serious about anything in my life," declared Keith. "It was I who badgered Thomas Considine into donating that money. For years it has been my ambition to conduct experiments along this line. Too bad the papers got hold of the story, but from now on there will be no publicity. No one must know that Rocklin Institute is attempting to raise the dead and conjure up demons in the heart of downtown New York. Now, if there is one thing I've learned in this vale of tears, it's this. You don't tell a man he's crazy when he has $50,000 to spend, particularly if he has just offered you 10,000 of that 50. So all I said was, "That's fine. But where do I fit into this picture?" Keith smiled as he swung the car towards a parking lot. "Simple. Your name was given to me as a writer of so-called horror fiction. As such, I expect you to be more or less conversant with demonology and witchcraft lore. Right. But I certainly don't believe such bunk. Exactly. That's my point. While you're in a position to understand what we're attempting, you still don't believe. In other words, you're an average, skeptical representative of John Public. That's why you were chosen to act as official eyewitness and historian of our endeavors. You know what's going on, but you don't believe in it. You will be shown. In other words, you're being hired as a witness. You mean $10,000 for standing around and watching you play witch? 10 grand to see you ride a broomstick? Keith laughed. You're almost too skeptical. Come on, I think you need an immediate example. We entered the skyscraper, purred upwards in the private elevator, stepped briskly across the business-like outer lobby of Rocklin Institute's spacious quarters on the penthouse floor. Keith led me along the hall to a door marked Private. He pushed it open, beckoned. Usually I hate such doors. I hate the smugness of their curt warning. Private. But if ever a door deserved such a marking, this one did. For it barred madness. Black madness in a velvet-draped room. Red madness in the flickering braziers winking demonic eyes from shadowy niches. We stood in a dark chamber, hidden in the topmost recesses of a modern skyscraper. A dark chamber reeking of blood, musk, hashish, and the tomb. It was a room torn from the 15th century, a room torn from ancient dreams. True, the tables and shelvings were modern, but they groaned with the impedimenta of forgotten nightmares. I looked down at the first ledge beside me, and a casual glance convinced. A rack of test tubes reared from the surface, modern Pyrex, but labelled with inscriptions old as wizardry. Bat's blood, mandrake root, deadly nightshade, mummy dust, corpse fat, and worse, much worse. There were shiny new refrigerators in one corner, but they bulged with unnameable carcasses. There were queerly bubbling vats near a small open fire. One long shelf held alchemic instruments. Jars of herbs stood amidst vials of powdered bones. The floor was crisscrossed with pentagons and zodiacal designs drawn in blue chalk, phosphorescent paint, and some substance that yielded a dull, rusty red. One wall held books I didn't like. The light gleamed on musty tomes once hugged to the withered bosoms of witches, once grasped by the bony, trembling talons of long-dead necromancers. For just an instant, I stood at Professor Keith's side as the iron door closed behind us. For just an instant, my eyes ran their spidery pattern across the red glare and black shadow of that room. And then something rose out of the farther gloom, something wheeled and scuttled from the darkness, something moved in shroud-white silence across the floor. I jumped 2 feet. "Meet Dr. Ross," said Keith. "Oh?" I commented. Dr. Ross's oval face moved toward me. A slim hand darted out. "Charmed," said Dr. Ross. "Ulp?" I declared again. "Can't you say anything but ulp?" inquired Dr. Ross with some curiosity. "Well, you'd ulp too if you were dragged into a chamber of horrors and had a zombie come at you, and the zombie turned out to be a pretty girl with—" I stopped. But it had slipped out, and I wasn't too sorry, because Dr. Ross was a remarkably attractive young lady. Her blonde hair was not marred by any medical severity of coiffure, and her piquant features were very adequately rouged and decorated. Even the white surgical gown did not wholly conceal features which would make Will Hayes foam at the mouth if he saw her in a sweater. "Thank you," said Dr. Ross, without embarrassment, "and welcome to Rocklin Institute. I presume you're interested in witchcraft?" "If all witches are like you—" I began, but Keith cut me off. "Lily Ross isn't Circe, you know," he remarked, but his eyes twinkled. "And you aren't being hired to pass out compliments. There's work to do. We've got a demon to raise this afternoon." Right then and there, it stopped being funny. Here I was, yanked into a weird chamber atop a skyscraper, in the hands of 2 lunatics whose avowed purpose was to experiment in black magic, and ordered to stand by and watch them evoke a demon. It was confusing, to say the least. In my agitation, I stepped back a foot and bumped into something that clicked. I turned around, stared into the grinning visage of a dangling skeleton, and uttered my familiar "Alp." I got my voice back at once. "Now look here. Are you really serious about all this?" Keith took a sheaf of papers from his pocket and placed them on a table near an inverted crucifix bearing the impaled body of a dried bat, hanging head downwards. He produced a fountain pen, waved me over. "Sign," he ordered. "Sign what?" "The contract. Calling for your services as eyewitness for 3 months. $10,000. 5 now, 5 at the conclusion of our experiments. Serious enough for you?" "Very." My fingers trembled as I scribbled a signature on both sets of contracts. They fairly shook with palsy as Professor Keith extended his check. $5,000 right now. It was quite serious, no doubt about that. "Well, then." Keith pocketed the papers. "Are we all ready to proceed, Lily?" "Everything is in order, Professor," said the girl. "Then draw the pentagram," purred Keith. "You'll find the blood in the refrigerator still fresh enough. Recite the chant and light the fires, my dear. And don't worry, I'll keep you covered with the revolvers. If anything goes wrong, I'll shoot to kill." With a bland smile, Phillips Keith drew 2 guns from his vest holster and leveled them into the darkness of the curtained room. 2. Up pops. "Silver bullets in here," explained Professor Keith. "Very good against vampires, werewolves, vricolars, or ghouls. Don't know how effective they are against a draconibus, though." "What?" "A draconibus. Flying cacodemon of the night. Sort of an incubus, if Abbot Recalmus is correct. We're using his spell from Liber Revelationum de Insidiaret Versutis Demonum Adversus Homines. He says the things are black and scaly, quite human in appearance, except for the wings and fangs, but on a low order of intelligence. Something like the elementals. If the bullets don't work, there's always the pentagram. You know what it is. A 5-pointed star, 2 angles ascendant and 1 pointed down. It represents Satan, goat of the Sabbath." "Are you crazy?" I had to say it. "See here." Keith's face was stern in the red glare. "We might as well understand each other once and for all. I don't mind your skepticism in the least, but please don't cast doubts on my sanity or sincerity. But it all seems too absurd, mingling science and sorcery." "Why?" Keith snapped. "Yesterday's magic is today's scientific fact. Voodoo witch doctors and medieval savants tried to cast out demons. Today, psychiatrists attempt to cure insanity by hypnosis, suggestion, and shock treatments, in almost the same way. Once alchemists attempted to transmute base metals into gold. Today, that effort constitutes the basis of scientific research along identical lines. Are not scientists attempting to find the elixir of youth in their laboratories, using animal and human blood in their experiments like the mages of old? Don't scientists concern themselves with the vital problems of life and death, and keep chicken hearts and dog heads alive when severed from the dead bodies? Men died for that at the stake in ages past. They died for dealing with the very mysteries we scientists now openly attempt to probe. Science is sorcery, I tell you, except that in some cases the ancient wizards might have been more successful." "You mean that you believe thaumaturgists once actually did revive the dead and call upon elementals?" "I mean they tried to do it and may well have succeeded. I mean there was nothing wrong with their theories, but their methods were at fault. And I mean that modern science can take those same theories, apply the proper methods, and meet with complete success. That's what we're going to do. But watch." I watched. The slim figure of Lily Ross weaved a white pattern across the far side of the black chamber. Flame blossomed in her fingers as she bent over the braziers in the niches and rekindled their dying fires. From a pouch at her waist, she scattered fine dust upon the embers. The fires flared upward, not red now, but green and blue and purple. A kaleidoscope of diabolic luminance flooded the vast room. Red tongues rose from candle tips and lapped at the darkness. Thick, bloated candles like the puffy fingers of a gigantically swollen corpse. Thick, bloated candles fed by a slim white priestess. White witch. She stooped over and drew a silvery design upon the floor, and its 5 luminous points were bathed with a crimson fluid poured from a canister. "Blood," whispered Keith. "Type B blood." "Type B?" "Naturally. Didn't I tell you we were using modern scientific methods in witchcraft? Let's get down to cases. Sorcery in the Middle Ages was almost a racket. The average goettist was a charlatan. Some wizards hung around the courts of small nobles or petty princes, dabbling in astrology or palmistry, and fawning on their patrons like court jesters. They were arrant fakes. Others were like modern confidence men, forever asking money to perfect wild plans of transmuting lead to gold, completing an elixir of youth, or finding the philosopher's stone. Just grafters. A third class were quack doctors, boys who took little shops in the side streets and sold phony love philters, promised to put curses on enemies for a small fee, and attempted to cure everything from epilepsy to the French disease. Mixed in with these impostors were the psychopathic cases, demonomaniacs and diaboleptics who pranced naked on the hilltops during Walpurgis Eve, claimed to ride broomsticks to the moon or converse with the dead and have infernal lovers. Inverted religious mania. But always there were serious students of the mantic arts. From their records, their spells, and incantations, we are working here. Keith pointed toward the bookshelves. It took me years to gather this collection. Manuscripts, parchments, fragments from treatises, secret documents from every country and every age. Much of it is locked away in those files. In Canabula. Cost a small fortune, but worth it. But aren't they filled with the same fake gibberish as all the rest? I objected. I've read some of that stuff, and it's usually pretty silly. True, but there are kernels of truth. It's easy to discern. Some of the spells are known frauds, others are genuine. You mean if you read a spell aloud that it might conjure up a ghoul or a ghost? If you read it correctly, answered Keith. There's the whole point. That's where science steps in. In many cases, the spell has not been set down completely due to fear. In other instances, the incantation has certain word changes due to imperfect translations or incorrect interpretation of the medieval Latin or Greek. The Church burned as much of the genuine stuff as could be found over centuries of time. We've had to spend months of preparation, weeding the genuine from the spurious, piecing together fragments, studying contemporary sources. It's been a lengthy job for Dr. Ross and myself, but we're now assured of one thing. We have on hand nearly 100 actual, authentic incantations for the evocation of supernatural forces. If spoken correctly, the proper vibrations will be set up as in ordinary prayer, and responses will be made. Also, some of these incantations require ceremonies, such as this one. We've spent a goodly sum acquiring the necessary instruments and materials for our experiments. It's hard to buy a hand of glory or baboon's blood, hard to secure enough cadavers. Grisly, too, but important. I shrugged. But Class B blood? Merely an illustration of our thoroughness. We're going to attack the supernatural with modern aid. Consider the reasons for the failure of ancient sorcerers. For one thing, as I pointed out, many were admitted fakes, and serious students often got hold of the wrong translations, as I have demonstrated. Naturally, they didn't succeed. Again, they were balked by lack of proper materials. If the spell called for baboon's blood, they might have had to use the blood of a rhesus monkey, for example. It spoiled the mixture by simple chemistry. We're experimenting, when we use human blood, with all blood types, because it might well be that a spell only works with a specific chemical compound. That's something the ancients didn't know. Similarly, they often were taken in by frauds. Perhaps they attempted brewing a filter calling for powdered unicorn's horn. Naturally, When we see such a recipe, we know it's a fake and throw it out. They weren't so fortunate, and again they failed. So there you are. It may look like hocus-pocus to you, but it's the result of applied scientific reasoning. We've sifted our spells, we've checked our formulae, we've gathered together only the most authentic ingredients. We're working by trial and error and modern logic. Under such conditions, we cannot fail, if there is any truth in the supernatural law which has dominated all nations and all religion since the dawn of time. Surely there is a basis of truth underlying this tremendous mass of legend and theory that is older than any other form of worship. Science has recognized today the pathological existence of the vampire and werewolf and ghoul in mental cases. Science has recognized today many practices which were once called witchcraft. Now we shall take the further step and discover whether the ancients were wiser than we knew. We shall reconstruct, correctly, the enchantments of the magicians and evocators. Today, using Class B blood, we are performing the Recalmus rune to evoke a Draconibus. Dr. Ross has drawn the pentagram. She has placed the 5 candles at the points and fed the fires with the 3 colors. Now she will read the invocation in the original Latin. If the conditions are reproduced correctly, we shall soon see the veritable flying demon of the night, which the good abbot describes so graphically. Mayhap we shall capture it and offer our living proof to the world. "You'll capture it?" I murmured. Keith smiled. "Why not? That's the kind of evidence we need to confound the smug skeptics, the pompous figures who delight in shaming poor old women at seances and ridiculing sincere students of the occult. Why, when Tom Considine put up the money for all this, he laughed at me. I wonder what he'd say if I sent a Draconibus into the office in a packing case." Keith chuckled as he pointed at the ceiling. "Of course, if the thing does appear and is dangerous, I've got the silver bullets to stop it. But I'd much prefer to take my apparitions alive. There's the scientific means." I followed his directing finger. Suspended by chains in the shadowy heights above was a square sheet of transparent glass. It hung directly over the spot where the pentagram gleamed upon the floor. "Notice the lever at the door," Keith said. "Turn that, and the glass cage drops down. Fits over whatever appears in the circle. Fits like a cage." "But your demon would surely break out of it at once," I said, half ashamed at even using the word. "Not from that," Keith assured me. "There are repelling crosses ground into the glass itself, including the crux and center. Tubes of holy water in the paneling along the sides. Besides, it's the modern unbreakable glass for added precaution, and there's a little tubing at the top which extends inside. It admits air, and it can also admit enough monoxide to turn that glass cage into a lethal chamber within 30 seconds. So, if anything appears, just you pull that lever." So there it was. I stood in the dark chamber as the White Witch wove her spell, and heard the wizard instruct me on the fine art of demon-catching. If it hadn't been for that $5,000 check in my pocket, I'd have quit there. Not because it was silly, because it was serious. Too serious. Keith had spoken wildly, but he had spoken with conviction. He was Professor Phillips Keith, Associate Director of a recognized scientific institute. He was a known scholar and savant, not a crackpot eccentric. Lily Ross was nobody's fool, I felt, and she wasn't giggling behind her hand either. She was going about her preparations like a trained scientific assistant, or a witch. Witchcraft, the black arts of legend, the hideous whisperings creeping throughout history and leering madly through all barriers of reasons. Satanism, the Black Mass, trafficking with the dead and the masters of the dead. Here in this room, the reek of the grave, the corpse-fat candles, and the flames that burned with a blue light, a green lividity, a purple pallor. Blood trickling across an ancient symbol on the floor. Silence and darkness, and now a rustling, as Lily Ross took the yellow parchment in her hand and stepped toward the light of the blue brazier. She stood there, poised and statuesque, a blonde handmaiden of evil. Her oval face was dedicated to darkness, as her red lips shaped the first syllables that broke the utter silence. Keith's face was pudgy and prosaic in the glare, but his eyes shone with the fanatic zeal of a Puritan warlock. Sweat beaded my forehead. Would you go to hell for $10,000? Here, in this skyscraper tower, I was nearer to hell than I would be in the bowels of the earth. Here stood the magic circle, the witch, the wizard. Here was the source, the linkage between man and mystery. Lily Ross spoke the first sentences of the incantation. I thought that her mouth was a scarlet flower, emanating corruption. I thought that her lips were heaven, but her voice was hell. I saw a beautiful young girl, and I heard the withered croaking of a crone. It can't be explained. There was nothing wrong with her tone. It was what she said. The words were Latin, but they didn't seem to be words as much as sounds, and not so much sounds as vibrations. Not college Latin, not words with meaning in themselves, not words spoken as sentences, just sounds constructed for a purpose, an evil purpose. I knew that. I knew it as strongly as I knew my own existence. Lily Ross was reciting an incantation, and for the first time I realized what an incantation meant. It was a call to a demon. It was the use of human tongue in a peculiar way to set up certain vibrations, certain forces that touched or impinged upon other worlds, sound waves reaching across planes and angles of existence, commanding and guiding. Sound waves shatter glasses in modern laboratories. Sound waves shatter buildings if properly pitched in volume and intensity. And sound waves, over and above radio frequency vibrations, can pluck the harps that sound in hell, can knock upon the gates of the pit, and call forth presences. Her voice was but an instrument. The meaningless drone was rising, almost uncontrollably. Now I knew what truth there was in the power of the word used in prayer, and the word used in black summons. The drone blended with the blackness. The blackness mingled oddly with the green, the violet, the blue fires. The pentagram became a wriggling, phosphorescent serpent, swaying amidst green, purple, and blue words of flame. The shadows droned. The girl burned and flickered. Suddenly, the pulsing began. It shook the walls. It rose with the words the girl recited, blended with them, then emerged stronger, triumphant. Smoke spiraled up in a sudden jet from the braziers as a great wind filled the chamber. I shook before the icy blast that was not air, shook as though a dental drill buzzed through my nerves. I looked through water at a shimmering, slim figure, a slithering silver line on the floor, a wiggling spiral of colored fires. And then the light came up, the roar came up, the voice came up to a single sustained note. "Wake up!" Somebody was shaking me. It was Keith. Slowly, the roaring died away. "You're out on your feet, man." I looked around. There was no shimmering, no wind, no noise. Lily Ross, a girl, not a witch, stood silent and dejected. Keith scowled at me. "We failed." But I felt something. Something. Pure self-hypnosis. It didn't work. Lily Ross stepped over. "Let me see this copy of the incantation," Keith demanded wearily. He took the paper from her hand. "Damnation!" Lily's eyes widened to a deeper blue. "What's the matter?" "Matter? Here's a perfect example of what I was trying to explain. You've made a mistake here. This isn't the proper invocation at all. This isn't the Recalmus ritual. It's that other one almost like it. Giorgioso's invocation of the devil." "How did that happen?" asked the girl. "I could have sworn—" "I'll do the swearing," snapped Keith. "You've recited the invocation of the devil by mistake. No wonder nothing happened." He turned to me, but didn't say anything. There was no chance to speak, for the roaring started again, and this time there was no question of self-hypnosis involved. The rumbling shook the room as though the building was clawed by an earthquake. Lily and Professor Keith stood swaying beside me as the wind rose, the flame flared, the thunderous crescendo swept through our bodies, tore at our brains. Gleaming with lambent fire, the pentagram writhed at our feet. Within it a black shadow coalescing, blurring into an outline in the pentagram of Satan, black goat of the Sabbath. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lily Ross's trembling hands move out, saw the crumpled scrap of paper fall from her fingers. It was the parchment from which she had read the incantation, the wrong incantation, the one that summoned up the devil. And now a figure stood in the pentagram. 3. Speaks of the devil. We stared, all of us. Lily Ross gave a tiny gasp, lost amidst the crackling of the braziers. Keith was numb. I found myself trembling, unable to lift my hands and shield my eyes from a vision that seared and burned with a flame from the pit. The presence crouched there in the pentagram, its black goat face gleaming in the glare of the fires. The shaggy, tousled head with the stumps of goat horns, the fiendishly familiar visage, the cloaked body, I saw them all merging into a sharper focus of actuality. The presence gathered itself as I gazed, as though reveling in the actuality of its new physical existence, like a child being born and realizing it. But this was no child. There was nothing youthful in the ancient smirk of relish on that ageless face. The fires in those slitted eyes burned long before the gases which created Earth. It was a tableau born in a demonic dream, and like a dream, it dissolved into sudden, terrible action. The goat body moved, black arms extended. Claws, talons, call them what you will, emerged swiftly from the cloak. They reached across the pentagram. One foot moved out, black, misshapen, hoof-like, cloven. My own feet moved then, moved in desperate swiftness. As the presence lumbered forward, I raced for the doorway. My outstretched arms tugged frantically at the lever Keith had shown me. I wrenched it down. From the ceiling the iron chains grated. There was a thunderous crash, and then the great glass cage dropped down squarely over the black body of Satan, Prince of Darkness. The creature in the cage beat black claws against the glass, and suddenly recoiled. Good Lord! These, the first words spoken, were Keith's contribution. They sounded most appropriate. I began to laugh. I couldn't help it. "What's that for?" Lily Ross whispered. "I was just thinking," I gasped weakly. I've matched wits against Satan himself, the arch-enemy, and won." Lily calmly reached out with one slim hand and slapped my face. Hard. I sobered. "Thanks," I whispered. I couldn't control it. "No hysteria," she said. "If you'd kept that up 1 minute more, I'd have started to scream myself. It's too much. We've got Satan locked up in a skyscraper." "Are you still skeptical?" Keith asked. "Skeptics don't sweat," I answered, dabbing my forehead. "But if I'm not skeptical, I'm practical. What do we do now?" "Turn on the lights, for one thing." Keith pressed the rheostat. The room blazed up into prosaic outline. Fluorescence turned the darkness to daylight, and we stood in the draped chamber, ordinary figures once more, in an ordinary room, except for that glass cage and the horror it held. It was bad enough in the firelight, but now the nightmare quality of our captive was accentuated tenfold. The black figure stood proudly in the center of the glass enclosure, stood proud as Lucifer. Unbidden, the three of us drew closer. Under the lights I saw every detail. Too much detail. The monster was shaggy, a goat-headed Ajapan figure with human eyes and mouth. The skin was jet black, but dull. I stared intently at one gnarled talon, horrified at its microscopic detail, and the total absence of visible pores in the skin. Lily's blue eyes, Keith's grey ones, followed mine. "It's incredible," muttered the pudgy professor. "Just like the mental image I'd formed. The beard, the moustache, the monocle, and the red skin." "Red skin?" I snapped. "It's black." "Scaly," insisted Lily. "No scales," I said. "What are you talking about? And what do you mean, monocle? Why, he's like a black goat." "Are you crazy?" Keith said. "Why, anyone can see that he's a man in evening dress with a red face and a monocle." "What about that forked tail?" asked Lily. "That's the worst." "No tail at all," I retorted. "You two aren't seeing straight." Keith stepped back. "Wait a minute," he protested. "Let's consider this." He cocked his head my way. "You claim you see a sort of black goat with human features wearing a cloak?" I nodded. "And you, Lily?" "A scaly creature with a forked tail, more like a grey lizard." "And I see a red fiend in evening dress," Keith announced. "Well, we're all correct." "I don't get it." "Don't you understand? No one really knows what the devil looks like. Each of us has his own mental picture, drawn from imaginative illustrations in books. Throughout known history, Satan has been pictured in several ways by his worshippers and enemies. To some, he appeared as the goat of the Sabbath, the primitive fiend of the Oriental nomads, the father of lies known to the Bible. To others, he is essentially the incarnation of the tempter, the serpent. To moderns, he is the red gentleman. We three each visualize him in our own way, and the focal thought of millions throughout the ages materializes him in whichever aspect seems most natural to the beholder. We're all looking at the same figure. We all see different concepts. What he really looks like we cannot say. He may be gas or light or simply a flame, but our thoughts give him the material body. You may be right, Lily hazarded. Why not? I don't want to blaspheme, but does anyone know what Christ really looked like? No. All we have to go by is the standard concept, which was invented by medieval painters. And yet he is always pictured in one way, and we have come to think of him in that way. We couldn't see him in any other form. So it is with the enemy. That's all very interesting, I interrupted. But what do we do now? Phone for the papers? Are you joking? Do you know what would happen if the world learned that we had him captive in this room? Can't you see the panic, the madness that would be loosed on Earth? Besides, we must experiment. Yes, this is our opportunity. Providence must have guided us when we made that mistake. Are you sure it was Providence? Asked Lily quietly. This gift did not come from heaven. Don't quibble. My girl, just realize what we have here in our midst. Why, it's the greatest thing that's happened since the capture of Gargantua, the gorilla. I finished for him. But I didn't smile when I said it. Keith, this is dangerous. I don't like it. We've apparently got our visitor bottled up under glass, but if he ever gets loose... He won't get loose, Keith barked. Are you a coward, man? Can't you see that here in this very room we hold a proof of witchcraft, a proof of the existence of the supernatural, of evil? I agree with you about evil, I answered, and I'm afraid. He who sups with the devil must have a long spoon. You talk like a priest, I finished again. And perhaps they are wiser than you scientists think. They have been fighting this creature here for long centuries, and their wisdom should be heeded. Why, you said yourself that you matched wits with the devil and beat him, Keith protested. We, with the weapons of scientific research at our command, are going to study our guest. Why, we'll give him a blood test. We'll examine the skin. We'll isolate cells under the microscope. We'll use X-ray. I turned away. It was madness. I sought sanity in Lily Ross's blue eyes, but she was babbling too, the scientific spirit. Maybe the creature can speak. What about an intelligence test? We'll get our dope from the staff. Take pictures. You'd think it was some new sort of guinea pig. But I didn't. Not when I saw the black body crouching there, huddled up away from the cross-etched glass, but with flaming evil in its eyes. They had the devil in a cage, and they wanted his fingerprints. Success, Keith trumpeted. Success beyond the wildest dreams of man. We'll conduct a scientific study of all evil, of incarnate evil, the nature and principle of evil. The evil men have known of, feared throughout the ages since creation. It's there. We all see it differently, through our own eyes. All men do. But it exists, like electricity, a force. He stood beside the glass enclosure, gesturing like a circus barker. Behold the great god Pan. Yes, and behold the serpent, the tempter, the fallen angel. Behold Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Azrael, Asmodeus, Samael, Zamiel, Prince of Darkness, and Father of Lies. Gaze on the black goat of the Sabbath. Gaze on fabled Ariman, on Set, Typhon, Malektois, Abaddon, Yama, primal Nodens, the archetype of evil, known to all men by all names. Once again I felt the urge of hysterical laughter. This was too much. Only the girl saved me. Let's get out of here, she suggested. At once. We've had a shock. Tomorrow we can sit down and reason this thing out clearly, if we're not crazy already. We can make plans sensibly then. Let's rest. You're right. I'm sure that he will be safe behind the glass. And this room is locked, sealed. No one must suspect. Keith moved toward the door, and we followed. He snapped out the light as the door opened, plunged the room into Stygian night. We went out. I looked back once. There was nothing but blackness and 2 red coals burning. Eyes. Eyes in the darkness. The eyes of Satan. The eyes that saw forced. 4. Hell breaks loose. So, that's my story, I concluded. Now, what's yours? Lily Ross raised her glass, tinkling the ice in rhythm to the music from the orchestra. Just a little astrophysics and biochemistry, she smiled. A job at Rocklin as Keith's assistant. Don't kid me. You're a blonde in a green evening dress, the prettiest come-on girl in this supper club, and you're going to dance with me, because you've never heard of chemistry or physics, but you can look conga all night. She could, too. One whirl around the floor convinced me. Clinched me, in fact. That noise, like a ton of bricks, was me falling. But I didn't care. I had the devil by the tail and Lily Ross in my arms, and I was sitting on top of the world tonight. But when we got back to our table, Lily sobered for a moment. I say, she said, I'm worried about Professor Keith. That excitement today, our experiment, unnerved him. Hope he's going to be all right tomorrow. He went home in a taxi and went to bed. Calm yourself, Lily, I said. If he isn't all right tomorrow, he'll merely be suffering from a hangover. What do you mean? Take a squint at that table near the orchestra. I grinned. If Keith got in a taxi, he wasn't going home. Lily took a squint, and then her eyes went wide. Why, he's here, and he's with a woman. That's putting it mildly, I told her. He's got a woman and a half there. It's Eve Vernon, the singer in On the Beam. Never thought he was such a man about town. He isn't, Lily gasped. Why, he never goes anywhere at all. I've never heard of him escorting a woman. And that champagne on his table, too. Why— Live and learn, I said. He's just relaxing, that's all. Shall we join him? Certainly not. It might embarrass him. Besides, there's something strange about this. I shrugged, but subsequent events bore me out. Keith was relaxing to a point where it was necessary to bear him out. He danced. He drank 2 quarts of champagne solo. He laughed. He reddened. He tried to dance with the girls in the floor show. When Lily and I slipped out, he was singing drunkenly at the top of his lungs, to the delight of the surrounding tables. Disgusting, Lily commented. Forget it, I advised. I forgot it in her good-night kiss. I forgot everything. All I knew was that tomorrow at 10 o'clock she would be waiting down at Rocklin. She was. I entered the outer lobby and took her arm. Where's the professor? I asked. He didn't show up. He must have a hangover then. Did you call him? Certainly. His housekeeper says he hasn't been in all night." "Strange. What shall we do?" "Let's go into the laboratory and wait. We must inspect our specimen." Lily led the way down the hall to the barred doorway. She fumbled with a key. "Why, it's open." We entered. The room was dark, and only a single brazier burned. A single brazier, and the red eyes in the glass cage. A figure huddled before the cage. "Keith!" I shook him. He struggled to his feet, though I must have dozed off. Been here almost all night, watching to see what he would do. Keith's face was haggard, his clothing rumpled. He spoke thickly, as though half asleep. "Better get home and get some rest," Lily suggested. "We'll stay here. If you feel up to it this afternoon, we can make our plans then." Suddenly, the professor drew himself up. He seemed to visibly shake off his fatigue. "Nonsense. I'm all right. Feel splendid, perfectly splendid. But no time for a conference, my dear. I've got to find Considine. Need more money from him at once. Got a great idea. Tell you all about it. Must find Considine, though. You stay here, keep your eyes open. See you tonight at the test tube ball. I'll arrange to meet Considine there, and some of his friends." He was gone. Lily's mouth was a red oval of astonishment. "Test tube ball?" I repeated. "Yes, society masquerade. Patrons of Rocklin Institute hold it every year. Collect funds there, you know. But what does Keith want at such a gathering? He never dances or goes in for social affairs." "You forget last night." "That's just the point. I can't forget last night. That professor isn't well, I'm sure of it. Something has happened." "He isn't the only one who isn't well," I said softly. "Look into the glass." Lily turned, and we surveyed the cage together. Satan squatted, half slumping on the floor. The red eyes flickered, but they were suddenly fainter in their fire. "Sick?" Lily murmured. "No air, or no food. What does His Majesty eat?" I began. But something about the aspect of the creature cut me short. "I wish Keith were here," said Lily. "We ought to do something." We peered into the glass. Suddenly Satan opened his eyes. He sat up and stared back. All at once he rose to his feet, stepped forward. His upraised claws almost touched the glass, but not quite. The gesture was one of appeal, and in those eyes I read not hate, but recognition. Lips curled, disclosing yellowed fangs. They moved silently behind the glass. "He's trying to talk to us," Lily gasped. "I'm sure of it." "Watch." The black fiend was gesturing wildly. Its eyes rested first on Lily's face, and then my own. If we could only find out. No use. Evidently it was true. His unholiness suddenly slumped to rest once again on the floor, head buried in the long black arms. We stared at one another for a long moment. Once more there was activity within the cage. The creature had bent down on its knees over the floor. One claw held a tiny sliver. With a start, I recognized it. It was chalk, the phosphorescent stuff used to draw the pentagram with, and the devil was writing. From time to time, eyes rested on our faces in a strange appeal. The bony fingers continued to move, slowly, painfully. Letters traced upon the floor, words, sentences, and then it was done. "Turn out the flame of the brazier," Lily whispered. "Then we can read it." I clicked it off, plunged the room into utter darkness. I advanced through that darkness to her side, stared into the dim glow on the floor, a glow that brightened. Letters, letters of fire, silver fire on the floor. I read the words. "Quickly, stop him before it's too late. He got into me this morning, and I know what he means to do." That's when I gasped. I gasped again at the sight of the two words beneath the message. They were a signature. "Phillips Keith," I read. Letters of silver fire in my brain. Lily was shaking at my side. I pulled her to her feet. "Come on," I said. "Where?" "After the professor, of course. We're going to the test tube ball. 5. The Devil Dances. The Lone Ranger never had a mission like mine, nor a costume like mine either. Lily's hunting outfit was more appropriate. We were out to get our man, if man he was. There was no dancing in mind for us tonight, not if what we suspected were true. It might have been cunning on the thing's part, the cunning of a fiend. But anything was possible in a world gone mad. We had the devil in a cage. Who in this room would believe that? Yet it was true, and these dancing, babbling digits of the 400 hadn't the faintest suspicion. I smiled grimly at the thought. Suppose his hellishness should walk suddenly into this very ballroom. I imagined the screaming, the dismay, the horror. They'd dance to a different tune if that happened. But it did. Lily and I stood by the door waiting. We'd been there for 10 minutes, ever since our arrival, I scanning the dancers for a glimpse of Keith. He was on his way, the housekeeper had said, when our frantic call had come through. He should be here now, any minute. So we stood there, and Satan walked in. It was Keith, of course, in a Mephistocles disguise. Red suit, false beard, and moustache. But he'd added a grisly touch. Red chalk on face and hands. His concept of Satan. I had never realized he was so tall and slender. He looked the part, looked it too well. We weren't the only ones to notice it. The orchestra had just finished a number, and the crowded hall was a perfect setting for his entrance. He came down 3 stairs, and all at once the conversation seemed to die away. Women stopped talking in mid-screech, and the fat paws of businessmen tightened about their cigars in astonishment as Phillips Keith walked into the room. My mind shuttled back in memory to a similar scene. Red Death, that was it. Lon Chaney as Red Death in The Phantom of the Opera. It terrified me as a child, and now my spine tingled anew. Phillips Keith as Satan, master of evil. What a disguise! Perfect, even the club foot. I could have choked the thin matron who said that. She would have to call that to my attention. The tingling in my spine became a pulsation of dread, for Phillips Keith limped. Dropped something on his foot, Lily whispered. He must have. Club foot, or cloven hoof. The red figure of Mephistocles stalked through the parted lane. Proudly he walked, despite the limp, proud as Lucifer. I saw him beckon to a stout man in pirate costume. Considine, said Lily, dully. That's Thomas Considine. Keith said a few words. Considine appeared to be laughing, commenting on the disguise. He walked at the professor's side, then beckoned to a companion. The party moved toward a side door. At that moment, the orchestra struck up. Dancing started once more. Conversation rose suddenly, and the red-clad Mephisto and his 2 companions disappeared from the floor. I grabbed Lily's wrist and jostled through the crowd. Hurry, I commanded. Something's up. We reached the door just as the red cloak whisked into the elevator. The door closed. The car moved down. Stairs. 3 flights down in nothing, flat. The red cloak flicked tantalizingly out of the lobby. We reached the street just as the black car rolled away. Heaven sent a taxi around the corner. I pushed Lily inside to nurse her black and blue wrist. Follow that car, I began. Then, to blazes with that. Just take us to Rockland Foundation. I know where they're going. Lily knew too. We didn't say anything, just stared at each other, and I'm afraid my eyes were as frightened as hers. Hurtling down the black, gaping mouths of midnight streets, riding the wind behind the red cloak of Satan. This wasn't New York, but ancient Prague. Then, climbing the dark tower of the skyscraper, up toward the hidden chamber. This wasn't the 20th century, but a scene set in medieval nightmare. As we paused before the door marked private, we heard a voice. It, too, was filtered through a black dream. Keith's voice, partly. I don't like to admit that it was only partly Keith's voice, but what else can one say? It was a voice coming from his throat, using his larynx, but there was a deep, burring overtone that was altogether unnatural in any human throat. It might have been imagination. As we stood before that door, I hoped it was imagination. Maybe Keith had a cold. That's why he sounded that way. But cold or no cold, I couldn't help hearing what he said. That was by far the worst of all. Whispering huskily from that black room. So now you see what I have accomplished, gentlemen. You, Considine, and you, Mr. Wintergreen, can no longer doubt the evidence of your own senses. But it's monstrous, Considine boomed. The devil in a cage. Monstrous, you say? Glorious. Don't you see the possibilities here? I suppose it's all very interesting scientifically. But what do you intend to do? Exhibit this creature to the public or something of the sort? Keith laughed, or rather, that voice laughed. Considine, you talk like a fool. Can't you realize we have something here that can become the most powerful force on Earth? Powerful? Interrupted the nasal tones of Wintergreen. Yes, all-powerful. Consider, gentlemen, for a moment, what our captive can mean to us. Have you ever heard of the Black Mass, of the worship of Satan? For centuries men have gathered to pay homage to the devil. Believing that the kingdom of heaven is ruled by God, they claim that earth is ruled by Satan, and choose to worship him. If he grants them happiness here on earth, they are willing to forsake celestial joys. What utter rot! The voice droned on, contemptuous of the interruption. They meet in hidden places, the cellars of ancient houses or ruined churches, on Walpurgis Eve and other unhallowed nights. Candles fashioned from the corpse fat of unbaptized infants light their devotions to the Prince of Darkness. An unfrocked priest presides over the altar which is the naked, living flesh of a woman. All boast of their sins and confess penitently their good deeds. Then, as the Lord's Prayer is recited in reverse, a parody of the Mass is held. The Mass of Saint-Sacer, the unholy ritual of Gilderetz, and the Marquis de Sade. A sacrifice is given to Satan, and celebrants drink of a red wine which is truly human blood. All do homage to the father of evil, who grants them then their dark desires. Don't talk like that, Wintergreen begged in nervous protest. We're not children, to be frightened by bogeymen. Neither are the thousands of secret Satanists who carry on these rites. They believe. Many of them are the victims of charlatans, frauds who prey on the neurotic rich. And I'm not offering you a bogeyman. I'm offering you the actual physical entity of the fallen angel, the master of the Great Black Lodge. That's why I brought you here and showed you our captive. Your money enabled me to summon him. It is only fitting now that you be given the opportunity to profit thereby. The droning voice held cunning, devilish cunning. Lily grasped my wrist, but I shrugged her into silence again as we crouched, listening. We have here the opportunity for power, for undreamt of wealth. We, and we alone, are the masters of Satan. Let me tell you my plan. I shall become the high priest of the Satanists. You, Considine, and you, Wintergreen, shall go out among your friends and proselyte. Bring the rich old women, the eccentric old men into the fold. Bring them to the Black Mass. Spread the word that a new day is at hand for those who would pay the price to the powers of darkness. Tell them that there are ways to obtain eternal youth, ways to obtain more wealth, ways to wreak revenge. Can't you see? We'll build an empire out of what was once only an old wives' tale. We can control nations, master the earth. Have you gone crazy, Keith? Considine's deep voice trembled. Are you utterly mad? First you show up in a Mephisto costume, then you bring us to look at this freak, this animal hybrid of yours, and now you babble insanities. Yes, Wintergreen amended weakly. I'm getting out of here. No, you don't. You know the secret, and it's too much. Neither of you leaves this room until you've agreed. I don't know what I intended to do. I only realized that there would never be a better cue for my entrance. I flung the door open and marched in, Lily Ross at my side. Considine and Wintergreen stared with open mouths. In the glass cage beyond, the black figure gestured frantically in the red glow of the braziers. I ignored them all. I had eyes only for Keith, for the man in the red cloak, the man with the red face and the spade beard. As he turned to face me, I read his eyes, read the blazing message there. His hand swooped up, claw-like, as I charged. Sheer instinct drove me on, the same instinct that guides a man to crush a wriggling serpent, even though he knows it is about to strike. Lily screamed as my hands closed about Keith's scarlet throat, rose to rake his face. I almost screamed as I felt that face. I was tearing at his disguise, at his false beard, tearing, and it wouldn't come off. For Professor Phillips, Keith was not disguised at all. He was Satan in red flesh. The dragging club foot, the cloven hoof moved up, butting my thighs. The claws razored my chest. The deep growling from the creature's throat welled horribly. I punched out at the fiendish visage, and my hands hammered against iron. Considine and Wintergreen, Lily and the creature in the cage whirled crazily by. Red arms encircled me and began to crush and break. Pudgy little arms bent me back until I felt my spine bending like a white-hot wire of pain. Pudgy little arms, but they held strength, the strength of a demon. Demon arms crushing, demon breath searing my face, demon face glaring into my own. My senses ebbed, and a chuckling rose from the grinning thing that crushed me like a rag doll, crushed me down into darkness and a swirling mist of pain. I tore my left hand free somehow, got it up to my pocket. I wrenched the flask out, ripped the cork with frantic fingers. The creature grabbed for my arm, twisted it, but the flask was open. I jerked it up. A white stream spurted against the red face. With a howl of agony, the thing's arms flew up to shield its head. Breaking free, I spattered more of the fluid on the head and shoulders. Rocking on its feet a moment, the creature staggered, fell to its knees. A hideous stench arose. Smoke seemed to pour from the red skin. As the thing fell, I was upon it. I tore the hands from the ravaged face, for there was no strength in those red talons now. I jammed the flask up against the pain-contorted mouth, tilted it. The liquid gushed forth, gurgled down the crimson moor. In a moment, it was over. I rose and faced the three at my side. Lily sobbed. I thought it would kill you," she gasped, "until you threw the acid in its face." "Acid?" I echoed. "Acid? Hell, that was holy water." 6. Getting behind Satan. Yes, the holy water did the trick. It was Professor Phillips Keith who spoke weakly, through ashen lips, but spoke, and in a voice unmistakably his own. Considine and Wintergreen knelt at his side, propping up his grey head. It had taken 10 minutes to bring him around. At first we had thought the red thing dead, and it was Lily who noticed the change and pointed it out with a murmur of astonishment. The redness of the skin faded out, slowly. The contours of the body altered subtly, almost before our eyes. It was like the Jekyll Hyde transformation accomplished by a movie camera, but the reality was ghastly. When we saw Professor Phillips Keith lying on the floor in an incongruous red cloak, when we saw his eyelids flutter weakly, some measure of composure returned. By the time the familiar "what happened" came faintly from his lips, we were prepared to answer. I told him the story. "Yes, it was the holy water, all right," he repeated. "Pure inspiration on your part, to think of it." "Pure desperation," I corrected. "I must have been pretty bad." You were Evil, Lily interjected slowly. Utterly evil. But what does it all mean? Considine asked. It means that I was possessed of the devil. Do you really believe you saw me? Keith continued. It was a clear case of what the ancients called demoniac possession. From Bible times down, literature and history is filled with recorded instances of men and women who were possessed. Such a condition overtook me. I don't know how it started. When we evoked that thing in the cage, I suppose. The shock of our success weakened my mental resistance. The barriers went down in a wave of enthusiasm. You remember my harangue before the glass, don't you? Keith turned to me. I nodded. That night I came back. I wanted another look at our captive. I got it. Guess I got too much. The creature hypnotized me. I didn't know. I looked at it, and I became elated. I felt exhilarated, half intoxicated. What religious maniacs describe, and what the old priests of Pan used to call ecstasy. That was it. You and Lily saw the effect it had on me. I went out that night, can't even remember how. Another will than my own seemed to command me, drive me. Working through my senses, the creature broke down my volition. Satan knows the flesh. After that night, I came back. I came back at dawn, under a compulsion born of intoxication and the inner urge upon me. I came back to stare at the creature in the cage, stare at the red eyes in the darkness which glistened like two distant whirling worlds of evil. Two distant worlds that came closer, merged and blended with our own world, blended with my own brain. You and Lily found me asleep beside the cage this morning. The change had occurred. I don't remember much of today. It must have worked very fast. I have only two distinct memories. One of looking into a mirror late this afternoon and seeing my skin assume a reddish tint as though I had been deeply sunburned. The other memory is vaguer still. It concerns writing something with a piece of chalk in a dream. I told Keith about our experience with the strangely cowed creature in the cage. Part of me must have entered into it when it took my body, he said gravely. His face clouded again in recollection. My body? By nightfall it wasn't my body anymore. The leg dragged. I seemed to know what was happening, but I didn't care. I had this ecstasy, this force driving me. I went to the ball, and you know the rest. There was silence. Somehow, Considine's muttered "incredible" sounded mawkish and inappropriate. Professor, you should get some rest, said Lily. The shock. I think it would be best if you spent a few days in the hospital until... A white hand waved. I can't, my dear, I can't. Don't you see, we have him to deal with. The hand levelled toward the glass cage. Our eyes followed. The slumping figure behind the glass was gone. In its place once more was Satan, Lord of the Sabbath, black, erect, and menacing, with the yellow, rotted fangs sneering in malignant fury. There was no mistaking the hate, the thwarted desire in those burning eyes. Considine and Wintergreen saw it for the first time. They breathed through their mouths hoarsely. Yes, Satan was back. Satan waited again, waited to spring. We thought we had him trapped, but you see, we haven't, Keith whispered. He has found the way to get out. He can take possession of the human body and walk the earth as a man. For a day or so, anyway. Then the human body changes, and the man becomes outwardly as well as inwardly the image of evil. We must get rid of him once and for all. We must. Take it easy, I said. We understand. But you don't understand. You can't. Not until you've been through what I've been through. God. Keith shuddered. I'll never rest until we've found a way to send him back to hell. You'll rest. Lily and I will get to work, I promise you. The girl nodded agreement. Send him back, Keith whispered. You can't kill him. There is no way. Send him back before... The grey head slumped. He's passed out, Wintergreen said. Good. Phone for an ambulance. We'll carry him out to the lobby. Say it's collapsed from overwork or something. Our word is good. He needs hospital attention. We carried Keith out, carried the plan out. Lily and I faced the two industrialists. Not a word of this now to anyone, I cautioned. We alone share the secret, and we alone must solve it. Keith was right. We must find a way to send this creature back. I still can't believe it, Wintergreen said. Considine scowled in perplexity. Neither do I, but I can feel it, all right. I don't pretend to understand all you've told me, but I know that you're right. It's a mistake to pry into these things. Send that thing back to wherever it came from. Use any method you want and charge the bill to me. You'll keep silence? I reiterated. We will. Considine walked heavily toward the door. Suddenly the big man turned. His beefy face worked with unwanted emotion. And may God help you in the task, he said softly. The two went out. I faced Lily. There's a job to do, I said grimly. Are you game? You know I am. After what happened to Keith, I'm almost afraid to let you help, I murmured. You'll have to. I'm the only one who knows the formulae. We'll be playing with fire, I persisted. Hellfire, added the girl. But we won't be burned. 7. Devil May Care. Any luck? I asked dully. No, sighed the girl. She rose from the desk, one slim hand brushing back the golden cascade of her hair. I'm afraid it's no use. There are no formulae here to get rid of him. But there has to be one, I insisted. There must be a way to send him back. Not by incantation. Her hopeless glance met mine, melted. For a moment we stood together, then turned, by common impulse, to the glass cage in the center of the room. Black, brooding, baleful, the goat of the Sabbath crouched on the floor. The leering, beady eyes rested scornfully on our own. Yellowed fangs menaced in a derisive grin. Lily shivered. Can he hear us? She asked. It doesn't matter. He knows. He's waiting, too. That's what I'm afraid of. Darling, we can't go on like this forever. It's been 2 days already. We can't keep on hiding it always, and if anyone should suspect... There must be a way out, I scowled, my eyes restlessly searching the room. Wait a minute. I've got it. What? Didn't Professor Keith say something about tubing in the glass cage? Something about lethal gas? You're right. Lily's smile became animated. That tank over there under the table, it's got the tubing attached. We just plug it into the panel at the side, and the gas is released. Hand pump. Come on, I'll show you. We did the job. It wasn't easy to brave the ghoulish stare of the creature in the cage, as my hands fumbled with the nozzle of the hose and screwed it into place. It was easier to feel the reassuring firmness of the efficient hand pump handle once things were in readiness. I hope it works, Lily whispered. It must work. We have to kill this thing somehow, I answered. Here goes. I pumped. There was a hissing. The inflated tube writhed like a serpent. I watched the nozzle in the panel. A cloudy vapor poured into the glass enclosure. I pumped harder as the black figure vanished suddenly in a whirl of poisonous fog. It's working, exclaimed the girl. Keep it up. Nothing can survive this stuff. Billows of whitish smoke writhed in miniature inferno behind the glass. Inferno for a demon. The pump sighed emptily. Together, we advanced toward the clouded glass pane. See anything? I asked. No, not yet. Lily pressed her forehead against the glass of the cage, wrinkled it in straining scrutiny. No, wait a minute. The smoke is clearing. Clearing? There's nowhere for it to go. But it is. And it was. Even as we watched, the white vapor thinned into spirals, shreds, cumuli. Behind it crouched the black, goatish body. Crouched, not slumped. Satan was alive, and yet the gases cleared because he was inhaling them. Good Lord, he's absorbing the stuff into his system. He breathes poison, I murmured. Malignant, triumphant, the black goat pranced. Its eyes shone with evil merriment, with a sort of added animation. He thrives on the stuff, Lily sighed. Now what? Water, I said. The details don't matter. We used the same tubing and a new pump, filled the glass enclosure to the brim, enough water to drown anything inside. He absorbed it, of course. I was afraid to try an arc welder. You can't kill the devil with fire, Lily told me. That was that. Bombs were out. Anything was out which entailed the risk of releasing his satanic majesty. We were back to where we started. Give me another day, Lily said. I'll find an incantation. There must be something here. Some variant on a spell for casting out demons, perhaps. Just put a twist on it. We must get one. I must get some sleep, I added, and meant it. Devil-killing is hard work. Go home, commanded the girl. And leave you here alone with that? Not on your life. Remember what happened to Keith. Well, go into the private office down the hall and take a nap. There's a couch there. I'll keep on working. I don't know, I said slowly. I'll be all right. I won't even look at our friend here. Besides, you know what Keith said. He was almost out on his feet. His mental barriers were down. I'm no pushover. Go ahead now. Run along and get your rest. I'll promise to get out of here in an hour or so. Promise me that? Of course, darling. And you won't look at him? Not when I can look at you. She stood very close. I put my arms around her, held her. Over my shoulder the fiend grinned, but her smile warmed. All right, but I'm coming back within an hour, and if I catch you flirting with old Nick here, you'll be sorry. Abruptly, I sobered. You really think there's a chance of finding a way? I do. We must. Now, off with you. I left the room. Lily Ross sat down, ran her hands through her golden hair, and opened the black book on the desk. In the dancing light of the braziers, she looked as she had when I first saw her, like a white witch. She was a white witch in my dreams. 8. Hell hath no fury. She was only a girl when she awakened me. I grinned sheepishly through a shroud of sleep. Sorry. Guess I broke my promise and overslept. Didn't know I was so tired. You were tired, darling. Know how long you've been sleeping? No. 3 hours. Really? Uh-huh. Feel better now? Certainly. I'm ready for anything. What about you? Still bright? She looked it too. Her eyes sparkled with gaiety. You look as though you've had some luck. Find anything? I asked. Well, yes and no. There's a chant in the Prince Saracenic rituals relating to jinn and Ifrit that could be used, I think. But the German translation is bad. I'm going to check it against the Latin. Now? No, silly, tomorrow. Now I'm going to relax. And you're going to relax with me. Let's go out and take in the town tonight. Forget all about this crazy business. But what about... Quit scowling, dear. It's all right. We need a vacation. The strain is too much sometimes when you think about what we're doing, what's in that room. Don't you think you'd be better off if you went home and rested, Lily? No. Her eyes met mine. It's dark, and I don't like the dark. It makes me think too much. It makes me dream about... him. Don't you see? I want light, people, something to make me forget. She was shaking underneath her smile. Hysteria, nearly. All right. Did you lock up? Certainly. Stop fretting. The room is barred. I rose to my feet. We'd better stop in at the hospital and see how Professor Keith is resting, I suggested. Please, not now. I'm all on edge. I just want to forget everything connected with this for tonight. Let's not think about anything except us. The suggestion was pleasant, alluring as Lily was. She did sparkle. Her golden hair, the scarlet of her lips, the turquoise of her eyes, all seemed accentuated by inner fire. She slipped one arm in mine possessively. I felt a tingling as her bare flesh met my wrist. We swept into the outer lobby of Rocklin. I almost laughed. Here was a crowd of bustling, officious clerks and directors. White-coated chemists stepped briskly in and out of the long series of offices along the further corridors. Well-dressed visitors and patrons, giggling stenographers, bearded doctors who might have advertised laxatives in the popular magazines. A typical Kildare atmosphere about the place. They didn't suspect what was going on in the private chamber down the hall. They didn't suspect that the golden girl on my arm was a white witch. Again that white witch thought had crossed my mind. White witch. Why did I think of Lily that way? Was it because here in the afternoon sunlight she positively glittered? Her hair was so golden, her skin had such a milky texture. Ah, she was a pretty girl, nothing more. "Supper?" I said. She nodded. We glided down to the lobby, stepped into a cab. She snuggled close. I liked it. But when I looked at her again, the semi-darkness of the cab's interior had wrought another change. She wasn't a white witch any more. Her hair seemed darker. The golden tint was gone. The locks were almost brunette, brown with darker tones. The scarlet of her lips had turned to rose, a trick of late afternoon light. "What are you staring at?" she giggled. I got personal for a while. A good while, as we were tied up in traffic. By the time we neared the chosen destination, it was almost twilight. It was twilight in the taxi, and Lily's hair was grey. Not grey exactly, and not platinum. There was a bluish tint. Her lips were purple. Her lips were purple, or I was crazy. Seeing things. A girl who changed in light and shadow. What was that? White witch, black witch, blue witch. What did they call it? Adaptation. Chameleon. But the term in sorcery. Glamour. Sympathetic magic. The ability to conform with surroundings. The attribute of a sorceress. Circe had that power. But Lily Ross? Here she was, laughing away, affectionate and alluring, and I was picturing her as an enchantress. Ridiculous. Well, it was best forgot. I did forget as we entered the supper club, but when we sat down under the red drapes, I saw her Titian locks flame forth in evil glory, saw her tawny skin glow, saw the crimson depths of her eyes. Red witch now. I had a drink, several drinks. In between I blinked. She talked, but I hardly listened. "Let's dance." I held the red witch in my arms, held a living flame close, held her closer than I had ever held her, and felt her respond. Her response was flame, fire kindling, feeding. That fire engulfed me. I was tired of thinking, tired of toying with the incredible. The wine helped, and her beauty was a greater intoxication. I went down into the warmth of her glowing hair, the warmth of her eyes, the red glow of her mouth. Why deny it? When she suggested her apartment, I didn't hesitate. This wasn't the Lily Ross I knew, but the realization no longer bothered me. She clung to me in the cab, on the stairs. "We've been working too hard, darling," she whispered, over and over again, as though it were a formula. Her words no longer mattered. I was consumed by the flame of her nearness, the red, swift flame coursing through my blood and being. She opened the door. I stepped in. We embraced in the darkness for a long moment. Then, "I've waited for this," she murmured. "You and I, together. We're going to do wonderful things, aren't we?" "You mean down at Rocklin?" I asked lazily. "Oh, that!" she laughed. "Of course not, silly. That's child's play. Don't you think so? It has no real meaning at all. Well, you and I were meant for greater destinies." Her voice, vibrant in velvet darkness, had a new quality of its own, a dark quality. Peculiarly, I wondered what she looked like here. What color was her hair? And those lips that now burned mine. Lips that burned away my questions and left only a desire. Greater destinies, she whispered. You've the brains, I have the beauty. You know, I've never felt this way before. Today I saw the futility of it, cooped up in a stuffy little laboratory when we might be playing for bigger stakes. Did you ever have a woman make love to you with lips and arms while she talked like a bank director? It's an unnerving experience. Yes, we'll go a long way together. Keith's out of it, of course. We have the power now. The power to learn, the power to command. With those spells and incantations, there are no heights we cannot achieve. I could be a queen. Well, it was enough. Lips or no lips, I knew. The shudder that ran through me could not be repressed. The voice was Lily's, but the thoughts were Keith's. Not Keith's, but Keith's when he was possessed of the devil. I knew what I held in my arms now. The girl that had worked alone in the black chamber, under the glowing eyes of the monster in the cage. The girl that changed in light and darkness. The girl who desired power, who lured like the priestess of a mystery. I knew, and as I shuddered, she knew. Her arms pressed closer, her body molded to mine. Her warmth sought to drown my dread, and I felt her mouth seek mine with a promise of ecstasy. I pushed her back. She sensed it, but suddenly embraced me. Again her mouth neared. I felt it graze my lips, and then Lily Ross bent in the darkness, and with the fury of a tigress, locked her teeth in my throat. 9. Devil's Bargain. As the tiny pointed fangs met, I shook her free. A feline growl rose in her throat. Her panting breath rasped as her hands raked my face. "You fool!" Again, her mouth sought my neck. I lifted one arm and let go. I had to do it. Just a short uppercut to the chin, and she slumped to the floor. I stepped over, switched on the lights, and carried her limp body to the sofa. She lay there, eyes closed, a golden witch under lamplight. From her bruised mouth ran a tiny crimson trickle. The sleeping sorceress. I got cold water, a towel, brandy. It took 3 minutes before her eyes fluttered open. By that time I'd been in her bedroom and found what I was seeking. So when her eyes did open, they focused directly on the bronze crucifix held before them. A look of pain seared her face. She writhed. "No, take it away, please." I held her twisting body taut. "Look," I commanded. "No, fool, let me go. I can't." The crucifix pressed closer. I placed the cool metal against her forehead. She screamed. I drew it off and stared at the livid welt. The imprint of the cross burned into her white flesh. Perspiration beaded my brow, but I didn't desist. I knew what had to be done. Exorcism. The casting out of demons. First Keith, and now Lily. She had to be freed. Her moaning ceased. I waved the crucifix before her and whispered, "Lily, darling, look at the cross. Look at it. I know it hurts, but you must look. You must. Just gaze from under your eyelids. I won't burn you with it. Just look. Look and sleep. Try to sleep, Lily. You're tired. So very tired. So tired. Sleep, and look at the cross. Sleep." Science and witchcraft, eh? Well, let's see what a little modern hypnotism will do. Psychic trauma, or possession by a fiend, call it what you will. I waved the crucifix and commanded her to sleep. The light glittered on the weaving outline. Her eyes followed it. Her ears heard my murmurs. Lily slept. My shirt was wet clear through. I was trembling, but she slept, and I kept whispering, "Lily, come back. Lily, fight it. Come back. Lily, come back." The tremors came then, convulsions. I saw her writhe in agony, and still I didn't stop, didn't dare stop. She moaned, and it wasn't her voice. Her hands darted like talons to her temples, as though to tear away the scar. Her face was the worst, changing from pallor to deep flush. But my voice was winning. I felt that. Her whimpers grew weaker. She slept under the cross, accepted the vision. The force within her waned, then blazed in a final access of fury. That's when my hand trembled so that I nearly dropped the crucifix, when her face began to look like other faces. They bubbled up from beneath her flesh, those malignant expressions of hate and rage. The expressions seen on the faces of the schizophrenic, the demented, the faces of madness, and what was madness in olden days but demoniac possession? They came now, grinning their defiance, and the voice and the cross fought them down, fought them from her being. At the end, she slept, and I slumped beside her. The crucifix rested against her bare arm, but it no longer burned. I had won. She had won. I knew that Satan had returned to his body in the glass cage. In the morning's awakening, we made our decision. I told her what she didn't know, and she told me what I had guessed, about the dizzy spells she had experienced while working alone in the chamber. "I'm going back there," I insisted. "You need rest. I'll carry on alone, and I'm forewarned as well as forearmed by what you and Keith have gone through. I won't succumb, I promise you, not until I've found a way to get rid of his satanic majesty once and for all. Be careful, darling." I smiled grimly. "You're telling me, but it has to be done. That menace must be removed quickly. If you or Keith had been allowed to continue, it might spread like a plague. There's no choice in the matter. Either we get rid of Satan, or he gets rid of us. That's the bargain. You'll call me regularly?" "Of course. And in a day or two, both you and Keith can come down again to help. But now I'm going back to hell." Lily smiled. "May God be with you," she whispered. 10. Powers of Darkness. That night we worked alone, the devil and I. The devil and I in that black tower. The red braziers burned as a beacon, but the red glare from his eyes blazed a still stronger warning. All alone in the dark room, behind locked doors, a crouching fiend in a cage, a crouching man at a table. From time to time, the ebon monstrosity reared ponderously to pad back and forth behind the barrier. From time to time, I rose and paced the floor with equal restlessness. Frequently, a malignant scowl convulsed the black and bony face. Often, I too scowled. I turned the yellowed pages of a dozen bulky books. I scanned the notes written in Lily's precise handwriting. But learning the mantic arts is a grim business. No wonder wizards grew grey. Here was white magic, the 9 steps in the evocation of angels, the command of the 7 stewards of heaven, Arathron, Bathor, Phaleg, Ok, Hazith, Ophiel, and Fool. White magic and a jumble of theosophical arcanum which would be of no use here. Wrong lead. Black magic, ashes of hosts and dried toads, unguents of grease and blood of corpses heated over human bones, burning crucifixes, gibberish. Red magic, the highest esoteric art, was never written or told. Nothing here. Try divination. I tried divination for hours, long hours in the black room, long hours under hell-spawned eyes, eyes that watched me as I studied, eyes that seemed to pierce the glass cage, to peer over my shoulder as I read, peer and mock. The file on divination was huge. Could I evoke an omen, a clue? Divination. There was aeromancy, electriomancy, alluromancy, alphitomancy, but I had neither wind nor rooster, flour nor hard dough. Amniomancy? Use the call of a newborn child? No. And the horrid anthropomancy, prophecy by use of human entrails? No, again. Arithmancy, astragolemancy, both mathematical tricks, long since discredited. Axonomancy and bellomancy were relics of the old trial by ordeal of Saxon days. Capnomancy, divination by smoke wreaths from a drug-sprinkled fire, hashish visions, a fake. Cephalonomancy, dactyliomancy, gastromancy, geomancy, gyromancy. I had no donkey's head to sprinkle with live coals, no finger ring, no gift at ventriloquism, nor was I a sand diviner. I might try gyromancy as a last resort, walking in a circle until I grew dizzy and fell. The direction of the fall had significance. Oh, sure, sorcery is so fascinating until you analyze it. Hippomancy, the Celtic trick with white horses, out. Hydromancy, ichthyomancy, lampodomancy, lithomancy, margaritomancy, myomancy, onomancy, onychomancy, oomancy, parthenomancy. Fine stuff, all superstitious nonsense, though the last, divination by employing a virgin, might prove entertaining. Well, pyromancy, rhabdomancy, sciomancy. Sciomancy. Evocation of the dead. Was there a proven formulae here in Lily's list? There wasn't. I was singularly grateful. To command the dead sorcerously. Dangerous ground. Spondonomancy, psychomancy, theomancy. That was the end of divination. And still Satan stared. I was becoming more and more conscious of that stare. Satan grinned. The grin burned through me. I'd find a way. I had to. There was no sleep for me that day, and it was almost midnight when I blundered back into the notebooks and hit the section on elementals. Elementals, the primitive spirits. The gnomes inherent in earth own the kingdom of the north, and they exert the melancholic influence over the temperament of man. Their sign is the bull, and they are commanded by the magic sword. Their sovereign is Job. Nonsense! The sylphs are of the air, their kingdom is the east, and their influence bilious. Under the sign of the eagle, they are controlled by the holy pentacles, as is their sovereign, Peralda. Well, salamanders are spirits of fire, and their kingdom lies south. Sanguine in their influence, under the sign of the lion and the command of the trident, their sovereign is Jinn. Yes, the prototype of all Jinn. And the undines of the west, those who evoke the phlegmatic aspect of men, are governed under the sign of Aquarius, commanded by the cup of libations, and under the sovereignty of Nexa. Gnomes, sylphs, salamanders, undines, earth, air, fire, and water, astrology and oriental legend, and mysticism. Except that there were spells. Spells for the evocation of elementals. Elementals, known to our theology as fiends, fiends of the pit. Spells to command them, written in Lily Ross's handwriting, taken from the tomes. Precise directions for mixing incense and drawing figures and reciting commands. There are nearly 100 proven spells and incantations. Genuine. That's what Keith had said. Genuine spells. Recipes to raise demons. A pinch of salt and a tablespoonful of butter. Bake well under low flame. Not exactly. These recipes might affect the stomach, but only with a nausea of dread. A pinch of ground bone and a cup of blood. Place under the fires of hell. I was light-headed enough to try. After all, I had to experiment, didn't I? Find a way to evoke, familiarize myself with rituals. Why shouldn't I take this perfectly absurd routine about the gnomes, for instance, and see what happened? Lily's marginal note said, sword in cupboard, lower shelf. Important, use no other. Steel sword. Steel alone guards and commands gnomes. I had the silly-looking old blade in my hand before I knew what I was doing. I had the blue chalk, too, as directed, and I was kneeling down, facing north, the gnome kingdom. Grimm's fairy tales? Why not find out? Draw the mathematical design, as directed. Draw the sign of the bull, the peculiarly Egyptian sign, so indicative of ancient stylization. The bull of Apis, of astrology, of ancient days. A blue bull. Make it big. The gnome materializes on that sign and cannot leave it until you command. Draw it big and play safe. Play safe with this nonsense? But there was a black bulk in a glass cage grinning out at me, and this wasn't nonsense. I waved the sword. I realized what a ridiculous figure I cut in that dark room, waving a magic sword before a lot of chalk drawings scribbled schoolboy fashion on the floor. But there was nobody to watch me, except the glaring eyes of Satan in his prison. Slowly I mumbled the incantation. Lily had accented it and phoneticized carefully. No mistakes. Now to recite it aloud. The sword pointed north, thus. My feet touched the tip of the outer blue circle. At the syllable breaks, I must point the sword at the horns of the bull. Synchronize. So. "Oh, Job," I began. It sounded foolish, self-conscious. Grimm's fairy tales. But I persisted. It didn't take long after all. No, it didn't take long before I felt the cold wind strike my face, felt the sword tingle in my hand as I pointed, felt an electric surge sweep up my arm, heard the syllables blaze out, saw the flame of the braziers bend before the words, and then, in the sign of the bull, the tiny crouching figure. It coiled into shape, into substance. The little swarthy creature with the mouse-like face, the rodent body, and the beady, glittering eyes, standing there, bowing. The gnome. Grim fairy tales. The gnome, the little man who was there, the little man that hid in the woods, the little dwarf man who tempted maidens in the forest, the little man who guarded the mines and the gold of earth, the little man who haunted the dark mountain tops of the north countries and dug the burrows beneath the hills. One of the ancient, Pictish, Celtic little people, the tiny race of troglodytes that lived on earth before men came, retreated to the dark depths like the serpent, the figure known to all legends and all times, the dwarf, the troll, the kobold, the brownie, the leprechaun. Master? Oh, that piping little voice, that shocking, detestable little voice, so hateful in its reality. And it was real. I dropped the sword. Then I picked it up. This was the sword of command. Of command. The thought hit me then. I could command. I could command this creature out of myth, command it to do anything I desired. Anything. To kill. To burrow under a building and send it toppling to ruins, as he and his fellows toiled like rats, the way they used to burrow under castles in ancient legend. Like a warlock, I could send it on errands of death. It was my servant, my familiar now. I could have it and its fellows, yes, thousands of them, merely by command, command with the steel of the sword. The thought burned like Satan's eyes, burned like fire. Fire! The salamander! I won't describe the next hour. The wave of elation that swept over me is too much a part of hysteria. I drew the lion, kindled the flame, waved the trident. The yellow blaze revealed the lizard figure that grew out of flame, absorbed it. Fiend, imp, archetype of hell's legions, the salamander of evil, and the hissing inflection in the word master. Here were spells that worked. Here were orisons and litanies that brought results. I couldn't send Satan back, but I could conjure up his hosts. Conjure up his hosts? Why not? Imagine this tower room filled with waiting monstrosities from myth. Imagine rooms filled with them. A horde, a vast and limitless horde, all calling me master. Master of demons, master of evil, lord of a power greater than any known. For the first time, I began to realize the feeling inherent in that word. Power. Power to rule. Power over wind and water and fire and air. Over earth. Power to rule Earth. Now I knew how Keith must have felt. He dreamed of something like this. Men laughed at evil, did they? All the better they would not burn him at the stake for sorcery, but permit him to evoke evil unmolested. He'd been a fool, Keith had. Trying to interest millionaires? Why did he need any allies? One man to rule them all. That was the way. And Lily, silly child. Personal vanity was her downfall. She wanted to be a Cleopatra, did she? She a melodrama. Juvenile. She might have been a queen, greater than a Circe, queen of evil. But I'd stopped that. Her mistake was to rely on me for help. I wouldn't make that mistake. I'd rely on no one. I, and I alone, would evoke and rule. I had the power, didn't I? I had Satan in a cage. He was no longer Prince of Darkness. I could take his place. The king is dead. Long live the king. Why not? A week ago, if anyone had foretold my future, I should have scoffed. Like everyone else, I suppose. But now it was real. I had this opportunity. The goal of witch and wizard through the ages. The powers of darkness, mine to command. Why hesitate? Why not evoke? Use the rituals. Use all of them. Fill the room with a legion of nightmare shapes. Revenants, ghouls and afrits, vriculas, hippocampi, amphisbaeni, striges. An army, a black army. An army to conquer the world. Keep them ringed in the magic figures until the word of release was given. Keep them ringed, and then... But what about Satan? What about the spell to send him back? Back to where? To hell? But we could have hell here on earth. And why not? An earth filled with man-made war and misery. An earth filled with grasping, cheating, lying, stealing, raping, murdering, crazy humans. Filled with pestilence, disease, idiocy. Let the Lord of Evil come into his own. Sweep away humanity. Sweep away the earth. Black gifts the creatures might grant you for the power. Eternal life, eternal ecstasy. Lips might whisper secrets. Primal forces to invoke and control. Why send Satan back at all? I glanced at the listless black figure in the cage. Glanced and smiled. Smiled and laughed suddenly. Was this thing the fabled Lucifer? This mangy, decrepit, listless bag of bones with the sick eyes and whining sneer? Was this whimpering mongrel really the arch-enemy? I felt stronger than he did. I was stronger than he. I had stripped him of his power and taken it for my own. I was the master of Satan. Plans, plans, plans. Dreams swirling in the blackness. The salamander staring. The gnome crouching in the chalk dust. Yes, and I standing in darkness, chanting out invocations. Chanting for endless hours, gripped by an inner elation and compulsion. The room surging with power, pulsing with vibrations, and filled with shapes. Until I stood there, amidst a crowded maze of circles and designs, each filled with a figure, a bowing figure, that croaked, Master. I stood there and made a hell on earth. 11. Hell on earth. Slowly now, it's a surprise. I guided Lily and Keith toward the door marked Private. Keith leaned feebly on my arms, but he pressed forward eagerly. Surprise? Gurgled Lily. You mean you've sent him back? I smiled. You'll see, I told her. She and Keith gave me a long look. I didn't like it. They seemed too conspiratorial, eyeing me. I'd open their eyes for them in a minute. I pushed open the door. Come into my parlor, I said. Keith kept staring at me. So did Lily. Ladies first, I said. Lily suddenly shrugged and stepped in. Keith followed her. I went in and shut the door, locked it. Then I faced them. They faced the room. They didn't say a word. They couldn't. It was too overpowering. I'd taken the drapes off, swept the room clear of tables and cupboards, needed more space. The place reeked with mingled incense odors, but even the braziers were gone to provide more floor area. Floor area for visitors. They stood there and gazed at hell. My hell. The hell I had created by incantation, by invocation. Around the glass cage housing Satan, the legion swarmed. One of each, a Noah's Ark in a way, of horrors. Hell's sample display showroom. Take your pick. Plenty more where these came from. The thoughts made me laugh. I did laugh too. The noise grated against the silence, and there was a vast answering response. Master. What have you done? Keith's eyes blazed anger. Merely played sorcerer's apprentice, I told him. How do you like it? These monsters, Keith spluttered. Do you realize what would happen if you lost control? Certainly, I smiled. It's insane, he muttered. It's science, I answered. Isn't this your dream come true? Your dream of proving the validity of sorcery? It's a nightmare. I want no part of this. Send these creatures back. There's directions for that. Send them back at once. Change of heart, eh? Well, recognize another change at the same time. You're not giving me orders anymore, Keith. I'm in charge here. Keith paled. He faced me with an intense stare. Lily stepped between us. You must send them back, she whispered. You were going to get rid of Satan, remember? What do you mean, remember? Do you think I'm a child? Of course I remember that foolishness, but it's no good. Think of the power I possess. Think of what we could do with these creatures. Creatures? Lily quavered the word. She stood like a golden goddess, surrounded by the bobbing, weaving, crouching shapes of darkness. The tiny men with the malignant faces, the snake-like figures that shimmered in air, the canine visages of ghouls, the monstrous bulk of squatting incubi, the leprous white crawlers, an aquarium, a menagerie, a gallery of fiends. They filled the room, each in his tiny island of chalk. Behind was the cage with the figure of Satan slumped on the floor. Had he no interest in this gathering? Where was his burning desire to escape? No matter. Creatures, Lily quavered, and her glance rested on me in strange appeal. Darling, for my sake, send them back. You're not well. You're overworked. You can't think what you're doing. Enough. I stepped closer to her. I'm not crazy, if that's what you mean. 3 days in this room hasn't made a wreck out of me. I've learned more about the essence and nature of evil than you both know, and I'm going to use that knowledge and that power. The devil is through, in other words, Keith commented dryly. You're taking over. For a moment, the bold statement seemed to paralyze me. As if through a fog I caught his meaning. Then I chuckled. That's just about the size of it. From now on, I'm in command. These creatures are my minions. At the signal, they will be released. I lowered my voice. I've got a plan. It's all thought out. I've done a lot of thinking here these past days. I know just what to do, how to use these things. Rule, I tell you. And you two will share the power with me, if you like. Send them back, Lily begged. You don't know what's happening to you. Happening to me? I'm waking up, that's all. I feel more alive at this moment than I ever have. I'm strong, and he's weak. I'm going to do what no man has ever dared. I'll open the gates. Lucifer will again rule Earth. Why shouldn't he? I mean, Then I realized what I was saying. I thought Satan, and I said I, Satan. I looked at Keith and the girl. Their eyes were fixed in fascination on my face. My face! Lily's hand was holding something out. A mirror. I took it took the silver glass and stared at my face in the mirror, stared at the black, goatish countenance, at the growing beard on the chin, stared, transfixed, at the darkened temples from which the two horns were beginning to protrude. What had happened to Keith and Lily had happened to me. 3 days in a room with the black man, 3 days in a room, while his will gnawed at my soul in darkness, burrowed in. The change had taken place. I was Satan. The mirror fell and shattered. I stood there, looking at the dark skin on the back of my hands, the dark skin on the back of my claws, turning, body and mind and soul, cloud of darkness pouring out of the cage and into my brain. I was Satan, and I had evoked demons, and I would rule earth. Madness! But why not? Nobody was dashing holy water in my face. Nobody was waving any crucifixes. Nobody was shooting any... I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Keith's holster, with the 2 guns, lying on the little table near the door. Saw it as he saw it, and made a dash. I got there first. I pulled the guns out and pointed them very carefully. Keith stopped in his tracks. "No, you don't," I chuckled. "No one is shooting me, if you please. Lily, the door is locked, very tightly." She'd made a dash too. "We're all alone now, with our servitors." I chuckled again. It was beginning to feel very pleasant. "Stand still, both of you," I directed. "Madman!" Keith shouted. "Put down those revolvers." "Please," Lily whispered. I slipped one weapon into my pocket, held the other high in my right hand, my blackening right hand. I could feel it change. I pulsed, every nerve tingling, as the change completed. One claw held the revolver. The other rose. "Now, you two. When I lower my left hand, our little playmates will be released. I don't need my right hand for anything but keeping you covered. So remember, stand and watch." "Satan!" Keith mumbled. "Satan incarnate!" "Please, darling," Lily whispered. "Oh, please, darling." I laughed. The grinning throng waited behind me, waited and ravened. I could feel their pulsations mingling with my own. How they lusted to be free, to walk the earth once more, to walk and creep and crawl and lope and fly and kill. They waited, and they crouched for my command. My command would free them. From the black tower they'd swarm out over the world of night, and the shriek of earth in torment would mock the walls of heaven. The strength welling in me, I lifted my left hand high. One gesture now. Then Lily moved. "Back, or I'll shoot!" I screamed. She came forward. Her eyes held no hate and no fear, only a pleading that burned and burned. I had to get rid of that burning. Kill her and release them. Free the hordes of hell. My left hand swooped. My right hand moved out. The hand of Satan. I flicked my wrist, pressed the trigger, and sent a bullet crashing into my brain. 12. Fall of Lucifer. "Easy," I said. "Easy." "Must probe," grunted Keith. "Get it out. Silver bullet or no, there might be infection." "Easy," I repeated. Then, "Are you sure it's gone?" Lily smiled down at me. "Of course, darling. They're all gone, and the cage is empty. The instant you fired the gun, they disappeared. Not in a cloud of brimstone either. They just weren't there." I smiled. It wasn't so hard, because Keith had the little silver pellet out. "Lucky shot," he commented. "Just misgrazing the parietal lobe." "I still can't understand it," I said. "Can't understand what made me shoot myself and why Satan disappeared." "The oldest story in the world," answered Keith. "Virtue triumphant. It fought the evil in you and won. even though you weren't conscious of it. When Lily came toward you, the battle was resolved. You and the devil fought it out in your own soul, and you won. And that was the secret of getting rid of Satan. The human soul pitted itself naked against his will and denied him. I shook my head as Keith continued. Evil preys on inner weakness. In my case, Satan focused his forces on my dominant quality of ambition. That ambition, directed sanely, caused me to embark on scientific research. Perverted just a little, Satan made my ambition become a lust for power at any price. In Lily's possession, her natural feminine vanity was accentuated to the point where she desired utter adoration. Again, the psychology of evil came into play, and when the devil invaded you, he worked through your love of learning, turning your scholarly inclinations into the field of sorcery. It's hard to believe now, I said. Maybe it was all a mass hallucination. Those old wives' tales. Keith chuckled. Perhaps what we saw and called Satan wasn't physically real. We each saw a different figure in the glass cage, and Considine and Wintergreen might have had their own concepts. Even these creatures you materialized might be merely focal imaginative visions. But this I know. Whether we choose to personify it as Satan or the devil or the powers of darkness, evil exists as a force in this world of ours. Describe it in terms of witchcraft or psychiatry as you will, evil is real. Lily laid her head on my shoulder. Let's forget it all now, she suggested. Suits me. Got any methods to suggest? Well, if you're not too sick. Too sick? I feel swell. Well, if you're not too sick, I suggest we celebrate. Fine idea, I responded. Sure, said Keith. Let's go out and raise hell. Why, what's the matter? Nothing at all, I replied, and promptly fainted. Black Bargain by Robert Bloch. 1. It was getting late when I switched off the neon and got busy behind the fountain with my silver polish. The fruit syrup came off easily, but the chocolate stuck and the hot fudge was greasy. I wished to the devil they wouldn't order hot fudge. I began to get irritated as I scrubbed away. 5 hours on my feet every night. And what did I have to show for it? Varicose veins. Varicose veins, and the memory of 1,000 foolish faces. The veins were easier to bear than the memories. They were so depressing, those customers of mine. I knew them all by heart. In early evening, all I got was cokes. I could spot the cokes a mile away. Giggling high school girls, with long shocks of uncombed brown hair, with their shapeless tan fingertip coats, and the repulsively thick legs bulging over furry red ankle socks. They were all cokes. For 45 minutes they'd monopolize a booth, messing up the tiled tabletop with cigarette ashes, crushed napkins daubed in lipstick, and little puddles of spilled water. Whenever a high school girl came in, I automatically reached for the cola pump. A little later in the evening, I got the gimme 2-packs crowd. Sports shirts hanging limply over hairy arms meant the popular brands. Blue work shirts with rolled sleeves disclosing tattooing meant the 2 for $1 cigarettes. Once in a while, I got a fat boy. He was always a cigar. If he wore glasses, he was a 10-center. If not, I merely had to indicate the box on the counter. 5 cents straight. Mild Havana, all long filler. Oh, it was monotonous. The Notions family, who invariably departed with aspirin, X-Lax, candy bars, and a pint of ice cream. The public library crowd, tall, skinny youths bending the pages of magazines on the rack and never buying. The soda waters, with their trousers wrinkled by the sofa of a one-room apartment. The hairpins, always looking furtively toward the baby buggy outside. And around 10, the pineapple sundaes, fat women bingo players, followed by the chocolate sodas when the show let out. More booth parties, giggling girls and red-necked young men in sloppy playsuits. In and out all day long. The rushing telephones, the doddering old 3-cent stamps, the bachelor toothpastes and razor blades. I could spot them all at a glance. Night after night they dragged up to the counter. I don't know why they even bothered to tell me what they wanted. One look was all I needed to anticipate their slightest wishes. I could have given them what they needed without their asking. Or, rather, I suppose I couldn't. Because what most of them really needed was a good long drink of arsenic, as far as I was concerned. Arsenic. Good Lord, how long had it been since I'd been called upon to fill out a prescription? None of these stupid idiots wanted drugs from a drugstore. Why'd I bothered to study pharmacy? All I really needed was a 2-week course in pouring chocolate syrup over melting ice cream, and a month's study of how to set up cardboard figures in the window so as to emphasize their enormous busts. Well, he came in then. I heard the slow footsteps without bothering to look up. For amusement, I tried to guess before I glanced. A gimme 2 packs? A toothpaste? Well, the hell with him. I was closing up. The male footsteps had shuffled up to the counter before I raised my head. They halted, timidly. I still refused to give any recognition of his presence. Then came a hesitant cough. That did it. I found myself staring at Casper Milk Toast, and nearly Rags, a middle-aged, thin little fellow with sandy hair and rimless glasses perched on a snub nose. The crease of his froggish mouth underlined the despair of his face. He wore a frayed $16.50 suit, a wrinkled white shirt, and a string tie. But humility was his real garment. It covered him completely, that aura of hopeless resignation. To hell with psychoanalysis. I'm not the drugstore Dale Carnegie. What I saw added up to only one thing in my mind: a moocher. I beg your pardon, please, but have you any tincture of aconite? Well, miracles do happen. I was going to get a chance to sell drugs after all. Or was I? When despair walks in and asks for aconite, it means suicide. I shrugged. Aconite? I echoed. I don't know. He smiled a little. Or rather, that crease wrinkled back in a poor imitation of amusement. But on his face, a smile had no more mirth in it than the grin you see on a skull. I know what you're thinking, he mumbled, but you're wrong. I'm a chemist. I'm doing some experiments, and I must have 4 ounces of aconite at once. And some belladonna. Yes, and... Wait a minute. Then he dragged the book out of his pocket. I craned my neck, and it was worth it. The book had rusty metal covers, and was obviously very old. When the thick yellow pages fluttered open under his trembling thumb, I saw flecks of dust rise from the binding. The heavy, black-lettered type was German, but I couldn't read anything at that distance. "Let me see now," he murmured. "Aconite, belladonna, yes, and I have this, the cat, of course, nightshade. Oh yes, I'll need some phosphorus, of course. Have you any blue chalk? Good. And I guess that's all." I was beginning to catch on. But what the devil did it matter to me? A screwball, more or less, was nothing new in my life. All I wanted to do was get out of here and soak my feet. I went back and got the stuff for him quickly. I peered through the slot above the prescription counter, but he wasn't doing anything, just paging through that black, iron-bound book and moving his lips. Wrapping the parcel, I came out. "Anything else, sir?" "Oh, yes. Could I have about a dozen candles? The large size?" I opened a drawer and scrabbled for them under the dust. "I'll have to melt them down and reblend them with the fat," he said. "What?" "Nothing. I was just figuring." "Sure. That's the kind of figuring you do best when you're counting the pads in your cell. But it wasn't my business, was it? So I handed over the package like a fool. "Thank you. You've been very kind. I must ask you to be kinder, to charge this." Oh, swell. You see, I'm temporarily out of funds, but I can assure you, in a very short time, in fact, within 3 days, I shall pay you in full. Yes. A very convincing plea. I wouldn't give him a cup of coffee on it, and that's what bums usually ask for, instead of aconite and candles. But if his words didn't move me, his eyes did. They were so lonely behind his spectacles, so pitifully alone, those two little puddles of hope in the desert of despair that was his face. All right, let him have his dreams. Let him take his old iron-bound dream book home with him and make him crazy. Let him light his tapers and draw his phosphorescent circle and recite his spells to little Wahoo, the Indian guide of the spirit world, or whatever the hell he wanted to do. No, I wouldn't give him coffee, but I'd give him a dream. That's okay, buddy, I said. We're all down on our luck sometime, I guess. That was wrong. I shouldn't have patronized. He stiffened at once, and his mouth curled into a sneer. Of superiority, if you please. I'm not asking charity, he said. You'll get paid, never fear, my good man. In 3 days, mark my words. Now, good evening. I have work to do. Out he marched, leaving my good man with his mouth open. Eventually I closed my mouth, but I couldn't clamp a lid on my curiosity. That night, walking home, I looked down the dark street with new interest. The black houses bulked like a barrier behind which lurked fantastic mysteries. Row upon row, not houses any more, but dark dungeons of dreams. In what house did my stranger hide? In what room was he intoning to what strange gods? Once again, I sensed the presence of wonder in the world, of lurking strangeness behind the scenes of drugstore and apartment-house civilization. Black books still were read, and wild-eyed strangers walked and muttered. Candles burned into the night, and a missing alley-cat might mean a chosen sacrifice. But my feet hurt, so I went home. 2. Same old malted milks, cherry cokes, Vaseline, Listerine, hairnets, bathing caps, cigarettes, and what have you. Me, I had a headache. It was 4 days later, almost the same time of night, when I found myself scrubbing off the soda taps again. Sure enough, he walked in. I kept telling myself all evening that I didn't expect him, but I did expect him, really. I had that crawling feeling when the door clicked. I waited for the shuffle of the Tom McCann shoes. Instead, there was a brisk tapping of Oxfords, English Oxfords, the $18.50 kind. I looked up in a hurry this time. It was my stranger. At least he was there, someplace beneath the flashy blue pinstripe of his suit, the immaculate shirt and foulard tie. He'd had a shave, a haircut, a manicure, and evidently a winning ticket in the Irish sweepstakes. Hello there. Nothing wrong with that voice. I've heard it in the ritzy hotel lobbies for years, brimming over with pep and confidence and authority. Well, 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 was all I could say. He chuckled. His mouth wasn't a crease anymore. It was a trumpet of command. Out of that mouth could come orders and directions. This wasn't a mouth shaped for hesitant excuses any longer. It was a mouth for requesting expensive dinners, choice vintage wines, heavy cigars, a mouth that barked at taxi drivers and doormen. Surprised to see me, eh? Well, I told you it would take 3 days. Want to pay you your money. Thank you for your kindness. That was nice. Not the thanks, the money. I like money. The thought of getting some I didn't expect made me genial. So your prayers were answered, eh? I said. He frowned. Prayers? What prayers? Why, I thought that I'd pulled a boner, and no mistake. I don't understand, he snapped, understanding perfectly well. Did you perhaps harbour some misapprehension concerning my purchases of the other evening? A few necessary chemicals, that's all, to complete the experiment I spoke of. And the candles, I must confess, were to light my room. They shut my electricity off the day before. Well, it could be. Might as well tell you the experiment was a howling success. Yes, sir. Went right down to Newsom with the results, and they put me on as assistant research director. Quite a break. Newsom was the biggest chemical supply house in our section of the country, and he went right down in his rags and was put on as assistant research director. Well, live and learn. So here's the money. $2.39, wasn't it? Can you change a 20? I couldn't. That's all right. Keep it. I refused. I don't know why. Made me feel crawling again somehow. Well then, tell you what let's do. You're closing up, aren't you? Why not step down the street to the tavern for a little drink? I'll get change there. Come on, I feel like celebrating. So it was that 5 minutes later I walked down the street with Mr. Fritz Gulther. We took a table in the tavern and ordered quickly. Neither he nor I was at ease. Somehow there was an unspoken secret between us. It seemed almost as though I harbored criminal knowledge against him. I, of all men alone, knowing that behind this immaculately clad figure of success there lurked a shabby spectre just 3 days in the past. A spectre that owed me $2.39. We drank quickly, both of us. The spectre got a little fainter. We had another. I insisted on paying for the third round. It's a celebration, I argued. He laughed. Certainly is. And let me tell you, this is only the beginning. Only the beginning. From now on I'm going to climb so fast it'll make your head swim. I'll be running that place within 6 months. Going to get a lot of new defense orders in from the government and expand. Wait a minute, I cautioned, reserve gone. You're way ahead of yourself. If I were in your shoes, I'd still be dazed with what happened to me in the past 3 days. Fritz Gulther smiled. Oh, that? I expected that. Didn't I tell you so in the store? I've been working for over a year, and I knew just what to expect. It was no surprise, I assure you. I had it all planned. I was willing to starve to carry out my necessary studies, and I did starve. Might as well admit it. Sure. I was on my 4th drink now, over the barriers. When you came into the store, I said to myself, here's a guy who's been through hell. Truer words were never spoken, said Gulther. I've been through hell, all right, quite literally. But it's all over now, and I didn't get burned. Say, confidentially, what kind of magic did you use? Magic? Magic? I don't know anything about magic. Oh, yes you do, Gulther, I said. What about that little black book with the iron covers you were mumbling around with in the store? German inorganic chemistry text, he snapped. Pretty old. Here, drink up and have another. I had another. Gulther began to babble a bit about his new clothes and his new apartment and the new car he was going to buy next week. About how he was going to have everything he wanted now. By God, he'd show the fools that laughed at him all these years. He'd pay back the nagging landladies and the cursing grocers and the sneering rats who told him he was soft in the head for studying the way he did. Then he got into the kindly stage. How'd you like a job at Newsom? He asked me. You're a good pharmacist. You know your chemistry. You're a nice enough fellow, too, but you've got a terrible imagination. How about it? Be my secretary. Sure, that's it. Be my secretary. I'll put you on tomorrow. I'll drink on that, I declared. The prospect intoxicated me. The thought of escape from the damned store, escape from the coke faces, the ciggies' voices, very definitely intoxicated me. So did the next drink. I began to see something. We were sitting against the wall, and the tavern lights were low. Couples around us were babbling in monotone that was akin to silence. We sat in shadow against the wall. Now I looked at my shadow, an ungainly, flickering caricature of myself hunched over the table. What a contrast it presented before his suddenly erect bulk. His shadow now. I saw it. He was sitting up straight across the table from me, but his shadow on the wall was standing. No more scotch for me, I said, as the waiter came up. But I continued to stare at his shadow. He was sitting, and the shadow was standing. It was a larger shadow than mine, and a blacker shadow. For fun, I moved my hands up and down, making heads and faces in silhouette. He wasn't watching me. He was gesturing to the waiter. His shadow didn't gesture. It just stood there. I watched and stared and tried to look away. His hands moved, but the black outline stood poised and silent, hands dangling at the sides. And yet, I saw the familiar shape of his head and nose, unmistakably his. "Say, Gulther," I said, "your shadow, there on the wall." I slurred my words. My eyes were blurred. But I felt his attitude pierce my consciousness below the alcohol. Fritz Gulther rose to his feet and then shoved a dead white face against mine. He didn't look at his shadow. He looked at me, through me, at some horror behind my face, my thoughts, my brain. He looked at me, and into some private hell of his own. "Shadow," he said. "There's nothing wrong with my shadow. You're mistaken. Remember that, you're mistaken. And if you ever mention it again, I'll bash your skull in." Then Fritz Gulther got up and walked away. I watched him march across the room, moving swiftly but a little unsteadily. Behind him, moving very slowly and not a bit unsteadily, a tall black shadow followed him from the room. 3. If you can build a better mousetrap than your neighbor, you're liable to put your foot in it. That's certainly what I had done with Gulther. Here I was, ready to accept his offer of a good job as his secretary, and I had to go and pull a drunken boner. I was still cursing myself for a fool 2 days later. Shadows that don't follow body movements, indeed. Who was that shadow I saw you with last night? That was no shadow, that was the scotch I was drinking. Oh, fine. So I stood in the drugstore and sprinkled my Sundays with curses, as well as chopped nuts. I nearly knocked the pecans off the counter that second night, when Fritz Gulther walked in again. He hurried up to the counter and flashed me a tired smile. "Got a minute to spare?" "Sure. Wait till I serve these people in the booth." I dumped the sundaes and raced back. Gulther perched himself on a stool and took off his hat. He was sweating profusely. "Say, I want to apologize for the way I blew up the other night." "Why, that's all right, Mr. Gulther. I got a little too excited, that's all. Liquor and success went to my head. No hard feelings. I want you to understand that. It's just that I was nervous. You're ribbing me about my shadow. That stuff sounded too much like the way I was always kidded for sticking to my studies in my room. Landlady used to accuse me of all sorts of things. Claimed I dissected her cat, that I was burning incense, messing the floor up with chalk. Some damn fool college punks downstairs began to yap around that I was some kind of nut dabbling in witchcraft. I wasn't asking for his autobiography, remember. All this sounded a little hysterical. But then Gulther looked the part, his sweating, the way his mouth wobbled and twitched as he got this out of me. "But say, the reason I stopped in was to see if you could fix me up a sedative. No bromo or aspirin. I've been taking plenty of that stuff ever since the other evening. My nerves are all shot. That job of mine down at Newsom takes it all out of me. Wait a minute. I'll get something." I made for the back room. As I compounded, I sneaked another look at Gulther through the slot. All right, I'll be honest. It wasn't Gulther I wanted to look at. It was his shadow. When a customer sits at the counter stools, the store lights hit him so that his shadow is just a little black pool beneath his feet. Gulther's shadow was a complete silhouette of his body in outline, a black, deep shadow. I blinked, but that didn't help. Stranger still, the shadow seemed to be cast parallel with his body, instead of at an angle from it. It grew out from his chest instead of his legs. I don't know refraction, the laws of light, all that technical stuff. All I know is that Fritz Gulther had a big black shadow sitting beside him on the floor, and that the sight of it sent cold shivers along my spine. I wasn't drunk, neither was he. Neither was the shadow. All three of us existed. Now Galther was putting his hat back on. But not the shadow. It just sat there, crouched. It was all wrong. The shadow was no denser at one spot than at another. It was evenly dark, and, I noted this particularly, the outlines did not blur or fade. They were solid. I stared and stared. I saw a lot now I'd never noticed. The shadow wore no clothes. Of course, why should it put on a hat? It was naked, that shadow. But it belonged to Galther. It wore spectacles. It was his shadow all right, which suited me fine because I didn't want it. Fiddling around, compounding that sedative, I got in several more peeks. Now, Galther was looking down over his shoulder. He was looking at his shadow now. Even from a distance, I fancied I saw new beads of sweat string a rosary of fear across his forehead. He knew all right. I came out, finally. "Here it is," I said. I kept my eyes from his face. "Good. Hope it works. Must get some sleep. And say, that job offer still goes? How about coming down tomorrow morning?" I nodded, forcing a smile. Galther paid me, rose. "See you then." "Certainly. And why not? After all, what if you do work for a boss with an unnatural shadow? Most bosses have other faults, worse ones, and more concrete. That shadow, whatever it was and whatever was wrong with it, wouldn't bite me, though Galther acted as though it might bite him. As he turned away, I looked at his departing back and at the long, swooping black outline which followed it. The shadow rose and stalked after him. Stalked. Yes, it followed quite purposefully. To my now bewildered eyes, it seemed larger than it had in the tavern. Larger and a bolder black. Then the night swallowed Galther and his non-existent companion. I went back to the rear of the store and swallowed the other half of the sedative I'd made up for that purpose. After seeing that shadow, I needed it as much as he did. 4. The girl in the ornate outer office smiled prettily. "Go right in," she warbled. "He's expecting you." So, it was true then. Galther was assistant research director, and I was to be his secretary. I floated in. In the morning sunshine, I forgot all about shadows. The inner office was elaborately furnished, a huge place, with the elegant walnut paneling associated with business authority. There was a kidney desk set before closed Venetian blinds, and a variety of comfortable leather armchairs. Fluorescent lighting gleamed pleasantly. But there was no Galther, probably on the other side of the little door at the back, talking to his chief. I sat down, with a tight feeling of anticipation hugged somewhere within my stomach. I glanced around, taking in the room again. My gaze swept the glass-topped desk. It was bare, except in the corner, where a small box of cigars rested. No, wait a minute. That wasn't a cigar box. It was metal. I'd seen it somewhere before. Of course, it was Galther's iron-bound book. German Inorganic Chemistry. Who was I to doubt his word? So naturally, I just had to sneak a look before he came in. I opened the yellow pages. De Vermis Mysteris. Mysteries of the Worm. This was no inorganic chemistry text. It was something entirely different. Something that told you how you could compound aconite and belladonna and draw circles of phosphorescent fire on the floor when the stars were right. Something that spoke of melting tallow candles and blending them with corpse fat, whispered of the uses to which animal sacrifice might be put. It spoke of meetings that could be arranged with various parties most people don't either care to meet or even believe in. The thick black letters crawled across the pages, and the detestable odor arising from the musty thing formed a background for the nastiness of the text. I won't say whether or not I believed what I was reading, but I will admit that there was an air, a suggestion about those cold, deliberate directions for traffic with alien evil, which made me shiver with repulsion. Such thoughts have no place in sanity, even as fantasy. And if this is what Gulther had done with the materials he'd bought himself at $2.39? Years of study, eh? Experiments. What was Gulther trying to call up? What did he call up, and what bargain did he make? The man who could answer these questions sidled out from behind the door. Gone was the Fritz Gulther of the pinstripe suit personality. It was my original Caspar Milquetoast who creased his mouth at me in abject fear. He looked like a man, I had to say it, who was afraid of his own shadow. The shadow trailed him through the doorway. To my eyes it had grown overnight. Its arms were slightly raised, though Gulther had both hands pressed against his sides. I saw it cross the wall as he walked toward me, and it moved more swiftly than he did. Make no mistake, I saw the shadow. Since then, I've talked to wise boys who assure me that under even fluorescence, no shadow is cast. They're wise boys, all right, but I saw that shadow. Gulther saw that book in my hands. All right, he said simply. You know, and maybe it's just as well. No? Yes, know that I made a bargain with someone. I thought I was being smart. He promised me success and wealth, anything I wanted, on only one condition. Those damned conditions. You always read about them and you always forget because they sound so foolish. He told me that I'd have only one rival, and that this rival would be a part of myself. It would grow with my success. I sat mute. Gulther was wound up for a long time. Silly, wasn't it? Of course I accepted. And then I found out what my rival was, what it would be. This shadow of mine. It's independent of me, you know that. And it keeps growing. Oh, not in size, but in depth, in intensity. It's becoming... Maybe I am crazy, but you see it too. More solid, thicker, as though it had palpable substance. Creasemouth wobbled violently, but the words choked on. The further I go, the more it grows. Last night I took your sedative, and it didn't work. Didn't work at all. I sat up in the darkness and watched my shadow. In darkness? Yes. It doesn't need light. It really exists now, permanently. In the dark, it's just a blacker blur. But you can see it. It doesn't sleep or rest. It just waits. And you're afraid of it? Why? I don't know. It doesn't threaten me, or make gestures, or even take any notice of me. Shadows taking notice. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? But you see it as I do. You can see it waiting. And that's why I'm afraid. What's it waiting for? The shadow crept closer over his shoulder, eavesdropping. I don't need you for a secretary. I need a nurse. What you need is a good rest. Rest? How can I rest? I just came out of Newsom's office. He doesn't notice anything yet. Too stupid, I suppose. The girls in the office look at me when I pass, and I wonder if they see something peculiar. But Newsom doesn't. He just made me head of research, completely in charge. In 5 days? Marvelous. Isn't it? Except for our bargain. Whenever I succeed, my rival gains power with me. That will make the shadow stronger. How, I don't know. I'm waiting, and I can't find rest. I'll find it for you. Just lie down and wait. I'll be back. I left him hastily, left him sitting at his desk, all alone. Not quite alone. The shadow was there, too. Before I went, I had the funniest temptation. I wanted to run my hand along the wall, through that shadow. And yet I didn't. It was too black, too solid. What if my hand should actually encounter something? So I just left. I was back in half an hour. I grabbed Gulther's arm, bared it, plunged the needle home. Morphine, I whispered. You'll sleep now. He did, resting on the leather sofa. I sat at his side, watching the shadow that didn't sleep. It stood there, towering above him unnaturally. I tried to ignore it, but it was a third party in the room. Once, when I turned my back, it moved. It began to pace up and down. I opened my mouth, trying to hold back a scream. The phone buzzed. I answered mechanically, my eyes never leaving the black outline on the wall that swayed over Gulther's recumbent form. "Yes? No, he's not in right now. This is Mr. Gulther's secretary speaking. Your message? Yes, I'll tell him. I certainly will. Thank you." It had been a woman's voice, a deep, rich voice. Her message was to tell Mr. Gulther she'd changed her mind. She'd be happy to meet him that evening at dinner. Another conquest for Fritz Gulther. Conquest. 2 conquests in a row. That meant conquests for the shadow, too. But how? I turned to the shadow on the wall and got a shock. It was lighter, greyer, thinner, wavering a little. What was wrong? I glanced down at Gulther's sleeping face. Then I got another shock. Gulther's face was dark. Not tanned, but dark, blackish, sooty, shadowy. Then I did scream a little. Gulther awoke. I just pointed to his face and indicated the wall mirror. He almost fainted. "It's combining with me," he whispered. His skin was slate-colored. I turned my back because I couldn't look at him. "We must do something," he mumbled. "Fast. Perhaps if you were to use that book again, you could make another bargain." It was a fantastic idea, but it popped out. I faced Gulther again and saw him smile. "That's it. If you could get the materials now, you know what I need. Go to the drugstore, but hurry up because—" I shook my head. Gulther was nebulous, shimmery. I saw him through a mist. Then I heard him yell, "You damned fool, look at me! That's my shadow you're staring at." I ran out of the room, and in less than 10 minutes I was trying to fill a vial with belladonna with fingers that trembled like lumps of jelly. 5. I must have looked like a fool carrying that armful of packages through the outer office. Candles, chalk, phosphorus, aconite, belladonna, and, blame it on my hysteria, the dead body of an alley cat I decoyed behind the store. Certainly I felt like a fool when Fritz Gulther met me at the door of his sanctum. "Come on in," he snapped. Yes, snapped. It took only a glance to convince me that Gulther was himself again. Whatever the black change that frightened us so had been, he'd shook it off while I was gone. Once again, the trumpet voice held authority. Once again, the sneering smile replaced the apologetic crease in the mouth. Gulther's skin was white, normal. His movements were brisk and no longer frightened. He didn't need any wild spells, or had he ever, really? Suddenly, I felt as though I'd been a victim of my own imagination. After all, men don't make bargains with demons. They don't change places with their shadows. The moment Gulther closed the door, his words corroborated my mood. "Well, I've snapped out of it. Foolish nonsense, wasn't it?" He smiled easily. "Guess we won't need that junk after all. Right when you left, I began to feel better. Here, sit down and take it easy." I sat. Gulther rested on the desk, nonchalantly swinging his legs. All that nervousness, that strain, has disappeared. But before I forget it, I'd like to apologize for telling you that crazy story about sorcery and my obsession. Matter of fact, I'd feel better about the whole thing in the future if you just forget that all this ever happened. I nodded. Gulther smiled again. "That's right. Now we're ready to get down to business. I tell you, it's a real relief to realize the progress we're going to make. I'm head research director already, and if I play my cards right, I think I'll be running this place in another 3 months. Some of the things Newsom told me today tipped me off, so just play ball with me and we'll go a long way. A long way. And I can promise you one thing. I'll never have any of these crazy spells again." There was nothing wrong with what Gulther said here. Nothing wrong with any of it. There was nothing wrong with the way Gulther lolled and smiled at me either. Then, why did I suddenly get that old crawling sensation along my spine? For a moment I couldn't place it, and then I realized. Fritz Gulther sat on his desk before the wall, but now he cast no shadow. No shadow. No shadow at all. A shadow had tried to enter the body of Fritz Gulther when I left. Now there was no shadow. Where had it gone? There was only one place for it to go, and if it had gone there, then where was Fritz Gulther? He read it in my eyes. I read it in his swift gesture. Gulther's hand dipped into his pocket and re-emerged. As it rose, I rose, and sprang across the room. I gripped the revolver, pressed it back and away, and stared into his convulsed countenance, into his eyes. Behind the glasses, behind the human pupils, there was only a blackness, the cold, grinning blackness of a shadow. Then he snarled, arms clawing up as he tried to wrest the weapon free, aim it. His body was cold, curiously weightless, but filled with a slithering strength. I felt myself go limp under those icy, scrabbling talons, but as I gazed into those two dark pools of hate that were his eyes, fear and desperation lent me aid. A single gesture, and I turned the muzzle in. The gun exploded, and Gulther slumped to the floor. They crowded in then. They stood and stared down, too. We all stood and stared down at the body lying on the floor. Body? There was Fritz Gulther's shoes, his shirt, his tie, his expensive blue pinstripe suit. The toes of the shoes pointed up. The shirt and tie and suit were creased and filled out to support a body beneath. But there was no body on the floor. There was only a shadow, a deep black shadow encased in Fritz Gulther's clothes. Nobody said a word for a long minute. Then one of the girls whispered, "Look, it's just a shadow." I bent down quickly and shook the clothes. As I did so, the shadow seemed to move beneath my fingers, to move and to melt. In an instant it slithered free from the garments. There was a flash, or a final retinal impression of blackness, and the shadow was gone. The clothing sagged down into an empty, huddled heap on the floor. I rose and faced them. I couldn't say it loud, but I could say it gratefully, very gratefully. "No," I said, "you're mistaken. There's no shadow there. There's nothing at all, absolutely nothing at all." The Strange Island of Dr. Nork by Robert Bloch. 1. Between the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles rises a little group of islands, generally known as the medium-sized Antilles. Mere pimples on the smiling face of the Caribbean, they remain unsqueezed by the hands of man. Far off the usual trade routes, their shores are only infrequently desecrated by a banana peeling washed off a United Fruit Line's boat. It was here that I came on the fateful day in August, my monoplane circling until it descended upon the broad, sandy beach of the central island, the strange island of Dr. Nork. 2. How Sidney Dearborn ever heard of Dr. Nork, I cannot say. The old dingbat, doddering around the confines of his palatial estate, seldom pays much attention to his news magazine, let alone interesting himself in the doings of a mere individual. But probably even a man like Dearborn, who is devoting most of his time to becoming an octogenarian, has been for the past 80 years, occasionally pauses and reads the papers. Quite possibly, Dearborn read an article about Dr. Nork in one of his own magazines. I can see him calling my editor in New York. "Hello, this is Dearborn. Get me an exclusive feature interview on Nork." "Nork? Nork? No, I'm not sick. Fella's name, N-O-R-K. Big scientist. Lives all alone on an island someplace, doing experiments." "How do I know what kind of experiments?" "Find out for me. Tell our readers. That's what I'm paying you 50 grand a year for, to find out facts. This story on Nork is drivel. Pure drivel, no facts. It says he's endowed by a lot of foundations. Endowed for what? Can he split an atom? Get me all the dope. Know what I think? I smell communism, that's what I smell. What would a big scientist want to hide out on an island for if he wasn't afraid? The American people deserve to know. Well, send a man down to see him. Interview him. I want a complete write-up on Nork within 10 days. And say, hello? I want you to be sure and find out where he stands on the oleomargarine tax. That's the way the conversation probably went. I can only guess. All I know is that the managing editor called me into the front office and gave me the assignment. Charter a plane, he said. Get there, get the yarn, and get back. Get it? I got it, but good. 3. The smooth yellow beach on which my monoplane had landed evidently girdled the island, which was approximately a mile in diameter. Inland, palmettos clustered thickly in a dense jungle that ended abruptly at the foot of a gigantic cliff occupying the island's center. Monkeys, macaws, toucans, and parakeets set up a Disney-like clatter as I toted my suitcase and portable typewriter across the sands, but there was no evidence of human life, not even a Burma shave sign. For a moment I wondered if I had made a mistake. I felt like Robinson Crusoe, and remembered the stirring episode where he discovers in the sand the imprint of a naked human foot. Then I gasped. I was Robinson Crusoe. For there, before me in the golden sand, was the symbol of life itself. Not the raw imprint of savage life, but the very essence of civilization. It was an old Pepsi-Cola bottle. I stooped down to pick it up, and then noted, with a sudden shock, that the bottle was not empty. A soggy, crumpled sheet of paper had been stuffed down the neck, which was sealed with a battered cap. I pried it loose, then fished out the parchment and unfolded the sheet. The message was written in a childish scrawl. To whom it may concern, Dr. Nork is a mean, nasty old thing, so there. Signed, a true friend. So I was on the right island after all. My elation subsided as I realized a true friend's warning about my future host. Well, it was no concern of mine. For all I knew, a true friend might be a far meaner and nastier old thing than Dr. Nork. At any rate, I wasn't here to sit in judgment. I was here to get a story on the mysterious medico. Resealing the message in the bottle, I tossed it into the water. Apparently that had been a true friend's intention, but his aim was bad. I toted my luggage towards the palmetto forest as the macaws formed a screaming rainbow round my head. Oh, those living flames of beauty! Oh, those lovely lambent— Oh, for crying out loud! I muttered. Apparently, it was safer to walk under the shelter of the trees. 4. I was still wiping my pith helmet when I felt a hand tap my shoulder. I wheeled, then recoiled in horror. It hadn't been a hand on my shoulder after all. I beheld a paw. Crouching, confronting me, was the shaggy, shambling figure of a gigantic great ape. Gorilla eyes glared, and a tusked maw gaped wide in slavering dread. A growl rumbled up into the threatening throat. "You want handkerchief?" said the ape. The intonation was bestial, but the words were human, intelligible. I stared, gulped, and shook my head in amazement. "Who you fella?" the ape demanded. "You fella come safari?" I shook my head again, but the hallucination didn't disappear. "You come in jungle, hunt for diamonds, gold, no? You seek elephant's graveyard, maybe? Heap much ivory?" I could only goggle. "You bwana search for white goddess?" I shrugged my heart back out of my mouth and down to where it belonged. Then I found my voice again. You can actually talk," I gasped. I never thought I'd live to hear a gorilla talk like that." The ape grimaced dreadfully. "Sounds pretty corny, eh, Jack? I think so too. All that pidgin English and fake native lingo. Strictly from hunger. But you know how it is with the doc. He makes me talk that way. Says it's what they want to hear." Sometimes I get pretty ashamed when I think that an anthropoid of my education has to go around making like a schmo, but I got my orders. Like I say, you know the doc. But I don't know the doc, I answered. That's just what I came down here for. I want to meet him. You from the publishers? Asked the gorilla. News magazine, I replied. I'm here for an interview. Might have known it, the ape muttered. You don't have a moustache. Thought you were a villain at first, but the villains all have moustaches, don't they? I was getting confused again. The anthropoid ignored my bewilderment and courteously relieved me of my luggage. Come on, he growled. Follow me. He led a path through the palmettos. Reporter, eh? He mused. What do you do evenings? How do you mean? Fly, hurtle, sail, batter flame, or blast? I don't understand, I confessed. You must have me mixed up with somebody else. Evenings I go home. Sometimes I look up a friend and play a little gin rummy. Tell you what you do, the gorilla suggested. When you get done with the doc, look me up, and I'll take you on for a few hands. 5. The cliff top was a broad, flat plateau overlooking the beach and sea below. The wind blew cold and clear across the treeless expanse, and borne upon its eddies the seagulls wheeled and circled. Remembering the macaws, I made an instinctive grab for my solar topi and jammed it down over my forehead. Then I peered out under its brim at the domicile of Dr. Nork. Nork's residence sprawled across the plateau like some gigantic concrete wheel. A white-domed central structure acted as the hub, from which extended a half-dozen radii in the shape of wings attached to the main building. The outer circumference was rimmed by a high stone fence, broken by a single gate. The ape led me towards it, while I stared up and marveled at the elaborate structure set upon a lonely tropical isle. Then we were standing before the gate, which apparently served as a front door. I noted a neatly lettered sign, reading, Erasmus Nork, M.D. Doctor is in. Please be seated. I had nothing to sit on but my valise. The gorilla opened the front door and bid me enter. He shambled into a spacious white hallway, its antiseptic decor reminiscent of an old Dr. Kildare movie. I followed him as we walked along the corridor, passing half a dozen closed doors in succession. Finally, we paused before a large double door at the end of the hall. I'll announce you, the ape suggested. Dr. Nork is conducting an experiment. He slipped through the half-open doorway and disappeared. I stood in the hall and listened to the drone of a faraway dynamo. It accented the eeriness of this white palace set in the heart of a tropical jungle. Weird scientific experiments and talking apes. Come right in, my friend, the booming voice resounded from the room behind the door. Welcome to the island. I stepped forward into the laboratory of Dr. Nork. A great arc light glared from the domed roof, glared down upon a scene of horror. A huge steel operating table occupied the center of the room, and it was in use. Strapped securely to its surface was a half-clad girl, hair streaming, mouth contorted, eyes wide with terror. Towering above her was a tall, thin, red-bearded man with a beaked nose and slanted eyes. Like a surgeon, he wore a white gown. Like a surgeon, he brandished a glittering knife. Even as I watched, he raised the cruel blade and his arm swooped down to the girl's bare white bosom. The red-bearded man grinned exultantly. House tricks, he whispered. The knife came down. Stop! I plunged forward frantically. Hairy arms pinioned me from behind. The ape held me fast. Hold it, snarled the red-bearded man. There. Got it? Swell, boss, squeaked an unfamiliar voice from the corner of the room. I twisted my head and saw a little man with a smock standing before an easel. Even as I watched, he did things to the tripod stand, folding it under his arm and gathering the board up, scuttled from the room. The tall man dropped the knife and fumbled with the cords binding the girl. Curse these knots, he grumbled. Ought to use the disintegrator. There you are, Toots." The girl stood up and fluffed out her hair. She smiled at me. No, past me, over my shoulder, where the ape stood. "How's for a little gin?" she said. The gorilla nodded and released me. Linked arm in arm, girl and gorilla ambled from the room, and the tall, red-bearded man gestured towards me with his knife. "Sit down, my friend," he said. "You must be tired after your trip. Maybe you'd prefer to lie down. How about right here, on the operating table?" "No thanks," I gulped. "You're Dr. Nork, I presume?" "Of course. I'm glad to see you. It isn't often we get a chance to converse with a representative of civilization. You must tell me all that's happening in the world. Has the atomic bomb blown up any continents lately?" "I don't know. I left New York yesterday," I answered. Nork shrugged. "So, you came all the way down here just for an interview, eh? I suppose you want to discuss the new slants we worked out." "Slants?" I fumbled for his meaning. "I was sent here to find out something about your experiments. I hear you're conducting some mysterious investigations." "Mysterious investigations? Experiments?" "My dear sir, you've been badly misled. I'm a businessman. This is a business office." Dr. Nork took out a strop and began to sharpen his knife, splitting hairs from his beard to test the keen edge of the blade. "But I heard—" "You were mistaken," Nork spoke curtly. At that moment, the door opened and the gorilla entered. "Hey, Doc, those guys are here for the experiments," he announced. Nork blushed and avoided my accusing stare. "Tell them I'm busy," he barked. "Tell them they'll have to wait." "But the subject is already strapped down. The stenographer is ready. Everything is set up." "Confound it," muttered the doctor. "Oh, very well. You don't have to come down, Doc," the ape said. "Just give me the equipment and I'll take it to them." Dr. Nork shrugged and stepped over to one of the blank, gleaming white laboratory walls. He pressed a tile, and something clicked. A section of the wall slid back and revealed a long rack. Objects hung from thongs, dangled from hooks. I stared at the display. There were long black whips, short cats and nine-tails, blackjacks, bludgeons, truncheons, clubs, assegais, knobkerries, shillelaghs. The gorilla lumbered over and selected an armful at random. "This ought to do the trick, eh, Doc?" Nork nodded. Another click, and the wall slid back into place. He pressed a second tile. A grating wheeze echoed through the room as a portion of the floor moved to disclose a secret stairway descending into black depths below. The ape clambered down the steps, bearing his homicidal burden. With a loud clang, the floor closed behind him. I reeled, bewildered. Whips, weapons, concealed passages, and a nameless experiment? What did it mean? Nork feigned nonchalance as he faced me. "Come on," I said. "Quit stalling. My editor sent me down here for a feature story, and I intend to get it. Now My words were cut short, then drowned out by a ghastly shriek. It came from beneath my very feet, rising in a weird wail, an ululation of utter agony. "What's that?" I gasped. "I didn't hear anything," purred Nork. Again, the dreadful scream tore the air to ribbons. "What's going on here?" I panted. "What does it all mean? What kind of experiment needs whips and bludgeons? What are they doing down there?" "Oh, all right, I suppose I'll have to tell you," Nork sighed. "But it's really nothing at all. They're just beating the living hell out of a guy." 6. I made a dive for the doctor's bearded throat. "You fiend!" I shrieked. "Now I know what you are. A mad scientist." "Hey, cut it out," yelled Nork. "You're tearing my beard." Indeed, the red beard came loose in my hands, revealing a smaller black beard beneath it. "Don't touch the black beard. That's genuine," warned the scientist. "I just wear the red for sketches. Red seems to be all the thing this season." "Wait, let me explain things to you." "Explain things? while you're torturing that poor devil down there in the cellar? What poor devil? He's a volunteer. Also a confirmed masochist. He likes to be beaten up. Besides, I'm paying him $500 for his trouble." "You're paying him $500? Didn't I tell you this was business? Come on, I'll let you see for yourself." The doctor pressed the wall. The steps below were revealed, and I followed him down into the noisome darkness. As we passed into the nighted depths, the screams and groans rose hideously. The hair on my scalp followed suit. We groped along a damp stone corridor until we reached a dimly lit room. It was a sight I never expected to see, a sight no man of the 20th century should see, a medieval dungeon. Torchlight flared on rack and strappado, on boot and iron maiden and wheel. Torchlight flickered down on the table, where the groaning man writhed beneath the blows of two gigantic men. The ape stood by silently, hand resting on the shoulders of a small man who sat perched on a high stool. Head cocked attentively as though listening, the little man was frantically scribbling down shorthand jottings. Thuds, curses, screeches, blows, moans, and gasps filled the air, but they faded into a sort of background noise as the little man beamed ecstatically and babbled at each fresh sound. "Whoop!" he yelled. "Woofle!" "Huh?" I murmured. "Gooch! Boy, did you hear that one, eh? Gooch. That's a new one, huh, Doc?" He peered over his spectacles and addressed the men. "Hey, how's for using the brass knucks now? We ain't had no brass knucks lately." "Okay," grunted the biggest of the men. "That is, even it's okay with the victim." "Okay, don't mind me," piped the man on the table, grinning up through the black and blue blur of his ravaged face. "I can take it." Surprisingly, he giggled. "Lay on, Macduff." The men began to assail his midriff with brass knuckles. He howled and grunted at every blow. "Splat!" yapped the stenographer on the stool. "Oh boy, listen to him. Ugh, blip, whizzle. Hey, you with the lead pipe, rap him on the noggin again. I didn't catch it the first time. There, spoing!" Dr. Nork tapped me on the shoulder. "Had enough?" he whispered. I nodded. "Let's go." He led the way back to the stairs, calling over his shoulder, "Don't overdo it, boys, and be careful how you hit him. Last time you broke 3 whips and a truncheon. Those things cost money, you know." "Boing!" yelled the stenographer. As we plodded up the steps, Nork sighed. "There's so much to worry about," he confided. "So much to do. It isn't easy being the mastermind of all the comic books." 7. We sat in another chamber now, Dr. Nork's spacious and imposing library. 100 shelves, rising to the dizzying height of the ceiling, encircled us on all sides. Every shelf was packed, crammed, jammed full of paper-bound books with lurid covers. Nork reached over to an end table and selected one at random, riffling the pages as he spoke. "Of course, you can understand what we're doing down there now," he said. "Just getting our blurbs, that's all. Filling the old balloons." "Filling the what?" "The balloons. You know, the things coming out of the characters' mouths in comic books. When a crook gets hit by the hero, he makes a noise. Or the weapon makes a noise. Sometimes they both make noises. Like bang and ouch. There, you see." Dr. Nork beamed. "We can't use bang and ouch all the time, or wham and zowie and pow. They're corny. Besides, the Flushing chain of comic books covers about 20 titles a month. That means roughly 5,000 separate panels or drawings. Now you figure that at least 4,000 of those panels in every comic book represent somebody getting hit, lashed, flayed, burned, punched, beaten, shot, stabbed, or run over with a steamroller. That takes a lot of different noises and sounds for balloons. We strive for variety, understand? But variety alone is not enough. My boss, the publisher, Blood and Gore Flushing, is a stickler for realism. He wants accurate sounds, so that's why we hold experiments. We beat up a victim and take down the noises for our balloons. Get it? I got it, but couldn't handle it. You mean to say your comic books are drawn from real life? More or less. That's where I come in. Mr. Flushing pays me a fortune, my dear sir, to mastermind the Flushing chain. He endowed this laboratory, set up a fund for research, took me under contract for that purpose alone, to make sure that the 60 million readers of such famous comics as Captain Torture and Hatchet Man get only the finest and most realistic literature. Why, would you believe it, when I took over, he only published 3 comic books, and 2 of them were actually funny? It was ridiculous, and I told him so. Everybody knows that there's no point in a comic book that's funny. Why, people will laugh at it. What they want is thrills, girls with big busts, and men with big muscles. I don't know much about comic books, I confessed. I had rather a sketchy education. I thought people just wrote and drew them into some kind of an office. That's the old-fashioned way, Nork laughed. Since I went to work for Flushing, we've changed all that. Ours is a great humanitarian enterprise, catering to 60 million readers as we do, bringing them romance, adventure, murder, arson, insanity, fratricide, bestiality. That's a great responsibility, my boy, and I am keenly aware of it. When I went to work for the chain, I was just a broken-down old Nobel Prize winner, puttering around in a laboratory. I smashed a few atoms, that's just about all I did. Now I'm engaged in a great crusade to bring comic book culture to the masses. That's why Flushing hired me. Up to the time I came here, comic books were put out just about the way you said they were, in offices by artists and writers who worked solely with their imaginations. They kept thinking up new variants of Superman, and that's about all they could do. Occasionally they did a sort of Tarzan takeoff or a Dick Tracy imitation, but it was stale, flat, repetitious. You see, the trouble was that they lacked facts to go by. They went stale because they didn't know anything about their subject matter. None of them had ever been to the jungle, let alone lived with gorillas. None of them had ever used a ray gun or split a spy's head open with a butcher's cleaver. None of them could walk through walls or put on a suit of red underwear and fly through the air. That's where I came in. I brought the scientific method to bear, the experimental approach. Now, all the artists and writers work from rough sketches and material supplied by me here in my laboratory. Everything you see in Flushing comics has been pre-tested and is guaranteed accurate. You mean you've created a comic book world? I gasped. More or less. Who do you think taught that gorilla to talk? I worked with him ever since he was a tiny rhesus, made him listen to linguaphone records, everything. And why do you think our drawings are so accurate? Because I have an artist here sketching night and day. You saw me posing as the mad doctor with that girl when you came in. That's why I wore the false red beard. It looks better in color reproduction. Many people have been kind enough to tell me that I make the best and most convincing mad doctor they've ever seen. I'm sure you do, I said politely. Take those fellows downstairs. They're working on the sound effects, as I told you. All over this great laboratory, experiments are going on concurrently, and trained observers are noting the results, roughing out sketches, transcribing bits of dialogue, thinking up plots. The result is obvious. Flushing comics today are beyond all doubt the most realistically gruesome, hideous, ghastly, sanguinary, and horrible comics in the world. But what about all those super characters? I asked. You can teach gorillas to talk and pose for pictures and beat people up, but where do you get the ideas for those invincible heroes with the wonderful powers? I give them the powers, purred Dr. Nork. My experiments in nuclear physics, chemobiology, endocrinology, and mopery have borne fruit, strange fruit, as you shall presently see. Speaking of fruit, it's time for luncheon, and now you'll have an opportunity to meet some of the actual characters I've created for Flushing Comics. 8. Dr. Nork and I dined in palatial splendor. For the first few minutes after our entry into the huge hall, we were alone, save for the silent servants. Tall, white-faced men who stared straight ahead in impassive obeisance as they offered us our choice of delicacies. "How well trained they are," I whispered, as one of the black-liveried footmen served me with a helping of jugged flamingo and pickled eland tongues. "They never say a word, do they?" "Not remarkable at all," said Dr. Nork, as he carved the pièce de résistance, a huge baked wildebeest head with an enormous apple in its mouth. "How can they say anything? Some of them are zombies, and the rest of them are dead. I reanimated them myself, you know." "I didn't know," I gulped, "and I'm not so sure I want to. You actually raised corpses up to be your servants?" "Sure. Don't you read the comics? Scientists are always going into their laboratories and shooting a lot of electrical arcs through bodies. Had to try it myself just for the sake of accuracy. It worked. And after, I had these cadavers animated again, and I had no other use for them except as servants. Still, it worries me." "Worried me, too," I agreed. "I don't like their looks." "Oh, that doesn't matter," Nork replied. "I just don't want the waiters' union to find out." He gnawed a yak leg and offered me some jellied eel. "Where are the others I was supposed to meet?" I asked. "Others? They'll be along, I'm sure. Matter of fact, here they come now." His remark was unnecessary. My bursting eardrums and bulging eyes attested to the arrival of some exceedingly strange strangers. The first one to enter wasn't so bad. He was obviously human, despite his red cloak and the helmet he wore, which resembled an inverted commode. The only thing that disconcerted me in the least was the fact that he didn't walk in. He flew. Behind him was a hopping figure. It might have been a gigantic frog with a human face. It might have been a gigantic human with a frog's body. Whatever it was, I didn't care for it. Right behind the batrachian being stalked a tall man who displayed remarkable stoicism, and so far as his hair seemed to be on fire. Even as I stared, my attention was arrested, tried, and condemned by another gentleman, whose exceedingly long neck seemed to be made of wood. This neck was surmounted by a most unconventional head, flat on top, hooked in the rear, and round in front. There were no features visible in the round surface, which was shiny and metallic. My eyes were still fighting the battle of the bulge when the girl came in. She was tall, slim, alluring, her body a pale shaft of moonlight, and her hair a shimmering simulacrum of the sun. She wore a combination of leopard skin bra and shorts that was very pretty in spots. I saw no reason why she needed to also wear a large boa constrictor for a scarf, but she did. One would also assume that a wench with such long, lithe, lovely limbs might be satisfied to walk. But no, she had to ride on the back of a lion. "Greetings," said the girl, as the lion halted before us and began to slaver over my shoes. "Hi," chirped Dr. Nork. He beamed at me. "Meet my daughter, Albino, the white goddess of the jungle." "Your daughter?" "Brought her up among the animals to be useful in my work. Decided to make a female Tarzan out of her at an early age, when she showed signs of inheriting my own fondness for wild game. You may not know it, but I used to be quite a sportsman myself. Earned quite a reputation as a deer hunter in my youth. I was a fast man with a buck." Albino sat down, unwound her snake, and replaced it with a napkin. She began to feed her lion from my plate. "Pass the salt," she said. I did so, trembling, a human salt shaker. She noticed my tremor and sniffed disdainfully. "Where'd you find this jerk, Pa?" she asked. "You know I don't like sissies." I was all set to give her a snappy comeback, but something choked off my flow of conversation. That something was the boa constrictor, which now began to twine around my neck. I removed it hastily and wiped my hands on what I thought was a napkin. But napkins don't roar. I took my hands out of the lion's mane and turned to Dr. Nork. What an aggregation! I murmured. All normal people, he assured me. At least, they were until I got to work on them. You see before you, my dear sir, the results of years of experiments. My daughter was just a plain, ordinary little girl until I taught her how to behave like a monkey. In her case, all that was required was a little child psychology. Instead of giving her a doll to play with, I gave her a talking gorilla. The rest followed easily. In some of the other cases, surgery was necessary. Take a water boy, for example. Who? He indicated the Frogman, one of Flushing Comic's most popular characters. I made him, raised him from a tadpole, as it were. As a result of a unique series of experiments, he's now more frog than human. It was a risky business to turn a man into a frog. More than once I thought he'd croak. But you can see for yourself how successful I've been. Nork pointed at the man with the flaming hair. That's Firebug, he told me. The Human Torch. Goes around giving criminals the hot foot. I developed his metabolism to the point where he can actually live on fire. That's why he's eating coal, eh? Precisely. And as for our flying man, Rogers. Buck Rogers? No, $2 Rogers we call him. He's twice as good as Buck. I turned away in bewilderment. Let me get this straight once and for all, I said. You experiment on people and develop superhuman or unusual characteristics. Then you watch their actions and use what you see as the basis for plot material in comic books. Right. Now, a violent pounding interrupted him. The strange being with the long wooden neck and the metallic head was using the blank spot where his face should be, using it as a walnut cracker. Hammerhead, explained the doctor. Our readers get a bang out of him. He giggled. Did you see our last issue featuring him? Had a sequence where he uses his head as an atom smasher. I tried to ignore the scientist's remarks and make a little time with Albino, but she obviously despised me for a weakling. Just a poor coward who was probably secretly afraid of rhinoceri. Ow! The shout came from down at the end of the table. Hammerhead had accidentally banged the fingers of Firebug. Look what you're doing, clumsy, he yelled. Don't get hot under the collar, retorted Hammerhead. For answer, Firebug opened his mouth, but no remarks came out. Instead, a 6-foot tongue of living flame belched forth. Hammerhead ducked just in time, but $2 Rogers got smoke in his eyes. Rising, cloak whirling about him in red fury, the superhuman flyer whipped out a strange gleaming weapon and leveled it at the Human Torch. I'll blast you, he yelled. Lightning crackled from the muzzle, and Firebug ducked as an atomic beam disintegrated the chair in which he had been sitting. At the same time, he let go with another burst of flame. Waterboy opened his frog mouth and extinguished the blaze, inelegantly but effectively. Wet smack, screamed Rogers, leveling his weapon. Firebug turned toward him, ready to blaze away. Hammerhead poised himself to pound him down. Quiet! Screamed Dr. Nork. Cut it out! Get out of here, all of you! If you can't learn to behave and get along with one another, I'll turn the faceless fiend loose on you. There was a deathly silence. There, said the doctor. That's telling them, eh? But where are you? Here, I gasped. Right here, under the table. Albino sniffed. I dropped my fork, I said. You're scared, she accused. I can tell by the way your hand trembles. What hand? The one on my ankle. Take it off. I rose and took my place again. All right, I said. I am scared. Who wouldn't be with all this blasting and firing and pounding going on? If you think these characters are bad, you ought to see the faceless fiend, she told me. Who is he? I noticed everybody shut up when his name was mentioned. Nork's face clouded. He sighed heavily and reached for a platter of breaded horse kidneys. One of my few failures, he murmured. Some of my agents spirited away a mass murderer from the penal colony in French Guiana. That's where I get most of my subjects. You'll find that comic book characters are best when they have criminal minds. Anyhow, this time I intended to create a supercriminal for a new book. The man was frightfully disfigured, and as a first step I attempted to remedy his condition with plastic surgery. At the same time, I began psychiatric treatment with deep hypnosis. My aim was to uncondition all his reflexes and inhibit all his inhibitions. This I did while working on his face to remove the scars. Alas, I did my work too well. I had him in a state of complete abandon, psychically, long before his features were rebuilt by plastic surgery. As a matter of fact, I had just finished removing his old features and hadn't gotten around to building new ones when he escaped, ran away. Of course, when the poor fellow removed the bandages, he found that he had no face left at all. This, coupled with his mental unbalance, resulted in the creation of the perfect supercriminal, the Faceless Fiend. Nobody knows what he looks like, because he doesn't look like anyone. He has no scruples, just hatred of society. Gifted with superhuman cunning, he has managed to evade capture, and even now is lurking somewhere on this island. I've sent my staff out time and time again to comb the jungles for him. I imported several beachcombers just to comb the beaches, but he eludes me. Meanwhile, he swears vengeance on me and all my work. He threatens me in a million ways. I am convinced it is he who writes letters to the press denouncing comic books. Say, wait a minute, I said. I wonder if he wrote that note. I told him about the message I'd found in a bottle on the beach. That's his work, Nork nodded. A dangerous adversary, my friend. The gorilla shuffled into the room and tapped the doctor on the shoulder. Sorry to interrupt, he said, but it's time for you to come down to the crocodile pits. We're getting ready to draw that sequence where Wonder Child ties their tails into Boy Scout knots. If we get that out of the way this afternoon, we can go right on to the scene where he strangles his grandmother, right? Right. Nork rose. Excuse me, he said. The press of business affairs. Perhaps you're tired. I'll ask Albino to see you to your room. Follow me, the girl urged. Do you want to ride my lion? No, thanks. I'll walk. We left the banquet hall and ascended a spiral staircase. The blonde girl led me into a handsomely furnished bedroom. Maybe a little sleep will quiet your nerves, she observed. The scorn in her voice was evident. I'll be all right, thanks, I said. Oh, what's that? A rumbling rose, and the air was suddenly suffused with blue flame. Nothing at all, scaredy cat, she snickered. Just a little hurricane coming up, I suppose. Hurricane? I stared out of the window and saw that she spoke the truth. 9. The storm was gathering over the tropical isle. Water boiled like lava across the beach. The palmettos prostrated themselves before the fury of the storm. Wind roared from all points of the compass, and the currents clashed overhead to tear the very air to ribbons. A kaleidoscopic cloud of macaws blew across the island, followed by a white cumulus of seagulls, borne ruthlessly away by the violence of the elements. Quit shaking, you coward, taunted the girl. I'll turn on the lights. She did so. I collapsed across the bed, watching the onslaught of the storm. The walls trembled, and I followed suit. Oh, you're impossible, she told me. Just like all the other men I've ever met, afraid of everything. You can't blame me, I replied. After all, not everybody has had your advantages, being brought up by a gorilla and all that. Never mind the excuses, Albino said. It doesn't matter. I've been the white goddess of the jungle here for 5 years, and I'm getting pretty darn sick of it, too. Always waiting for some strong, handsome, virile He-Man to come along and woo me, like they do in the comic books. And what do I get? A bunch of weaklings, namby-pamby characters who are afraid of everything. Lions, snakes, hurricanes. And you're not afraid of anything? Of course not. You're sure? There was a crash overhead, and suddenly the lights went out. The room was black, an inky vacuum in the dark womb of storm. I winced, but the girl's voice rose strong and clear in the darkness. "I fear nothing," she told me. "Not even the faceless fiend himself." "That's very good to hear. I'd hate to have caused you any discomfort." "What's that?" I yelled. "Who said that?" "Me, the faceless fiend." "You're here, in this room?" "Just came in through a secret staircase," the slow voice hissed. "I've been waiting to get my hands on you ever since you arrived." "You don't say," I answered, hurling myself in the direction of the door. Thunder boomed and wind howled. "Don't try to escape," chuckled the unseen presence. "You can't see in the dark, but I can, and I'm going to get you." "Help!" I yelled. "Albino, save me!" "Stay where you are," the girl commanded. "I'm coming." "So am I," cackled the menacing voice. I whirled, then cried out. "Ouch!" I yelled. Something hit me in the back of my neck. It was the ceiling. 10. When I opened my eyes, I was lying strapped to a table in a long, narrow, underground chamber. Blue light flickered in mephitic gloom. Crouching above me was a cloaked figure. I stared up and was rewarded only by a blank look. This creature, this monster, this being with an empty gap between neck and hairline, was something not to be countenanced. It was beyond all doubt the faceless fiend. His chuckle sounded out of emptiness, slithering off the slimy walls. "Don't look so unhappy, my friend," he purred. "You ought to thank me for rescuing you. Here you are, safe and sound in a nice, comfortable sewer, while above us the entire laboratory has collapsed." "Collapsed? Was it lightning?" "No, just rain. The place just melted away." "How could that be?" "Simple," explained my captor. "Dr. Nork built it all out of guano. Apparently he didn't feed the seagulls enough cement. At any rate, the entire structure has been demolished, and your friends have all perished. No one is left but the two of us." "Dead?" I cried. "All of them? You're sure?" "Beyond a doubt. It's an end to the whole insane scheme. The comic books will go out of existence, and Dr. Nork will no longer be free to perpetrate his wicked experiments in the name of science." "But the girl," I persisted. "Albino. She was in the room with us. I snatched you through the trap door and down the secret staircase just in time. I'm afraid you'll have to face it. We're alone. And now, speaking of facing it..." The cloaked figure stooped to the side of the table and rose again. One hand clutched a small saw. "Speaking of facing it," he continued, "I am about to perform a small experiment of my own. Ever since I lost my face, I've waited for a chance to find another. I hid down here in the sewers under the laboratory and bided my time. I didn't want to take a stupid mug like Nork's, and I certainly wouldn't appropriate the visage of any of his monsters. But when you flew into the island this morning, I knew my long vigil was over. Sorry, I cannot offer you any anesthetic, but time is short." You mean you're going to steal my face?" I screamed. "I prefer to think of it as a little facelifting job," answered my captor. "Please now, just relax." The faceless fiend bent forward, saw in hand. It was a typical scene from a comic book story. As such, it probably would have delighted 10 million dear little kiddies throughout the land, but it didn't amuse me in the least. The saw grazed my neck. A roar shattered the walls. A tawny blur bore the cloaked figure backwards into the shadows. There were screams and growls, and other less pleasant noises generally heard only at presidential conventions or in zoos. "Good work!" Albino was at my side, using the saw on the ropes that bound me. She gestured towards the shadows of the sewer beyond, where the lion was now creating a bodiless fiend. "We got through the trapdoor in time, just behind you. Then part of the walls gave, and we were delayed, but not too long." "Then it's true," I said. "The laboratory is destroyed?" "Everything's gone," she sighed. "Even the sewer isn't safe much longer. Let's get out of here." A crash accented her words. Turning, I saw that the shadowed portion of the sewer had disappeared, hiding both the lion and the faceless fiend from view forever, beneath fresh debris. "This way," Albino urged, pulling me along the corridor. "There should be a sewer outlet to the beach." "Thanks for rescuing me," I panted. "Think nothing of it," the girl answered. "That's just a reflex action, you know. Been rescuing people for years now for the comics." The damp walls of the sewer twisted and turned. We raced along, Albino taking a lithe-limbed lead. She rounded a curve ahead of me, and I blundered forward. Suddenly, she screamed. I turned the corner and grasped her arm. "What's the matter?" I said. The girl stood there shaking in a frenzy of fear. "Eee!" she shrieked. "Take it away!" "Huh?" I said. For answer, she clung to me and threw herself forward and upward into my arms. I held her close. "Look!" she sobbed. "Down there! Make it go away!" "Where?" I asked. "There!" "But it's only a mouse," I said. She began to cry. I stepped forward, carrying her in my arms, and the mouse retreated to its burrow with a shrill squeak. Albino was weeping hysterically, and the more she cried, the more I grinned. There, I said. "Don't you worry, I'll protect you." There isn't much more to tell. By the time we emerged upon the broad expanse of the beach, the hurricane had blown away, and only a gentle rain fell upon the ruins of the big laboratory on the cliff. Despite my fears, I found the plane quite undamaged, save for a minor accident that had crumpled part of the landing gear. As it was, I managed a takeoff and a subsequent landing some hours later in the airport at Jamaica. Within a day, Albino and I were back in civilization. I managed to sell her on the notion, while en route, that her brand of courage was of no value in New York. "People seldom encounter lions and tigers in the city," I told her, "but the place is simply lousy with mice. What you need is someone like me to protect you." She agreed, meekly enough, and that's why we were married, even before I reported to my editor with the story. That episode is still painful in my memory. Being called a liar and a drunkard is bad enough, but when he accused me of opium smoking, there was only one course left open to me. "I resign," I shouted, as he booted me down the stairs. Still, it's all over now, and Albino doesn't mind. I have a new job. Bought a little newsstand over on 7th Avenue. I don't make much money selling newspapers, but there's always enough to buy a few mousetraps for the house. Besides, I managed to sell quite a lot of comic books. Lucy Comes to Stay by Robert Bloch. "You can't go on this way." Lucy kept her voice down low, because she knew the nurse had her room just down the hall from mine, and I wasn't supposed to see any visitors. "But George is doing everything he can. Poor dear, I hate to think of what all those doctors and specialists are costing him, and the sanatorium bill too. And now that nurse, that Miss Higgins, staying here every day. It won't do any good. You know it won't." Lucy didn't sound like she was arguing with me. She knew. That's because Lucy is smarter than I am. Lucy wouldn't have started the drinking and gotten into such a mess in the first place. So it was about time I listened to what she said. "Look, Vi," she murmured, "I hate to tell you this. You aren't well, you know. But you're going to find out one of these days anyway, and you might as well hear it from me." "What is it, Lucy?" "About George and the doctors. They don't think you're going to get well." She paused. "They don't want you to." "Oh, Lucy, listen to me, you little fool. Why do you suppose they sent you to that sanatorium in the first place? They said it was to take the cure, so you took it. All right, you're cured then. But you'll notice that you still have the doctor coming every day, and George makes you stay here in your room, and that Miss Higgins, who's supposed to be a special nurse, you know what she is, don't you? She's a guard." I couldn't say anything. I just sat there and blinked. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't, because deep down inside I knew that Lucy was right. "Just try to get out of here," Lucy said. "You'll see how fast she locks the door on you. All that talk about special diets and rest doesn't fool me. Look at yourself. You're as well as I am. You ought to be getting out, seeing people, visiting your friends." "But I have no friends," I reminded her. "Not after that party. Not after what I did." "That's a lie." Lucy nodded. "That's what George wants you to think. Why, you have hundreds of friends, Vi. They still love you. They tried to see you at the hospital, and George wouldn't let them in. They sent flowers to the sanatorium, and George told the nurses to burn them." "He did? He told the nurses to burn the flowers?" "Of course. Look, Vi, it's about time you face the truth. George wants them to think you're sick. George wants you to think you're sick. Why? Because then he can put you away for good. Not in a private sanatorium, but in the— No." I began to shake. I couldn't stop shaking. It was ghastly, but it proved something. They told me at the sanatorium, the doctors told me, that if I took the cure I wouldn't get the shakes anymore, or the dreams, or any of the other things. Yet here it was. I was shaking again. "Shall I tell you some more?" Lucy whispered. "Shall I tell you what they're putting in your food? Shall I tell you about George and Miss Higgins?" "But she's older than he is, and besides, he'd never—" Lucy laughed. "Stop it!" I yelled. "All right, but don't yell, you little fool. Do you want Miss Higgins to come in? She thinks I'm taking a nap. She gave me a sedative. Lucky I dumped it out." Lucy frowned. "Vi, I've got to get you away from here, and there isn't much time." She was right. There wasn't much time. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks. How long had it been since I'd had a drink? "We'll sneak off," Lucy said. "We could take a room together where they wouldn't find us. I'll nurse you until you're well." "But rooms cost money. You have that $50 George gave you for a party dress." "Why, Lucy," I said, "how did you know that?" "You told me ages ago, dear." "Poor thing. You don't remember things very well, do you? All the more reason for trusting me." I nodded. I could trust Lucy, even though she was responsible, in a way, for me starting to drink. She just had thought it would cheer me up when George brought all his high-class friends to the house, and we went out to impress his clients. Lucy had tried to help. I could trust her. I must trust her. "We can leave as soon as Miss Higgins goes tonight," Lucy was saying. "We'll wait until George is asleep, eh? Why not get dressed now, and I'll come back for you?" I got dressed. It isn't easy to dress when you have the shakes, but I did it. I even put on some makeup and trimmed my hair a little with the big scissors. Then I looked at myself in the mirror and said out loud, "Why, you can't tell, can you?" "Of course not," said Lucy. "You look radiant, positively radiant." I stood there smiling, and the sun was going down, just shining through the window on the scissors in a way that hurt my eyes. And all at once I was so sleepy. "George will be here soon, and Miss Higgins will leave," Lucy said. "I'd better go now. Why don't you rest until I come for you?" "Yes," I said. "You'll be very careful, won't you?" "Very careful," Lucy whispered, and tiptoed out quietly. I lay down on the bed, and then I was sleeping, really sleeping for the first time in weeks, sleeping so the scissors wouldn't hurt my eyes, the way George hurt me inside when he wanted to shut me up in the asylum so he and Miss Higgins could make love on my bed and laugh at me the way they all laughed, except Lucy, and she would take care of me. She knew what to do now. I could trust her when George came, and I'm asleep and sleeping. Nobody can blame you for what you think in your sleep or do in your sleep. It was all right until I had the dreams, and even then I didn't really worry about them, because a dream is only a dream, and when I was drunk I had a lot of dreams. When I woke up, I had the shakes again, but it was Lucy shaking me, standing there in the dark shaking me. I looked around and saw that the door to my room was open, but Lucy didn't bother to whisper. She stood there with the scissors in her hand and called to me. "Come on, let's hurry." "What are you doing with the scissors?" I asked. "Cutting the telephone wires, silly. I got into the kitchen after Miss Higgins left and dumped some of that sedative into George's coffee. Remember, I told you the plan." I couldn't remember now, but I knew it was all right. Lucy and I went out through the hall, past George's room, and he never stirred. Then we went downstairs and out the front door, and the street lights hurt my eyes. Lucy made me hurry right along, though. We took a streetcar around the corner. This was the difficult part, getting away. Once we were out of the neighborhood, there'd be no worry. The wires were cut. The lady at the rooming house on the south side didn't know about the wires being cut. She didn't know about me either, because Lucy got the room. Lucy marched in bold as brass and laid my $50 down on the desk. The rent was $12.50 a week in advance, and Lucy didn't even ask to see the room. I guess that's why the landlady wasn't worried about baggage. We got upstairs and locked the door, and then I had the shakes again. Lucy said, "Vi, cut it out." "But I can't help it. What'll I do now, Lucy? Oh, what'll I do? Why did I ever—" "Shut up." Lucy opened my purse and pulled something out. I had been wondering why my purse felt so heavy, but I never dreamed about the secret. She held the secret up. It glittered under the light, like the scissors, only this was a nice glittering, a golden glittering. "A whole pint," I gasped. "Where did you get it?" "From the cupboard downstairs, naturally. You knew George still keeps the stuff around. I slipped it into your purse just in case." I had the shakes, but I got that bottle open in 10 seconds. One of my fingernails broke, and then the stuff was burning and warming and softening. "Pig," said Lucy. "You know I have to have it," I whispered. "That's why you brought it." "I don't like to see you drink," Lucy answered. "I never drink, and I don't like to see you hang one on either. Please, Lucy, just this once. Why can't you take a shot and then leave it alone? That's all I ask. Just this once, Lucy. I have to. I won't sit here and watch you make a spectacle of yourself. You know what always happens. Another mess." I took another gulp. The bottle was half empty. "I did all I could for you, Vi, but if you don't stop now, I'm going." That made me pause. "You couldn't do that to me. I need you, Lucy. Until I'm straightened out, anyway." Lucy laughed, the way I didn't like. "Straightened out? That's a hot one. Talking about straightening out with a bottle in your hand. It's no use, Vi. Here I do everything I can for you. I stop at nothing to get you away, and you're off on another. Please, you know I can't help it." "Oh, yes, you can help it, Vi. But you don't want to. You've always had to make a choice, you know. George or the bottle, me or the bottle, and the bottle always wins. I think deep down inside you hate George. You hate me. You're my best friend." "Nuts." Lucy talked vulgar sometimes when she got really mad, and she was mad now. It made me so nervous I had another drink. "Oh, I'm good enough for you when you're in trouble, or have nobody else around to talk to. I'm good enough to lie for you, pull you out of your messes, but I've never been good enough for your friends, for George. And I can't even win over a bottle of rot-gut whiskey. It's no use, Vi. What I've done for you today you'll never know, and it isn't enough. Keep your lousy whiskey, I'm going." I know I started to cry. I tried to get up, but the room was turning round and round. Then Lucy was walking out the door, and I dropped the bottle, and the light kept shining the way it did on the scissors. and I closed my eyes and dropped after the bottle to the floor. When I woke up, they were all pestering me, the landlady and the doctor and Miss Higgins and the man who said he was a policeman. I wondered if Lucy had gone to them and betrayed me, but when I asked, the doctor said no, they just discovered me through a routine check-up on hotels and rooming houses after they found George's body in his bed with my scissors in his throat. All at once I knew what Lucy had done and why she ran out on me that way. She knew they'd find me and call it murder. So I told them about her and how it must have happened. I even figured out how Lucy managed to get my fingerprints on the scissors. But Miss Higgins said she'd never seen Lucy in my house, and the landlady told a lie and said I had registered for the room alone, and the man from the police just laughed when I kept begging him to find Lucy and make her tell the truth. Only the doctor seemed to understand, and when we were alone together in the little room, he asked me all about her and what she looked like, and I told him. Then he brought over the mirror and held it up and asked me if I could see her, and sure enough, she was standing right behind me, laughing. I could see her in the mirror, and I told the doctor so, and he said yes, he thought he understood now. So it was all right after all, even when I got the shakes just then and dropped the mirror so that the little jagged pieces hurt my eyes to look at. It was all right. Lucy was back with me now, and she wouldn't ever go away any more. She'd stay with me forever. I knew that. I knew it because even though the light hurt my eyes, Lucy began to laugh. After a minute, I began to laugh too, and then the two of us were laughing together. We couldn't stop even when the doctor went away. We just stood there against the bars, Lucy and I, laughing like crazy. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,